Alright. Looks like we're live. Yeah, sorry for being late. Had a lot to do today. I streamed for 13 and a half hours last night. Tried to get as much sleep as I could. Then I had to take a cat to the vet, and then had to finish a workout, and then now I'm here, so.
When I was a kid, I remember being put down a lot in school since I was the only Chinese kid in the class. I remember pretty clearly that I hated the fact and wished that I actually wasn't Chinese. I then started watching some Jackie Chan movies and thought, hey, Chinese people are actually super cool. In all seriousness, fast forward to be an entrepreneur today. To run a happy business, it's imperative that you yourself are happy, because you are the business. Regardless of how others may put you down, you must build resilience and become your own best cheerleader. And you must start to build the relationship of being your own best friend. This is
Dude. This food looks fucking good. Fuck me.
On today's menu, a delicious recipe that's truly cream of the crop. An extraordinary creamy, spicy green curry. Lei Ho Ma, that's how's it going in Cantonese. Welcome to Young Man Cooking, I'm Will Young. This recipe is incredibly delicious, so simple and quick to make. You can definitely make this on the
Show us your hands. There you go. There's my hands.
busiest of weekdays. Before we get started, a big thank you to today's episode sponsor, Vitamix. I'll mention more about them in a little bit. As always, let's get started with the recipe first. Add 1.5 cups of jasmine rice to a small saucepan. Rinse 2 to 3 times to get rid of the excess starch. This recipe is good for 2 to 3 portions, but of course you can multiply it to make more. 1.5 cups water. Medium-high heat. So the great part about this recipe is that the rice takes about 25 minutes from start to finish. That's why we're starting that first. By the time
You're eating Thai basil dumplings? Well, you can go fuck yourself. The only thing I ate today was a protein shake.
the rice is done, everything else will be done at the same time. When the water begins to bubble, give the rice a stir. Then cover and cook on medium-low for 15 minutes. Slice 2 Asian eggplants in half and then into quarters.
Are you still tired? Looks like you should be in bed.
Goddamn fucking right I'm still tired, dude. I streamed for almost 14 hours. And then I couldn't even really sleep because I had to take my cat to the vet in the afternoon, so I only got about 3 hours of fucking sleep. And then I had to do a weight training session today. And now I'm streaming. So yes, I am fucking tired. I had to take 2 Monster Energy drinks just to be able to fucking function. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. Do you even have any body fat to lose? Yeah, I'm not fat. God damn it. Yeah, I just want to, have really defined abs, so I do still have to lose weight for that. I'm expecting to probably be at my goal weight, or ideal physique once I get down to 220. 237 as of last weigh-in. So I've got close to 20 pounds to still lose, but I'm looking good.
Menu, a delicious recipe. 2 tea.
Will you come to my knitted jumper rave in the Caucasus?
That is one party that I actually wouldn't mind attending. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Tablespoons avocado oil. Alternatively, you can try using coconut oil as well. Eggplant. Saute the eggplant for 4 to 5 minutes.
Doing yolk walks is not really gonna train your abs. Doing things like, weighted sit-ups, hanging leg raises, shit like that, that's going to train your abs. Yolk doesn't really do that.
I'm eating good. I'm going to have some yummy shakes, finish my dumplings, maybe have some vegan pizza. I already finished a homemade vegan calzone. Maybe I'll have some ice cream too. How's the diet going?
Oh yeah, well, bet you don't have this, you son of a bitch. So, you know, it's hitting me hard. I'm fucking tired, and I want to eat, but you gotta get the gains. I do want to eat pizza, though, and dumplings. French fries would be nice, too, and some sushi. I'd also like some tempura, some fried oyster mushrooms, some vegan egg rolls. That would all be nice. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
The goal here is to get some nice color on the eggplant. You can also try using zucchini as an alternative to eggplant. Make a well in the middle of the pan. 400 ml can coconut milk. Scoop a couple of tablespoons of coconut cream and add to the pan. Give the coconut cream a minute or two to melt and have the oil separate. 3 tablespoons green chili paste. Saute the green chili paste for 4 to 5 minutes. This will cook out some of the moisture in the chili paste and intensify its amazing flavors.
Cyst under the armpit donated $2 when the Swedish guy kept yapping about random stupid shit. I'm pretty sure this is how you felt.
Enough, loudmouth. On and on like a broken record.
Yeah, that's about right. Takes cocaine but is skeptical about the vax. LMAO, what a world we live in. Yeah, that was fucking genuinely hilarious. The guy's willing to do cocaine, but he's afraid of taking the COVID vaccine. Like, that's just insane. I might upload that clip. That was just hilarious. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Did you go to the vegan food festival thing? Yep. That's, that photo I took on Instagram with the homeless guy with his ass showing, that was from the Veg Fest. He was just laying on a piece of cardboard with his ass hanging out. Right outside the Veg Fest. But I did go to the Veg Fest and I did eat.
Slice in half 1 red chili pepper and add to the pan. This is optional as the chili paste has some heat in it already. Half cup canned bamboo. 1 cup baby corn. Half cup.
I didn't know there was such a thing as canned bamboo.
Cup edamame. Saute for about a minute. Add in the rest of the
$2 donated. The raccoons are going to drown in Florida. Watch the news. Also, Abby Sharp said that 7 Brazil nuts has enough selenium to kill you. I have literally eaten an entire bag of Brazil nuts that was about 500 grams in one day, and I felt perfectly fine. I've heard people say that, and 1, I didn't believe it, and 2, I like the taste of Brazil nuts, and at the time I was also suicidal, so I literally got a bag of Brazil nuts. It was half a kilogram. I ate them all in one day, and I'm still alive. So what a surprise. Brazil nuts won't fucking kill you. Thanks for the donation, though, too. That's fucking stupid. Abby Sharp is, like, actually a fucking moron. 7 Brazil nuts will fucking kill you. Like, if 7 Brazil nuts would kill you, like, why in the hell don't assassins literally put 7 Brazil nuts in, like, a food somebody's about to eat, right? Like, you could literally hide 7 Brazil nuts crushed up in a croissant and then kill someone, right? And then, there's no way to really track, oh, who poisoned this guy? And, like nobody would really be able to fucking figure it out. It's like perfect crime. That's just so stupid. Like, just think about it for 2 seconds. It's just so dumb. Raccoons drowning Florida. Oh my god. Bro, that's horrific.
6th period agriculture.
Dude, if I was in that class, I'd literally beat the ever-living fucking shit out of that teacher. Like, I would go fucking apeshit if I saw somebody fucking drowning an animal like that. I don't know how those kids just stood by and watched that. Like, I'd fucking drown her ass. I'd throw her into that fucking pot and see how she fucking likes it. Holy crap. Like, isn't this just a perfect demonstration of how worthless human beings are? Like, I mention this almost every fucking stream now.
6th period.
Human beings are literally fucking chimps. That's just what we are. Chimpanzees will follow the leader, do whatever the fuck the leader tells them to do, and that includes, like, ripping apart other fucking chimps, going along with whatever the fucking dictator tells you, and then they're just complacent, don't do anything, even when they know it's wrong, they just go along with it. Like, that's how Nazi Germany fucking happened, right? Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people in Nazi Germany who weren't happy with how Hitler was running the country, but they're like, oh, well, I gotta do what he says, I'm a fucking chimpanzee, even though apparently they're part of the superior race, and they're smarter than everyone, including the Jews. I'm a monkey, I do whatever Hitler tells me to do. Same thing. This is why human beings are fucking garbage trash. Somebody who's in a higher kind of social status than you, well, they're the teacher, I gotta go along with what they say, I'm spending $100,000 on my education so that I can be smart and get all these jobs, but I'm monkey, I have to follow teacher. Fuck people, dude. Fuck them all. So, you know what, all of these people should be fucking drowned, just like these fucking raccoons. The fucking teacher who did this shit, and the worthless piece of shit scum students who just sat by and watched this happen. All of them should have their heads dunked in a fucking bucket and just drowned. Fuck them. Dodo, donate $2. Right, I hate humans.
Okay, look at this wild map. Did you know that this year, the United States quietly expanded its territory by over 1 million square kilometers? Up here in the Arctic, over here in the Bering Sea next to Russia, a little blip over here in the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and over here in the Atlantic. This is now officially American economic waters. Ocean borders are tricky, and we have all this international law that sort of helps us decide what country has economic rights over what water. The default boundary is 200 nautical miles off of your coastline you get as your economic water. But a country is allowed to go to this international body and present scientific data that says our landmass actually extends further than 200 nautical miles. If they can present a compelling scientific case, then they are granted more water under which they can look for oil and minerals and whatever they want. So the US spent decades collecting this data, presenting it, making this argument, and the result is this map, a bunch of new economic waters for the United States. The implications of this, I do not yet know, but I'm going to be looking into it, so subscribe for more. Okay, look at this wild.
I literally just forgot everything I just watched. I don't even know what he said. My mind was so focused on that stupid fucking dumb bitch worthless shit teacher and those dumbass fucking worthless kids that I just blanked out. I've just been fantasizing about fucking holding their head underwater and drowning them slowly and just having them suck up soapy, hot, warm water. And I just totally forgot what this guy said. I just blanked.
Map. Did you know that this year the United States quietly expanded its territory by over 1 million square kilometers? Up here in the Arctic, over here in the Bering Sea next to Russia, a little blip.
Grey Knight donate $2. Have you ever heard the monkey experiment analogy? What you've just explained reminded me of this.
A group of scientists placed 5 monkeys in a cage and in the middle a ladder with bananas on top. Every time a monkey went up the ladder, the scientists soaked the rest of the monkeys with cold water. After a while, every time a monkey went up the ladder, the others beat up the one on the ladder. After some time, no monkey dare go up the ladder, regardless of the temptation. Scientists then decided to substitute one of the monkeys. The first thing this new monkey did was go up the ladder. Immediately, the other monkeys beat him up. After several beatings, the new member learned not to climb the ladder, even though he never knew why. A second monkey was substituted, and the same occurred. The first monkey participated on the beating for the second monkey. The replacements repeated until what was left was a group of 5 monkeys that, even though never received a cold shower, continued to beat up any monkey who attempted to climb the ladder. If you asked the new group of monkeys why the beatings took place, the answer would probably be,
well, I don't know. That's just how things are done around here.
Yeah, that's basically how human society works. We're all just stupid fucking monkeys, and we don't even realize it. It's funny how similar we are to these fucking creatures that just climb around on trees looking for fucking bananas, and then somehow we think we're so smart and superior and all this shit. We're literally just dumb monkeys, and we don't even understand why we do things, why society is the way it is. We don't ever question, like, authority. We just go along, and that's just how most people are. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Over here in the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and over here in the Atlantic. This is now officially American economic waters. Ocean borders are tricky, and we have all this international law that sort of helps us decide what country has economic rights over what water. The default boundary is 200 nautical miles off of your coastline you get as your economic water. But a country is allowed to go to this international body and present scientific data that says our landmass actually extends further than 200 nautical miles. If they can present a compelling scientific case, then they are granted more water under which they can look for oil and minerals and whatever they want. So the US spent decades collecting this data, presenting it, making this argument, and the result is this map, a bunch of new economic waters for the United States. The implications of this, I do not yet know.
Wild West Bank deleted scenes. My Muslim film crew and I were chased out of Palestine for simply asking questions and forced to delete footage or die. Well, no shit.
Bonjour, Zach Sage, folks.
Zach Sage Fox.
What does it mean that you almost didn't get out of there alive?
A Palestinian man came over. Eventually, he starts bringing more Palestinian men over.
They're threatening to actually kill us if we don't delete the footage.
Do you support Hamas's resistance?
Yes, of course.
Really?
Every single Palestinian, from the youngest to the oldest one, we always support any kind of resistance.
Do most Palestinians support Hamas?
Yes, of course, the majority.
Have you seen the videos that Hamas filmed themselves and posted from October 7th?
Yes.
Videos where they put babies.
Israel actually released some new intelligence And this might vary from region to region, like depending on what demographic you're actually questioning. But I think at this point, support for Hamas is down to like 36%. They have like a 36% approval rating. It's just that Hamas lies and they release phony polling data to make it seem as though like 90% of people support Hamas. Now, when you interview Gazans in the street, these are wealthier areas that haven't really been hit hard by war or anything. So when you ask a lot of these people, they do seem to generally support Hamas. Now, I'm sure if their home gets blown up and like the IDF invades and shit like that, they might end up changing their opinion because, oh, now suddenly there's consequences, but yeah.
And ovens
really satisfied. Now you're gonna look at me as a psycho, but I was really satisfied from what I saw because they didn't don't give these reactions. They didn't kill babies. They didn't kill girls. They didn't attack.
They did in fact kill girls.
Anyone. They attacked soldiers.
I've seen the videos Hamas filmed themselves on their GoPros and posted. And they murdered a lot of innocent people that day. And they did put babies in ovens. I've seen their own pictures that they posted. They weren't trying to hide it.
They were killed by their own military forces. For us, not.
So the IDF put Jewish babies in ovens. That makes
None
sense.
of them are an innocent civilian. Even the youngest one.
But the youngest in IDF is 18. Hamas puts kids into the combat.
Oh, right. This is the West Bank. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got confused. Yeah, in the West Bank, they do get majority support.
Who said that Hamas let it?
They have pictures of the little kids with machete guns. They're...
Okay, if I have a son, I would love to give him a gun and picture him with the gun.
Did you really?
Yeah, be a resistant.
So, are you from Palestine?
Yeah, I'm from Palestine.
Okay, so born and raised?
In Ramallah, but originally from Haifa, so I'm a refugee.
So when you say originally from Haifa, so you were born in Haifa?
No, but my grandparents were born in Haifa, but they were refugees due to the
Okay, she's not a refugee.
Nakba. And
grandparents were refugees.
Yeah.
So there's no other refugees in the world that can claim refugee status that many generations past. Do you think you deserve the title refugee?
Of course, I'm a refugee, but I don't deserve to be a refugee.
Do you live in a house?
Yes, in an apartment.
Your own apartment? You live in my...
No, with my parents, of course.
How old are you?
24.
So you live in an apartment with your parents?
Yeah.
A nice apartment?
Yeah, it's a cozy, warm one, yeah.
Okay, well, you look like you're dressed very fast.
Oh, thank you.
I like your glasses. What
Oh, thank you.
Gans?
Gans.
Nice brand.
Trying my best as an engineer, you know.
Oh, you're an engineer?
Yeah.
So do you think...
Like, this woman sounds like she's living a pretty good life. So she's living in a nice apartment. She is living with her parents, but that might be more of a cultural thing there. She's getting a good education. She's going to become an engineer. And then she's talking about raising kids that will just kill themselves fighting the IDF. Like these people are just genuinely fucking sick in the head.
It's fair, though, for Palestinians to still have refugee status 3 generations. When you're living in Ramallah, you have a nice house, you have nice clothes, when there are no other refugees in the world that claim that status. Why should you guys have that status?
Because we've been raised with the concept that we need to go back home. Our parents and our grandparents used to tell us that I'm a refugee.
When people think of refugees, they think of people that were just displaced from your home. Do you know Bella Hadid, the Hadid?
Of course.
They're considered refugees.
And they would love to go back to Nazareth.
I don't think they would. I think they would probably stay in America. Do you really believe that they would go back to Nazareth?
Of course.
There's been...
Oh my god, what a ridiculous statement.
Millions of refugees. You could say the story of human history is displacement and refugees. We've stolen land, conquered territory, created countries, empires have fallen, empires are rebuilt. Like, why couldn't there be a 2-state solution where you guys...
You like that? No, there is no 2-state solution. It's either us or us.
But why? There's been about 5 major peace deals turned down throughout the last 75 years from Palestinians
Well, there we
and
go.
the Arabs. ruling the Palestinian land before this. You are happy that those were turned down? You think that was the right solution?
Yeah.
That seems to be the point of contention why there hasn't been peace.
We're not talking about peace.
At this point, Israel is a big country in terms of power, right? So it is so little chance that there would be a one-state solution. So why not think practically in a world where there could be a two-state solution and then you wouldn't have to go through war?
I don't care. They need to go back to Italy, Germany, USA, where they belong,
But
where they raised originally.
most of those people, the same way you were born here,
No.
they were born in Israel. We're talking about now, 2024. Neither one of us were born anywhere near 1948. So shouldn't we be looking for solutions that can make a difference today?
Oh, no. It doesn't work like that. I'm an educated person. It's either us or us.
Then there's never going to be peace.
It's their problem.
But that's your problem too, because it's impacting you. You want to be able to not have to go.
Yeah, and I'm trying my best to resist. Years ago, explaining ourselves, and we don't care actually how the US sees us, saying that we need to think about it, and peace and two-state solution. It's not gonna happen. It's nothing that we want. Peace is when they leave.
I fear that you're going to be in this cycle forever. But so you hate.
Problem with Zionists.
You think Zionists deserve to die?
Yes.
Just trying to figure out like what actually leads to peace. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm asking questions. I don't know.
Peace.
Come on, real quick, bro. Whose side are you on?
I'm literally just asking.
Exactly. You know, he's pissing me off a little bit.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
The thing is,
Where you from? Where you from?
I'm from the States.
You're fine, right? The Macaulay.
Well, there's your answer. Oh, Palestinians just want peace. They just want to stop getting attacked by Israel. And then when you interview them, yes, we want to kill all the Jews. We hate them. We want to burn their babies to death. And we will exterminate all the Jews because fuck the Jews. Like, it's insane. Jolly Ranchers donate $2. Yep, we are deaf chimps. Dude. Wow. It's too bad none of these fucking rednecks were carrying a gun on them. They should get fucking blasted. So they were literally doing something that was illegal, asked to slow down, and they just get off the boat and just assault people. Okay. That is kind of a chimp thing to do. Yeah, that's definitely a chimp thing to do. What an obnoxious dickhead. Planet of the Apes confirmed, we are chimps, my nigga. What is this? Whoa. That guy literally just throw, like, boiling hot noodles on everybody? Huh? It's in the cupboard on the left. So Chinese people get into fights at hot pot restaurants, sort of like how black people get into fights at Waffle Houses. What's your current weight, and has your TD changed much since your weight loss? Current weight is 237. There probably has been somewhat of a change to my TDE, probably around, like, I'd say around 300 calories if I had to estimate. Weight loss has slowed down a bit, but not that much. So, not really a big change. Especially considering the weight loss. I've lost like 40 pounds now. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. No charges in raccoon drowning. Yeah. So apparently drowning an animal to death in hot water is not torture. Alright, well, I guess I'll drown this guy. And I'll say, well, he's a nuisance animal. And, you know, I didn't mean to torture him. You know, I'm just getting rid of a nuisance animal. What a dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thanks for the membership, Random Gal. Appreciate it. Jalen donated $2. What is point of Genetic Beast's channel? He thinks working out is bad, but he looks huge. You don't work out really? What do you mean? So, Genetic Beast is mentally ill, if I had to guess. I don't know if there's any specific classification for the kind of mental illness he has, but, you know, he's just cray-cray. Alright, that's my diagnosis. He's cray-cray. He has a lot of weird, conflicting beliefs and conflicting lifestyle choices. So he's, for whatever reason, become a fan of spherage, and he now thinks exercise is bad for you. But apparently he is still weight training. So, I'm guessing, if we're assuming he has somewhat of a rational thinking mind, he's just considering the risk-reward, ratio of exercise, and from his worldview, exercise is bad for you, but he also likes to be muscular. That's guessing that his mind is thinking rationally at all. But if you watch his older content, he's just fucking weird. He keeps saying, boom, get it, like over and over and over again. Does really weird rambles. Like, he'll talk about sarcoplasmic versus myofibular hypertrophy and myonuclear domain size, and he gets a bunch of things wrong, and he just rambles on and on and on about it in a weird fucking way where it's like, I don't know if he's autistic or something, but yeah, he's crazy. Like, he's not a normal thinking human being, so that kind of explains all of his behaviors and beliefs. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
The coconut milk. Give the pan a good stir, then bring to a boil. Turn the heat off on the rice and let it steam further for 10 minutes. Half tablespoon soy sauce.
Just random vids donate $2. More nasty and cringe stuff from that carnist. Oh, great. Oh, he doesn't shampoo his hair. That's wonderful. Gay! So apparently having long, girly hair makes you more masculine. That guy's gross and retarded. Cool first date idea. We rub Mother Nature's diarrhea on our faces. I don't know why you would do that. Bro, this guy has to be a fucking incel. Like, there's just no way.
Biologically designed to be indoors. We're not biologically designed to be in an office all day. And then we wonder why we don't feel good and we have health problems. We're made to explore nature.
Did he even hit that target?
We're meant to be connected to the earth and breathing in the air of the trees. Being in nature brings your body back into harmony. The only difference between animals in zoos and humans in cities is that humans choose to be there. So make the choice to undomesticate yourself.
That was dumb. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids. Jewish donate tellers, do you like A&W Beyond Meat Burger combo with friends and root beer at all? I'm not the biggest fan of the A&W Beyond Burgers. They usually cook them, like, not enough. I like my burgers well done, and they tend to cook them where they're still kind of greasy.
Hi VG. It's your pal Random Gal. This is my first time donating. What do you think about this conspiracy theory?
I will take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Random Gal. So yeah, if I go to A&W, I don't usually get their Beyond Burgers. If I do, it's just because, like, I'm kind of out of town and I just need something to eat kind of thing. The French fries are great, though. I really like A&W French fries. I still have not tried their Diet Root Beer. Thanks for the donation, though, Jewish.
You know me, X-Ikins are aliens and everybody associated. Did you know me, X-Ikins are aliens and everybody associated with them are aliens? See, Mevikin, me V-I-Ken, is from Mevico, aka COVID. The X in me X-Iken is really a circumflex / caret, which is a upside down V. It's to insert in papers or computers saying this should be something. So upside down V, me upside down V with the V on top or next to it, I can. They're not vegan and it's identity fraud. They're liars. They've bit the forbidden fruit. Veganism. Fuck niggas. Fuck niggas. Get your vaccines and fucking stop this shit. Bye.
Pretty sure Mexicans are not aliens. Thanks for the donation, though, Random Gal. Dodo donate $2. Hey, I've been vegan for 6 years. Just heard your old debate saying it can be vegan to eat wild boar. Do we really have to go into all this? Like, I mean, yeah, they're omnivorous, they kill animals, they're terrible for the environment. I'm not necessarily against killing wild boar if it would reduce rights violations, and I don't think it's a good thing for people to eat animals because of zoonotic disease transmission, but if that wasn't a risk, then yeah, sure, it would be ethical. I don't agree with this. How did you come to this conclusion? I just explained it to you. If you're right about it, why don't you tell Carnus they can, in theory, eat meat and be vegan? If I was asked specifically, like, if it would be ethical to, like, eat bears or, coyotes or wild boar, I'd either say I'm agnostic or say yes with caveats. But thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Tablespoon maple syrup. Turn the heat to medium, then cover and cook for about 5 minutes. You can definitely make the green curry paste from scratch by hand grinding everything in a pestle and mortar. It does require a little bit of patience and perhaps a little bit of dedication as well. So a good middle ground would be to using a blender. It's quick, simple, it'll be delicious, and yet you'll still be able to choose all of the nice fresh ingredients that will go into the paste, which is why it's so awesome that Vitamix is today's episode sponsor. If you've heard of Vitamix, then you know that they are the Rolls Royce of blend.
Vitamixes are fucking dope. I got mine from Costco, like, it's gotta be like 6 years ago. It's still fucking running perfect.
Not only do they have incredibly high-powered. If you are interested in making your own chili paste, begin by chopping up 1 lemongrass and add to the blender 1 teaspoon coriander seeds, 1 teaspoon cumin seeds, 1/4 teaspoon black peppercorn. Remove the stems from 15 green chili peppers and add to the blender. If possible, try to choose the peppers that have a really nice dark green color. It will affect the color of your paste. If you like your curry to be even slightly greener, add a little bit of matcha powder. It's casual, it's all good. 1.5 teaspoons salt. A good handful of fresh Thai basil. Small piece galangal. Galangal is a bit of a specialty item. You should be able to find this at an Asian grocery store. Looks very similar to ginger. Usually it's in the refrigerated section. Ginger adds heat, galangal does the opposite. It kind of gives like a cooling effect. Can't really find a replacement for this. About 1 teaspoon worth of lime zest. Small bunch of cilantro stems. 3 pieces of garlic, 1 shallot, 1 tablespoon of miso paste for that nice fermented flavor, couple tablespoons water. Blend on high and add a couple more splashes of water if needed. You can also use the tamper to help the ingredients blend smoothly. That looks amazing, but do me a solid, do not inhale that. Unless you want to know what it feels like to inhale pepper spray. Enjoy this for up to 1 to 2 weeks. Refrigerating on cover will help get rid of a lot of that excess moisture. Plate the rice and the curry separately or together. It's completely up to you. Feel free to switch out the
That looks fucking good.
veggies, as this recipe is quite versatile. Garnish.
Hey bro, for my previous question you answered something about diet root beer. Why do you drink diet? I was once a chemist and diet pop is created to lower beverage production costs. Instead of importing bulk sugar they could make in-house cutting 90% cause TVT is a hottie and if she didn't have a husband I would drizzle some pasta sauce all down that sexy gilf body and slurp it off with a hollowed out baguette, but she be a boomer on trans stuff weird lol.
Alright, I will take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Alu. The reason I drink diet soda is because there's literally no reason to, drink sugar-sweetened beverages. It has more calories, it's worse for your teeth, it's more likely to promote weight gain. So if you can get the same taste as normal sugar-sweetened soda, but without the calories, and without the same tooth decaying effect, why would you drink sugar sodas? Thanks for the donation, though, Jewish. Lumnut donated $2. Oh fuck, he actually made a short about you. You should show Sverage 2.0 how mentally deranged you are in a debate, lol.
I drink 2 glasses of soy milk every day, and I eat a block of tofu maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Paul, where is your scientific evidence? This makes no sense. Like, Paul, where is the research showing soy consumption has feminizing effects in men? Soy does not have any feminizing effects in men. If soy is feminizing, then show me the fucking evidence, Paul. I drink.
Was he trying to make a point? He is some evidence. Okay. Apparently, I'm feminine. I think these dudes are really into trannies or something. Okay, well, wouldn't mind smacking around some dumb Carnus dipshit. I'll email this guy and offer to debate him. Hey, I came across your dumb channel recently and I should actually mention I'm Vegan Gains. Hey, it's Vegan Gains, and I came across your dumb channel recently and was wondering if you'd like to embarrass yourself publicly in a live debate by saying stupid shit like the Earth is flat. It's okay to kill and eat people, and I don't know, torturing, yeah, saying stupid shit like the Earth is flat, magic is real. Yeah. It's okay to kill and eat people. And whatever dumb crap you copied from idiots like whatever dumb ideas you copied from idiots like Spherage. I normally host debates live on my YouTube channel, and we can cover ethics and health-related topics. By the way, care to explain why you're such a weak little bitch and you can't lift as much as a vegan? For some reason, despite lacking nutrients, I can bench about twice as much as you can. Do you just have bad genes from your mother and father being cousins or something? Or are you just interested in being a long-haired femboy and don't like to lift weights too much so you can maintain that feminine appearance? You do like putting a lot of meat in your mouth after all. There we go. Sent him a email to debate. Did we go through all the shorts that you sent me?
Well, I drink.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh boy, what a fool.
We're biologically designed to be outside and connected to our natural environment, but our modern lives keep us disconnected from the natural world through artificial light, rubber shoes, and modern cities. and this is the root cause for most of our sickness. Animals in nature don't have chronic health issues.
Yes, they do. So if you actually look at any data on this, carnivorous animals, on average, actually have higher rates of cancer than herbivorous animals, and there's probably a reason for that. They don't eat as many plants. Plants are protective against cancer, whereas if you're eating animal flesh, it either has no or little protective effect, or it may even promote cancer in many cases. So animals in nature absolutely suffer from chronic disease. A lot of animals also have just genetic predisposition for disease. So feline species, for instance, they are prone to kidney disease. That's all feline species. Birds, any bird, but particularly the domesticated animals, but just even wild birds. They're prone to reproductive issues when it comes to things like egg binding and crap like that. Trying to think of other wild animals that are prone to disease. I know you can induce heart disease in practically any animal if you feed them enough saturated fat. So depending on what their typical food sources are, wild animals likely do end up getting heart disease. You probably don't see it much in wild animals because one, like lions, tigers, shit like that, they're mostly eating wild game, and wild animals like deer and gazelle and shit, they tend to be lower in saturated fat. They're not super fatty animals, like the domesticated cows that we eat. But again, depending on what carnivorous animal you're talking about and what their typical food source is, they likely will suffer from heart disease if they live long enough, depending on what they're eating. So this guy just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, Penetrator, I'm not responding to your comment, and you know exactly why. Thanks for the donation, though.
They aren't overweight, and they don't have mental illnesses. But when you put an animal in a zoo, it becomes sick and depressed and loses its hair. And it's the
no. That was a bear with alopecia. You can find wild animals with alopecia. It just happens. There's some chimpanzees that are wild that have alopecia. I've seen raccoons that are wild that have alopecia. I've even seen some wild cats that have alopecia. It just happens.
And it's the exact same with humans.
This guy is stupid as fuck. Like, remarkably fucking dumb.
With a metal floor scraper.
Cows cannot defend themselves. They are docile beings. If you're not vegan, you're...
I just want my head...
right now.
Excuse me. Could I...
World News, Israel, German butcher, undercover Joey.
Maybe get that headset, please.
Do not raise your voice. Sir, our country is going...
Not saying at all.
Difficult time right now, and if you're not going to cooperate...
I don't know where a headset ties into patriotism.
Often, people who eat meat use the straw man fallacy and make it seem like we are saying things that we're actually not saying at all.
Is there a problem here, sir?
I don't think so.
Can you come to the back of the plane with me so we can have a talk?
Oh, here comes cancel culture.
But talk about what? There's not a problem. The steward is just keeps...
Flight attendant.
Oh, now they're going to fix our language. You can't say the word Holocaust, even though that's what's going on right now. There is an animal Holocaust. And yes, there is racism towards the animals. It is called speciesism. It's the...
2240 is where she talks about some stupid shit. Let me see.
Israel and Lebanon. Listen to this story. Here in Lebanon is an example of a pager that had an explosive device in it that went off inside this guy's pocket.
Son Goku $92. I was arguing with my friend who's a distance runner that lifting weights is better for longevity than running. What's your take? It's hard to say. So there isn't much research on longevity and weight or resistance training. There was a study published just recently that had interesting findings. They found a benefit to doing weight training, I think, up to about 3 hours per week. But after you cross that threshold, there was an increase in mortality. That could be for a few reasons. One of the reasons being people who are weight training more frequently than 3 hours are more dedicated to the weightlifting and bodybuilding lifestyle, so they're more likely to take anabolic steroids. They're more likely to eat a lot of meat, more saturated fat, cholesterol, less fruits and vegetables, and that kind of explains the increase in mortality. There is also some research indicating that if you're at a certain body weight, even if it's muscle, even if you're just extremely muscular but very lean, just being at a heavier body weight causes hemodynamic changes that negatively affect the ventricles in your heart, which can lead to things like cardiac arrest and shit like that. So there may be a tipping point where if you're doing so much weight training that you get so heavy and large that just being at that heavier body weight increases mortality risk. 99% of people who do weight training really don't have to worry about that, so that would really only be the case for people who have like horse genetics, very dedicated to weight training, and especially those who are taking anabolic steroids. But there just isn't really enough research for me to say definitively. There's more research indicating that running improves health outcomes than there is research indicating that weight training improves health outcomes. So, I can't really say which is better than the other. There just isn't enough research. They're both important and they both clearly are beneficial. So weight training has unique benefits where it prevents injury, joint wear. It might allow you to be more active for a longer period of time. So you can just generally be more active and fit for a longer period of time compared to if you just do like running. It also increases bone mineral density and keeps your bones strong. So as you're older, you're more likely to have balance issues. And if you fall when you're very elderly, like 80, 90, that could end up being a death sentence. So if you weight train up until old age, if you fall, you're much less likely to suffer a really bad injury that could actually kill you. Weight training also has unique benefits when it comes to neurological health. So it prevents Alzheimer's, dementia more than just running. It prevents age-related brain decline. So there's things like that where weight training has unique health benefits that you don't really get so much from just aerobic exercise. So you should do both, but it's hard to say which is better, like if one's better than the other. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Would you ever visit the States? Florida has some really good vegan spots and I feel like you would enjoy some nice weather and delicious vegan food on the beach.
I have visited Florida. I visited Disney World and I've also been to Orange County and I went to Universal Studios. I like Florida. The weather's really nice. So I'd be down to visit again. Thanks for the donation, though, Elroy Jetson.
Pocket. Now, this happened many, many times. Thousands of times, actually. In one incident, even an 8-year-old child was killed.
So, by the way, like, here's an instance where somebody is literally standing right next to other people when their pager went off. No one else got injured, it's just this dipshit. So the idea that tons of innocent people were harmed or killed, it's just bullshit. So far, I think there's only been one absolute confirmation that a child died. There might have been one other. I don't know if there's firm confirmation on that yet.
Times, actually. In one incident, even an 8-year-old child was killed. Why is this happening? Because we don't have...
This is the truth about veganism and COVID.
There was a co-VID, co-vegan identity movement. 19 was the year, or AI, or Alpha and Omega. And, you know, to move past it, everyone would have had to been vegan. And there might be something to reward you, but you didn't go vegan. God likes to surprise. If you went a year vegan or longer for other people, you'd have a reward. But this is just going to be a dead-ass life. No fulfillment. Suicide's going to go up. I went vegan, and I have a life. That's the reward. You'd have life if you went vegan.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Random Gal.
Have peace in the Middle East. These attacks killed 9 people, including an 8-year-old child, and wounded about...
By the way, let's not... let's not kind of muddy things. It was the 8-year-old child of a Hezbollah member. So, in all likelihood, if we were to imagine this child's, future life choices, if they didn't die, they'd probably stay a Muslim. They would probably be a jihadist and join the terror organization Hezbollah, just like their father did. So, am I particularly heartbroken that a child died, considering in all likelihood they're going to end up being a terrorist piece of shit? Not really. So I think that has to be taken into account when we consider some of the civilian casualties. VG, do you think about how many people take a shit while watching your stream? No, I've never really considered that.
About 2,800 people. Hundreds of pages.
Did you really say that Goodfellas is better than Casino? Are you gay? I've never seen Casino. I said Goodfellas is better than The Godfather, but I've never seen Casino. I don't know if it is better or not.
Carried by Hezbollah members in Lebanon blew up nearly simultaneously on Tuesday in an unprecedented attack that surpasses a series of covert assassinations and cyber attacks in the region over recent years in its scope and execution. The Iran-backed militant group...
By the way, it's looking more and more like my initial assumption about the attack was right. Israel intercepted the shipment of these pagers, and they planted explosives in these pagers. That's what is looking like what happened, because again, you don't really get explosions like this with lithium batteries.
Said the wireless devices began to explode around 3:30 p.m. local time in a targeted Israeli attack on its operatives. According to CNN, Israel was behind the attack, which was a joint operation between Israel's intelligence service, the Mossad, and the Israeli military. The Lebanese government condemned the attack as criminal Israeli aggression. Israel's
Yeah, they say that, but they've been firing rockets into Israel for 11 months, and they ended up killing, something like, 11 Israeli civilians over that period of time?
Military, which has engaged in tit-for-tat strikes with Hezbollah since the start of the war with Iran-backed Palestinian militant group Hamas in Gaza last year, has refused to comment publicly on the explosions. The pagers that exploded were new and had been purchased by Hezbollah in recent months, a Lebanese security source told CNN. The purpose of the attacks? Well, at least part of the message was to Hezbollah, we can reach you anytime, anywhere, at the day and moment of our choosing, and we can do it at the press of a button. What's the moral of the story? I don't know. You tell me in the comments. What do you think the moral of the story is here? The only good thing
The moral of the story is don't fuck with Israel. If you just chill, eat your fucking grapes and oranges, Israel isn't going to attack you. If you shoot rockets into Israel, you're gonna get fucked up, so fuck around, find out.
see in all of this is all the fruits and vegetables in the store. Other than that, peace is never going to come in the Middle East in the near future. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, what can I do to help? Well, to be honest, there's not much you can do to help in the Middle East, but peace begins on our own plates. Do you have peace in your home? Do you have corpses brought into your home? What about your own body? We need to stop pointing the finger at other countries and other people when we don't even have peace within. Another example of this is something that happened the very next day. Hezbollah walkie-talkies exploded across Lebanon. Explosives detonating on people in the middle of urban spaces, homes, grocery stores, hospitals, schools, those are acts of terrorism. An intelligent person exposed the news as being extremely uncaring and biased. Here's what they wrote. Earlier today, a Sky News correspondent called the Lebanon pager attack, which was almost certainly carried out by Israeli intelligence, particularly innovative. An article in
Hey VG, do you also feel more satisfied and less exhausted when you are edging during your FAP? When I rub one of without edging I feel more exhausted and the nut doesn't feel that good.
I don't know. I don't really think much when I'm whacking it. Thanks for the donation though, Sokiyashi.
The New York Times called it eye-catching. This is the same attack that killed 9 people, including 2 children, injuring nearly 3,000, caused mass eye injuries, and left 460 people needing surgery. Instead of showing care for the innocent victims who died, the Mail on Sunday commentator Dan Hodges said, "It's hard to think of a more sophisticated or targeted attack on a terror group than pagers. But what's sophisticated about killing a 9-year-old girl?"
Okay, this is one of the stupidest things that vegan teacher has ever fucking said. They're at war. There's hardly any circumstances ever where there aren't going to be any civilian casualties. So if you're going to complain about 2 civilians dying out of 3,000 Hezbollah members getting killed or injured, that is the most targeted and successful attack with the least amount of civilian casualties of any urban military operation ever in history. So why are you criticizing Israel for fucking doing this? And why aren't you talking about the about dozen people Hezbollah has ended up killing by sending fucking rockets over the border? It's just fucking stupid.
What's targeted about injuring thousands of people in civilian areas with no way of knowing who was holding the pagers at the time the bomb?
Again, they're Hezbollah members. You can assume with a high degree of certainty no one else is going to have access to these pagers.
Were detonated. How would you?
Yeah, that's one of the dumbest takes she's ever fucking had.
Police do. Going on over there. To eat animals. He let the comment go, which is great. So I'm reminding here that people should eat plants. Plants have protein. Words like kill or of Canada, which is my home country. Important it is to be out of the closet as a vegan because you can affect others. Cody writes, meat is murder. Meat, or really animal flesh, is not just the thing you buy at the grocery store. It's the body of someone who wanted to live. The body part of a once breathing individual. Stop eating animals. Go vegan and end speciesism. Then Cody goes on to tell his audience that they can even decorate their own shirts, such as the way that he did here. He simply wrote, meat is murder on his shirt, and he can wear this to school, he can wear this out wherever he goes, and it's a conversation starter. I really love the work that Cody is doing. I am absolutely ecstatic that he is such a great animal rights activist. If you have a chance, go over there and make sure that you tell him that that vegan teacher says hello. And speaking of saying hello, this is my beautiful dog, Bella. She has been vegan since August 2017. Bella just got back from a walk and she's just hanging out, making sure that I do my job properly, protecting the animals of the world. Bella eats vet-approved vegan dog food. Check it out online. Go Google some now. Next up, let's go and see what is going on over on Instagram. Instagram. What is new on Instagram? Right now we are looking at a video by a dude named Lifting Vegan Logic. I highly suggest that you follow his account. He is an ethical vegan. He is also a bodybuilder, and you can see how strong he is in many of his videos. Here he's making the point that the Holocaust never ended for the animals. One of the points that Danny brings up in this video is the music that this animal abuser uses. She uses this happy, upbeat music to make it seem like she's doing something good. But in fact, she is a murderer. She will betray these animals who have come to trust her. Another thing that Danny does in his video is he clearly puts the words across the screen there. Now he always uses the same background, red with white lettering. That is his branding. That's what he chooses to do every
Farms don't really allow this stuff. And I wonder if this is the face she makes in the music she's listening to when the dogs are gasping for air. She shows you the entire
putting cameras in to show exactly
possible. All farmers and all the M&S dairy farmers have a real connection with their animals. Dairy farmers will be with their animals every single day.
These gentle beings.
What a surprise.
Floor scraper.
You know, it's kind of funny. The kind of moral hypocrisy both meat eaters and vegans have. Because you've got fucking idiots like, Sky from Vegan, of course, and shit, saying, oh my god, you support violence. How can you ever say that it's okay to kill people for eating meat? Normies. Just normal, everyday, dickhead, non-vegans who eat at McDonald's every fucking day and shit. If you ask them, if you saw somebody doing this sort of shit to a dog, they'd be like, oh yeah, I'd fucking blow them away. I wish I had a shotgun to just blow their fucking head clean off. And then you have fucking vegans who are such cucked pussies. They support this like dumbass complete nonviolence policy where they're like, it's their personal choice. We're not gonna win this war with violence. Like, why in the hell wouldn't you want to take this fucker out? Like, really, is his life really that valuable that he really needs to abuse animals? Like you really want this dickhead going to his fucking job every day and beating the shit out of a fucking cow that didn't do anything to him? I just do not understand it. And, like, part of the reason they're doing this, too, is because they're worried, like, non-vegans are going to think they're extremists or something, and nobody's going to listen to them. If you ask non-vegans if it's okay to murder people who are abusing animals, they'll flat out tell you, oh, yeah. I wish I had a gun to just shoot everybody who's, like, abusing their fucking pets and shit. Why are we being such cucked pussies where it's like, no, violence is never the answer. Like, give me a fucking break. It is not a fucking moral issue to just get rid of these people from the fucking gene pool, alright? Like, get over yourself.
Vegan dogs are healthy in every way. This is the vegan food she eats. Google it today.
That's a nice dog.
Next, let's see what's over on Twitter, where most of the conversation occurs in typed form. And so that makes it really interesting. A lot of the smarter people, let's say, tend to end up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna react to Piers Morgan tonight. He has another fucking AIDS, fucking Israel-Palestine interview. Like, they're just so bad. He gets the most insane dickheads.
Because they are able to use their words and they are able to type actual sentences as opposed to something, let's say, like TikTok. Anyway, let's check out Twitter. What's new on Twitter? Now known as X. All right, Elon is writing poems now. Elon Musk is a billionaire who owns Tesla and who has sent rockets into outer space, and he is somebody who believes in science. He doesn't believe in fairy tales, but yet, right now he wrote a poem, which is very interesting. Let's read it together. Atheism left an empty space. Secular religion took its place, but left the people in despair. Childless hedonism, sans care.
That is the most ridiculous shit. So he's just copying Jordan Peterson. Care to provide like any fucking evidence for this claim? If you're talking about like if you're talking about secular values and you have like some pretty strong political opinions, you know, about, I don't know, trans rights, socialism, you know, crap like that, how in the fuck is that possibly a replacement for a religious belief? Like, they're not at all comparable. One is just dogmatic. Like there's just a set of values that supposedly come from an all-powerful being that you have to listen to, that are objectively true, and no matter if you disagree, you have to abide by those principles, or else there's actually a deity that you worship, and there's like rituals and shit like that involved. Like, when you're talking about political or ethical beliefs, like, you know, socialism or trans identities or trans rights, these are secular values that are based on, like, humanist concerns, and they are subject to change based on, say, new information, new scientific evidence. These values don't come from a god. They all values don't come from God, but again, the idea is none of these values come from God. They just come from our own interest to like benefit the human species. I don't know how the fuck anybody can like claim, oh, this leftism bullshit is a replacement for God. Like, what basis do you have to make that claim? Adam donated $2. So you remember how I sent you the link of the plagiarism of the vegan rapper in a song No Beef? Well, I find this song done by the same No Beef imitator correlating my vegan activism.
They want me to give it up. I remember I went with all in the trenches with that extendo. I like, they want me to give it up. I remember I went with all.
Okay, I don't understand, but thanks for the donation, Adam.
Maybe religion's not so bad to keep you from being sad. There are many right-wing people who believe in capitalism and who are against the woke movement, who have recently come out and said that they think that religion is a good thing. Now, what I suspect is that they think that we are too stupid and too unkind to be good, despite having no...
It's a grift. Elon Musk doesn't give two fucking shits about religion. It's just a grift. He's trying to make money from people like Jordan Peterson and, you know, get his audience on board with him. And on top of that, Elon Musk is a Nazi fascist. And a lot of these right-wing fascist regimes are Christian, or at the very least, you know, religious. So being a fascist and seeing this as a means to promote his fascism, he's going to support, you know, certain religious identities because the guy is a fascist. Like Elon Musk, he's pro-Russia. Well, what has Russia done? They've created like a pseudo, it's like a pseudo-Christian nationalist regime. Putin himself isn't religious. He's clearly atheist, but he's really promoted Christian values. And like, again, he's banned homosexuality and crap like that. It's just a way of promoting their fascism. That's all it is. This is just right-wing grifting bullshit.
No religion. Now, yeah, sure, we can all avoid being sad. For example, everybody can get drunk. Everybody can get stoned. That's what we can do. Or we can choose to believe in a sky daddy who doesn't exist. We can delude ourselves. Either way, it's not good for us.
That if you set her on fire, then you never loved her to begin with.
And if God sends us to hell, he never loved us to begin with.
Wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
God does love you.
Let me ask you a question, Eric, and this is a genuine question. Just yes or no. This is not a gotcha. I just genuinely want to know. Do you have anyone in your life that you genuinely love with all your heart?
Yeah.
What would that person have to do for you to condone them being tortured for all eternity?
I don't think Elon should be religious. I think he should be vegan.
What would that person have to do?
What choice would they have to make? What choices would that person have to make for you to be like, you know what, the best thing could happen right now is that you get tortured forever. That would be a really good thing. What would cause you to make that choice, that decision?
Nothing.
Yeah, me too.
You might be more moral than God.
It sounds like you are. It sounds like you're a lot of a better person than God is, because there's not a single thing my wife could possibly do that would make me want her to be hurt. So if God is like, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, the best thing that could happen is that you go to the lake of fire. That doesn't sound like love to me.
It is love because you...
Religion might not be so bad. Religion is terrible because it encourages the masses to think that unicorns exist, mermaids exist, reincarnation exists, someone can walk on water, women should wear scarves covering their hair. Now, I'm not saying that prayer is bad, but we have to be honest with ourselves. When we put our two hands together and we're praying essentially to the better part of ourselves. There's no God out there who's going to rescue us. God, in fact, doesn't exist. Oh, but before we do, this just in, a bunch of vegans waiting for the protein deficiency to kick in. The guy on the right has been vegan for 6 years, the other two for 8 years. Anyway, let's carry on. If God is all-knowing, and he created humans who fucked up this world, if God is all-knowing...
Okay, let's see if Frank has any new content. No new vids, no new shorts. Alright.
Rich with deliciously sweet pomegranate seeds and fragrant, fresh Thai basil. You can now enjoy this creamy curry with absolute confidence. Boy, that just looks sensational. Wow, that is an explosion of so many different amazing flavors. Visually, this is like a work of art. It's just sensational. From that first bite, you are definitely welcomed with a kick, and there's that heat from the chili peppers, and yet there's that fruitiness from the coconut milk, and those beautiful ruby red pomegranate seeds just balance out that spicy heat with a little natural sweetness. The eggplant is incredibly tender, and there's that earthy umami from the soy sauce and that delightfulness from the baby corn and the canned bamboo. The Thai basil adds this lightness and this beautiful pop of green color. The curry is just so rich and so glossy. It just gets absorbed into that fluffy white rice. The combination of flavors in that sweet, salty, spicy is just so extraordinary. This definitely makes it to the list of one of the easiest, quickest recipes to make even on your busiest weeknights. This episode is a bit of a companion video to one of the recipes found in the Young Man Cooking cookbook.
I want food.
The former president speaking tonight just northeast of Pittsburgh, his second Pennsylvania stop of the day. Moments ago, as you heard, he raised the possibility that a Harris victory could be the country's last ever election. He cited, and I quote, "Somebody I heard the other day, I mean a pretty smart person." Also tonight, breaking news, Vice President Harris weighing a trip to the southern border on Friday.
You a fan
plus
of
new
Dahl?
polling
I do like
and
Dahl.
much more. We're going to get perspective now from the husband and wife team of Mary Madeline and James Carville. They're the focus of a new CNN Films documentary airing October 5th, 7 Eastern, titled Carville, Winning is Everything, Stupid. I want to start with you with just quick polls.
Beans and Nutellers, does this old stationary bike look worth it? I know nothing about them, but could use one for winter 180 CAD. Do you know what brand it is? For something old and used, and I don't even know what brand it is. Like, I mean, I got my Sunny Tang health and fitness bike on Amazon, and I think I paid like, what, $300 for it? And that was brand new. That one was pretty decent. Like, this is old. I don't know what brand it is. 180 CAD seems like a bit much. I'd try to bargain down to... If the guy's asking 120 euros, I'd, like, try to bargain it down to, like, 80 euros. It's just an old spin bike. It's also not magnet resistant, so... The pads, the resistance pads, might also be pretty worn down. So I wouldn't, like, I'd try to bargain with the guy down to like 80 euros. He's asking a bit too much for it. Like, this seems pretty old given the, like, electronics on it. It's also not magnetic resistant. It doesn't use an eddy current or anything. It's just, you know, friction. So these friction pads might be worn. You need to replace them. I would go over there, check it out, see how you like it, and try to bargain down to 80, because he's kind of asking too much for it. Thanks for the donation, though, Beans. A lot of stationary bikes are just fucking weird and uncomfortable, too. You really have to go over there and sit on the bike and see if it's, like, awkward or anything. But I hope that helps.
NBC, CBS both released national polls showing Vice President leading nationally. New York Times Siena poll shows former president ahead in Sunbelt states, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. When you see these numbers, what do you think?
You know, I say this, and it sounds like the polls going to say all kinds of different things. I'm just thinking, in this century, other than maybe 2008, all the polls showed a really tight race. 2000 was really tight. 2004 was really tight. 12 was really tight. 16 was clearly a lot tighter. And the public average was only like 2%.
I mean, Trump underperformed in those 16 and 20
Right,
polls.
and something will break one way or the other. But I don't think that we're going to get a good sense of this through polling. And we'll wait and see. But it hasn't changed a whole lot. It really hasn't.
What is your sense that who's winning? What's your sense right now?
You know, every day I think about who's going to. Every minute I think about who's going to win. Is a minute I'm not thinking of how we can win, and I just can't. And of course, like anybody else, I see the polls. I talk to people about them, but you know, I'm like, if Harris does 1, 2, 3, she can win. If she doesn't do 1, 2, 3, she can lose, and that's honestly the best I can come up with.
What did you think of your former boss, Dick Cheney, endorsing Harris?
I love that. Dick Cheney has turned from Darth Vader to Captain America.
You have, Donald Trump talking about Haitians eating cats and dogs. His candidate in North Carolina, revealed as talking about himself as a black Nazi on a porn site.
Yeah.
He brought a 9/11 conspiracy theorist to 9/11 memorial ceremonies. Why do you think it's this close?
Do I think it is?
Yeah.
I think it's more than close. Of course it's close. You just said it was close.
But it's close in the polling. I'm not convinced that it's going to be close on Election Day. I'll say this. If there's 7 swing states, the most least likely scenario is it breaks 4-3. It always gets and again, every race other than maybe 2008 has been close right up to Election Day. Mm-hmm. And I could be wrong, but it's going to break in one direction or the other. I really believe that.
Tellers, can you please debate vegan teacher on Hezbollah pagers being justified?
War in Ukraine, and I think it's
also, yeah, next time I talk to her, I'll tell her about it. Trump blasts Zelensky, says the Ukrainian president refuses to make deal. What a fucking idiot.
something we have to have a quick discussion about because the president of Ukraine is in our country and he's making little nasty aspersions toward your favorite president. Those cities are gone. They're gone. And we continue to give billions of dollars to...
Well, there you go. So this explains why Trump doesn't like Zelensky. Zelensky criticized him. That caused narcissistic injury. And now, because his ego is hurt, he just hates Zelensky and he's pro-Russia. Because Putin said nice things about him, Zelensky said not so nice things about him, so he likes Russia and not... Like, this guy, like, what? Like, it's just insane how he's a presidential candidate. Like, Jill Stein is a more serious candidate than fucking Donald Trump, and that's saying something. Like, Jill Stein is a fucking insane moron. But people take Trump seriously.
To a man who refuses to make a deal, Zelensky.
All of this comes...
Dodo and HLRs, can you message her on Discord or something? Also, I think people like Avi and even TYT will be surprised how good Kamala Harris is with foreign policy and like handling Israel. TYT will call her a Zionist because she's been doing foreign policy for the last 4 years quietly. Well, you know, that's just TYT. But I'll message that vegan teacher. Try to talk
After
to her.
Zelensky visited an ammunition plant in Pennsylvania earlier this week, where he was thanking workers who are making the critical munitions that are being used in his country's war against Russia. He was there, as you can see here, alongside Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro. But that all set off a firestorm on Capitol Hill today, where the Republican House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer said he's going to open an investigation into the matter, as House Speaker Mike Johnson directly accused Zelensky of interfering in the 2024 election and demanded that he fire the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S.
Wow.
I know VG Trump is such a lowlife.
He is. He is indeed. Like, just the way the guy thinks. He's not a person you should take seriously. Like, his decisions on foreign policy are entirely made based on who says nice things to him. Well, it's just crazy that, you know, people are considering this guy to run the country. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Can you react to this next? Starting at 1:08 and 21 seconds, Walsh says gay marriage is illegitimate in front of Gillian Michaels, who is a woman.
Well, she's lesbian too, right? 1:08:21. Well, Matt Walsh is a retard. He debated Joe Rogan about this, and he literally had no argument, like, whatsoever. He was just like, well, gays shouldn't be married. That's just the way it is. Thanks for the donation, though, Flower.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, it's about fucking time to see this news with Rudy Giuliani and his law license. Get fucked.
Rudy Giuliani permanently disbarred in Washington, D.C. Well, that's good. That was obviously coming. But, it amazes me that this guy was ever a lawyer. I don't know if he's, like, become senile, but, just listening to him talk about how, oh, the court wouldn't allow me to submit evidence when he's a lawyer. He understands that there's a time frame in which you can submit evidence. You can't just, after discovery, submit new evidence for no fucking reason. Like, either he's just a fucking liar and manipulative dipshit, or he's just gone completely fucking senile. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I know Trump is not even quaffed to be vulture food, let alone the leader of the free country.
Yeah, if vultures ate Trump, they'd probably get sick. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I do hope that Zelensky does the right thing. It was wildly inappropriate what happened, and we cannot have foreign nations interfering in our elections, and I think that's what it amounted to.
Of course, I should note, as we are taking all of this in, that Trump himself is...
Sorry, Mike Johnson claims Zelensky is interfering in U.S. elections? Is he out of his fucking mind?
Has hosted a series of world leaders at Mar-a-Lago in recent months and recent days, really. That includes the prime ministers of Qatar, Hungary, and Israel. And I'm joined now by Democrat.
Racist donated $2. Reverse racism has gotten worse, unironically, and if you disagree, you're George Floyd. There's no such thing as reverse racism. Racism is just racism.
White people. White people, they straight, They just like me, Okay. They straight, they just stay white and we black,
My opinion?
Yeah. What's your feelings?
I have no opinion.
Okay. Just,
okay.
All white people ain't in the same boat, you know what I'm saying? Because like you, if you was a prejudiced white man, you wouldn't be standing here talking to us, right? Sure. So I don't have anything against you. But it's a few of us, see, by us living in this neighborhood, it's a few of them around here that just don't agree with us being here. You see what I'm saying? You could tell the ones that don't want us here, because when they see us walk down the street, they across the street. You see what I'm saying? So those are the ones that just ain't no good for us.
Okay. I have a negative vibe toward a white person for the simple fact that, the black person as a man, we consider a minority. I don't consider myself a minority because I'm not in no projects. I can stand for mine. I'm a man before I'm anything. Right. Well, usually whenever I see a white man, when I first just look at him, I'm like, there goes somebody who with a suit and tie, got a job downtown, working good, got the house, and when they broke, they got about a couple of hundred in their pocket. Right. When we broke, we got a couple of quarters or something like that. It still ain't equality as everybody say it is out here. It's still separated. It might not be as obvious as it was then, but it's still, we're getting it's racist against us. People are we're still down, okay?
Okay, thanks for the donation, racist.
So tell me why, and I've watched a little bit, but tell me why this is so alarming to you if one family does something different than yours. And it's not to say I don't agree with you. I do think children need a mother and a father. However, I would prioritize love first, because not all fathers are great and not all mothers are great. But tell me how you feel.
So there's research on this. Children do not need a mother and a father. They can have a mother and a mother and a father and a father. Gay couples are just as good at raising children. And if you don't adjust for socioeconomic status, gay people on average are actually better at raising children because they tend to be wealthier. But adjusting for socioeconomic status, no difference in outcomes. Kids are no less likely to become drug addicts or get arrested or drop out of school or be abused or anything like that.
About it.
Sure. So a couple things, just to start at the end and then work my way back.
Yeah.
The point about my farther right positions alienating people who would otherwise agree with me on the other stuff.
You don't care.
Well,
Just
okay.
think big picture, though.
You stole my thunder. Well, I basically don't care.
He says he doesn't care, but he wants to ban gay marriage, so that's a lie.
I care in the sense that like I want people to listen to what I'm saying, so I do care about that. But I believe what I believe. I'm not ever going to compromise that or hide from it or be embarrassed about it.
You've heard reports of Iran hacking the Trump campaign's staff. Media has got a hold of the campaign's confidential dossier of J.D. Vance, outlining his political vulnerabilities. A reporter published the link and Elon has taken down their account.
Oh, isn't that funny? The guy who made a big deal about fucking Joe Biden's son's laptop is fucking hiding, a damning report against J.D. Vance. Oh, isn't that funny? Weird. So much for free speech and everything. I haven't heard anything about that, but that is interesting. I mean, J.D. Vance is just a fucktard. I don't know why you'd even have to investigate that guy. He's just an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
If you went to prison or the military, would they accommodate your vegan diet?
Prison would. The military, not so much. So in prison, they do have to give you vegan meals by law in Canada. In the military, though, I don't think there is that mandate. I actually have a friend who joined the military. I think he might still be in the reserves. He had a really rough time. He told me all he could eat was like corn for like months. And when they would do field exercises where in the training he was doing, they weren't at the normal military base thing, and they'd be out in the middle of nowhere in the woods. And he wouldn't have had literally anything to eat, but his commanding officer was really friendly, and he bought like 10 packs of Vega protein bars for him to eat. So you can be vegan in the Canadian military, but like it's kind of ass. It's doable. I've also known some Marines who are vegan. I think I've met one person who was in the Navy SEALs who went through SEAL training as a vegan. But it's extremely difficult. Like every story I've heard, they either had to starve for weeks on end and they lost like fucking 40 pounds over the course of like a month, or they can only eat like corn or some stupid shit like that. So it's doable. It can be done, but it's not like the best circumstance. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer.
Moreover, he's suppressing and banning accounts who post the link and even screenshots of it. It's publicly available if you just Google Vance dossier. The address to multiple of his properties is included, and that's the excuse Elon is publicly going with.
Okay. So apparently leaking somebody's address is a problem, even though I'm pretty sure literally everybody already knows where JD Vance lives. It's not like that's hard to figure out. But apparently spreading nude images of somebody online is perfectly fine with Elon Musk. Like, that was the big problem with the Hunter Biden laptop. There were just tons of nude photos that were getting shared on fucking Twitter. And then Twitter obviously acted and took down those posts. And then Elon Musk, apparently Hunter Biden's huge penis would have affected the election results, and he made a big huff about it. But this, like, give me a fucking break. All right, I'll check out that Newsweek article later. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo Donatellar is crazy. If you were being illegally held and questioned by the police nonstop for 12 hours a day for 7 days a week, do you think you might confess to a crime you didn't commit? Or would you keep going for as long as it took?
A Japanese court has...
You'd never get me to confess to a crime I didn't commit. Like, I'm not dumb. I'm also not, like, a weak, easily manipulated person, so... Cops can try whatever the fuck they want. I guess I'd just be sitting in a room for quite a while, but yeah, you're not ever gonna get me to confess.
Has acquitted the world's longest-serving death row convict. Iwao Hakamada spent nearly half a century on death row after his 1968 conviction for the murder of his boss, the man's wife and 2 children. He was granted a retrial in 2014 after his lawyers argued that police fabricated key evidence. Hakamada was released from prison then, but was not cleared of the charges due to Japan's justice system. Hakamada is 88 years old. Well, for more on this, let's speak to journalist Sonia Black.
This happens all the time, by the way. The police are fundamentally corrupt, and the reason they do this is one of 2 things. They do this out of what they consider to be a righteous action. Okay, we don't have enough evidence to to convict the guy, but we know he's guilty. So to make sure a criminal doesn't go back out on the streets, we'll fabricate evidence, lie, do whatever we need to do to get the guy convicted. Or it's a completely cynical decision just to get more convictions on their record. So they want to get promotions, they want to get raises, they do that by getting more convictions. So they'll lie, fabricate evidence, do whatever they need to do to convict you. Happens all the fucking time. They do this constantly. It happens more than most people are fucking aware. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, 10% of the time, this is what's going on.
Blaszka, who's in Tokyo. Sanya, great to see you again. So give me a little bit more detail about this case, if you could. He was convicted in the 1960s, but then released a decade ago. So what led to the retrial and now this acquittal?
It's been really an extreme ordeal for this man. I mean, he was convicted in 1968. His death penalty was finalized in 1980. And right after, his team tried the first time to get a retrial, and that took almost 30 years to be more or less heard. And all this time was spent with prosecutors going back and forth. The issue is that a lot of information is not given to the defending team, and the whole process in the Japanese judicial system is very lengthy. So that's relatively normal, so to speak, unfortunately, that trials drag on for a long, long time. And he spent all this time, like 45 years, in solitary confinement. And all of this because probably he was coerced to a confession after 19 days spent in interrogation, 12 hours a day. And later he said, I did not do it, but then everything was already underway and the trains could not be stopped, so to speak.
Sonia, is this case sparking a discussion about reforming the judicial system?
Yes, it is. A lot of people feel sympathy for him and do feel that he's been wronged by the system. There is now definitely a momentum to.
So, by the way, in Japan, you are not afforded the same rights as you are in the United States. So this shit, especially prevalent in Japan.
To some change, although it's really difficult to say whether this so-called hostage system in Japan will be revised anytime soon. Things don't change quickly in Japan, unfortunately, and so it remains to be seen.
Yep, boomers are in charge of Japan, so you're not going to see much change.
And also, in my worldview, everything I believe, there's a coherence in what I believe. They all, it's not like it's a random hodgepodge, I have a core value system. And as I think everybody does, I would hope, although I question that sometimes.
I was going to say, yeah.
But yeah, maybe everyone doesn't. That's part of the problem. But I have a core value system. Everything I believe springs from that core value system. And so it all points back to that. And I also think that you can't.
Can you react?
Let me take a look.
Funding for psychiatry and mental health services have been grossly underfunded compared to the other areas of healthcare. Of particular concern in this area are services to minority populations. Most of the public services in this area are available in French only. It is only in the last 10 years that we have had a group dedicated to trying to help the English population in this area.
How appropriate to answer that question in French, like an absolute fucking dickhead. Bro, Trudeau is not a complete dumbass. He knows exactly what he's doing. He is literally just trolling them.
I would really appreciate your comments on this subject.
Like he's actually a dickhead.
Merci. Thank you. Si vous permettez, je réponds en français pour que tout le monde puisse entendre. Mais merci de votre utilisation de nos deux langues officielles au pays.
There aren't enough English language health services here. Yes, bonjour, je suis, merci beaucoup, 69, 60, baguette.
On est au Québec, donc je vais répondre en français.
What a fucking asshole. Dude, he's literally, this is why people don't like him. He just goes out of his way to be a fucking dickhead.
It'd be easy to say, well, I could be more effective on the gender issue and the race issue if I would just stop.
Soften it. Just soften it, man.
If I come over to the left a bit on.
You feel like you'd feel disingenuous.
Right. What? Go to the left on gay marriage. Go to the left on things like abortion. But even if that was the case, I still wouldn't do it because, again, I believe what I believe. But I also think that I actually wouldn't be as effective on those things because if I'm effective at all on these issues, it's because I'm being honest and direct and transparent about what I believe. I think I'm being authentic and people can tell that. And nobody wants to listen to someone. Even if what you're saying is very smart, if people don't think that you're authentic, they won't listen to you. So I would even argue that probably ultimately the fact that I'm very open about these other things that I know are unpopular positions, but I think it might actually help me on these it might actually help people listen on the other things because they know that, look, if I'm saying, I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it.
I'm not seeing that. I'd see every single conversation about the craziness on the left get shut down because of certain issues on the right. But I get what you're saying, and that's something that you feel is a compromise to your integrity, and I appreciate it. Okay, so tell me why a family living independently of your family is upsetting, and you've described the definition of marriage. But I've looked up the definition of marriage. I don't see it say. I mean, I got Wiki. I went to the well on this one. Merriam-Webster. What am I missing? So Merriam-Webster.
What did Webster say?
The state of being united as spouses in a consensual and contractual relationship recognized by law. What am I missing about? Because I've heard you get very deep into the definition. It's
He's a Christian nationalist, and if you want to get very specific, he's a ethno-Christian nationalist. So he doesn't care about the legal definition. He cares about his ideological religious definition. He believes that no one else should have rights under the law unless they're Christian.
It's a procreative union. But then you also get into the conversation of what about the married couples that don't have kids? Tell me what's the deep offense? I just want to understand it because.
Well, here's what I would say. You said, well, how does
Is it religious?
Well, it's part of my faith. I don't deny that. I also think that what I'm saying, even if I didn't have a deep Christian faith, my stance on marriage and the family, I think, would probably be the same.
Sure,
Now, it's
it would.
impossible to say that because you take my faith away from me, I'm a totally different person. So who knows what I would say? So your question was, well, how does someone have a gay couple? How does that impact my family? And the answer is that an individual. So you, for example.
Well, for example, gay people disgust me, and I want them exterminated. So I don't see why I would want gay people to be married, because it would legitimize their existence. It would give them same rights under the law that I have. So I want to slowly erode their rights away so that we can get to a point where we can literally exterminate gay people. That's what he wants to say. But that's what he can't say, because if he said that, bye-bye YouTube channel, nobody would take him seriously, he wouldn't be able to promote his crypto-fascism, and try to convince people into supporting a worldview that they don't really support, but they're just useful idiots, and he won't be able to get to his ethno-nationalist Christian fucking state that he wants.
Take me.
Right. You individually don't have any impact on me or on my family, obviously. We're not walking around every day. We don't like get up in the morning and we're like, oh man, Jillian Michaels is we can't
Get married.
Can't make breakfast this morning because it's not, that's of course not what's happening, and I would never claim that. The issue is it's a societal. It's an issue in society. It's a societal wide issue that when a society abandons what has always been recognized as the definition and meaning and purpose of the marital union, when they abandon what marriage is, that has vast implications for society. And
then because I'm.
Yeah, so this argument makes absolutely no fucking sense, because there's always going to be different religious minorities or religious majorities. It may be the case that atheists remain a minority, or, secular. Like, there are people who are personally religious but support secular values. So this idea that society is going to be completely go extinct and everybody is going to be having sex with monkeys or something because people have secular values and just believe any two particular people, as long as they're consenting adults, can get married, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. Gay people getting married does not affect his own fucking religious beliefs, or the religious beliefs of his family, or the religious beliefs of the people who are a part of his religion. It's fucking retarded. So again, this guy is a crypto-fascist. He wants to try to convince people to take away gay rights so that eventually we can get to a point where being gay is just outright outlawed. You're just not allowed to be gay. And if you are, you can get locked in prison or executed, or will do some like weird fucking inhumane experiments where we try to breed out the gay gene with eugenics. Son Goku donated $2. Bruh is still coping his lack of weight loss. My first 5K life update. Ready to break through my plateau. Current weight 220, starting weight 230, goal is 190. He eats too much. Dude, that is crazy how fat he is at 220. Like, he really needs to get very light in order to, like, not be chubby. Like, he'd realistically have to probably go for, like, maybe a 160, 170 pound body weight. Like, that body composition at 220, I don't know how tall he is. Is he, like, fairly short, like 5'6" or something? Because right now, I'm 237, almost 240, so 20 pounds more than him, and massively different body composition. Like, I don't have fat hanging off, like, over my fucking shorts. I also don't have boobs. Yeah, this guy really should aim for, like, 160, probably.
I'm working out, but the weight's not coming. So I'm gonna adjust a few things. I'm gonna lift more weights, do slightly less cardio. I'm gonna see if I can get more rest. But first 5K done, we're going all the way.
This guy just eats too much. I don't know why the fuck he doesn't try to take semaglutide. The problem is he just eats too much. Like, it's hilarious. He claims he's in a caloric deficit, but he's not losing weight. By definition, he wouldn't be in a caloric deficit. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
The girl asked to go to a vegan restaurant with me. I think she is testing the waters before she makes a decision, but I don't know if I can go. I got a lot to do tomorrow. Updating my license, and social to Axel, and everything after physical therapy.
Alright, well, if she's willing to go out to a vegan restaurant with you, like, why not? Alright, well, have fun with all that busy work. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Is 6 foot 243 fat? That's an incredibly stupid question. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
This video is for all the people who seem to think Kamala Harris is all about supporting the Second Amendment because of her recent statements. You know the ones I'm talking about. And the manufacture, distribution, sale, and transfer of firearms and ammunition within San Francisco. And ban city residents from possessing handguns within San Francisco. And confiscated the guns people already had by giving them 4 months to turn them in without legal consequence. Not only did Kamala support this law, she sponsored it. Although Mayor Gavin Newsom, who has not taken position, several of the city's most liberal leaders are supporting the far-reaching ban.
So, giving her the benefit of the doubt, given that she was in California, there's political games, right? So if you want to get ahead within your political party, you kind of have to play by the party rules. So if the, big heads are telling you we need to ban guns, you kind of go along with it to, advance your political career. That might have been the case. Given the totality of everything she's said, she probably is apolitical when it comes to guns. So the fact that you hear her say, yeah, she sponsors a handgun ban and mandatory buyback or confiscation. She's talked about an assault weapon ban, and now that the election is coming and she's up against Trump, she's saying, oh, I'm a gun owner, I'm pro-Second Amendment, to not scare away some of the, more moderate conservatives who might vote left. She's probably just apolitical, doesn't really give a shit. She has her own private security. It's not really something that she'd personally have to worry about. So it's really whatever's going to work for her at the time. But yeah, typical, political bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Pancakeus donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. He is like a pancake. Oh my god, he's so red and blue. Just like a pancake. I don't know why, but when I look at that bird, I think pancakes. Imagine eating pancakes with this bird. Just sharing a nice big plate of pancakes. Oh my god, that's a nice bird. So handsome. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, it's a pika. My goodness. He's got a little branch that he's taken. Oh my god. Look at all that. Oh my goodness. He's jumping around. He's all excited. Oh my god, that's a nice pika. I'd like to give that little guy just a big bunch of pumpkin seeds. Wow, that's a nice pika. Oh my god. Whoa. That's a Hyrax in that person's bed. Jesus Christ, where do you get a Hyrax? That's a good Hyrax. Oh my god. Those are really good prairie dogs. You can tell they're friends. Those prairie dogs are friends. Those are nice. You know, I might just want to visit there for the memes. That looks like a pretty entertaining place to live. What the? He's like drunk on the bumper cart rides? What the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Pancakeus.
Just like what the Nazis thought.
Yep. Same basic idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I lesbian.
I like lesbians. Thanks for the donation, Nora Webb.
I'm saying everything I find is matrimony or wedlock, culturally, often legally recognized union between two people called spouses. It establishes rights and obligations between them, as well as them and their children, if any, between them and their in-laws. What is the definition that you have that's outside of what's in the dictionary? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to understand. Is it religious? And then which religion? Because there's different definitions.
Dude, I wish I could debate Matt Walsh on this issue. I'd make it so blatantly obvious that this guy is a fucking fascist. He's literally claiming, it's the same idea Hitler had too. As soon as Hitler took power, he eliminated all opposition parties within the German government. Like, if he's claiming we need to prevent people from expressing their religious views in a way that I don't agree with, that is fascism. Like it just is. He's literally saying any opposing viewpoints are a threat to my idea of a Christian nationalist rule. There's no other reason for why you'd want to ban gay marriage other than you want to create some sort of Christian nationalist rule. Because gay marriage does not threaten his own religious beliefs, his own values. He's worried that people seeing these alternative lifestyles where you don't need to be Christian, you don't need to follow some heteronormative lifestyle and marry a woman or marry a man, like somebody of the opposite sex. He's worried people seeing this will make them realize there are better alternatives to his worldview. And then more and more people are going to leave Christianity. So he just wants to force people to follow his religious ideals. It's like the definition of fucking fascism. And it's what's funny is like this is the same kind of guy who's like, oh, we need like open public debate, freedom of speech, battle of ideas. He knows his ideas cannot hold up under scrutiny, and that's why he needs to force his values on others. Like, it's just such a joke. He knows Christianity just fucking loses whenever there's any sensible secular opinions.
Again, just like the Nazis.
Yes, you are right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Zoo donated $2, part 1, funny.
This is very good.
That's kind of cringe.
You say in your book, there is no history of the black man settling down with one woman,
right,
and never desiring to have another, before
right,
slavery, during slavery, or after slavery.
That's
the black
the
man
truth.
has never been recorded to have just one woman.
Right.
She's pretty cute.
Well, I think there's some actual facts we can look at on that. Monogamy has failed for the white man in America.
But this is like saying it's okay.
It's not me saying it's okay. This is how they're living. I'm giving you the history of what their life is. Black men haven't been waiting on me to tell them it's all right to have more than one woman. Neither have white men. You know, this is just what they do. I'm not talking about fornication and adultery. I'm not talking about one-night stands and running around rampant with other women. That's not the kinds of, when I say more than one woman relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that before we came to America, our men had more than one wife and family.
Like, it's just an absolute fact. Most men would prefer having multiple romantic partners. It's an absolute fact. She's not wrong here. This is just what men prefer. It's just that most men don't have that sort of opportunity. So either their romantic partners would refuse to be with them if they did that, or they're not desirable enough for either, one, a woman to tolerate that sort of lifestyle, or two, to even find two women who'd be willing to even date them. The only reason that well, I wouldn't say the only reason, but like really the main reason that I've been monogamous for this amount of time is just because of how fucking antisocial I am. I hate most people. I don't want to be around most people. I just don't have the mental energy to juggle two different romantic partners. I just don't want to deal with most people, and Jasmine's one of the few women I've ever met that I actually want to fucking be around, spend time with. If there were more women like Jasmine, or just, they don't even necessarily have to be like Jasmine in every way, it's just, if there were more women that I was just interested in, I'd probably have multiple romantic partners, in all likelihood. But yeah, I mean, it's just a fact. Most men do want to have multiple romantic partners. Like, there's no getting around that.
And we were satisfied with it. because we had not met the monogamy idea. We had not met the American white woman who, insists on certain kinds of values in her man. We had not learned envy and jealousy. All right, after coming here, those kinds of ideas were bred into us because of society and the mores that the Americans made up here. And so then we started to have problems with that. But I think that since it is apparent that most of them, not all of them, it's certainly up to the man, do love more than one woman. I got tons of mail. A lot of black men write and tell me that they have had 2 women for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, and they can't even get the women to speak to each other. Sometimes they have 2 families,
Would I
2
want
sets of
to, but
children.
Sharon, would I want to talk to a woman who's sharing perhaps the bed and the money and the social life with who I would deem as my man?
If you want to deal in reality, and if you are not insecure, and if you don't think that that robs you of something, you would want to know them. If he loves her, you certainly should want to know her.
There are a lot of black women out there who say,
Oh, I know
"Sister,
they're mad about that idea. I understand,
that
And
would
that's
never
not
hold
easy.
water."
Wait a minute, and that's not easy. And that's a frightening thought to most of us. And I don't like that. I'm not for that. I'm in agreement with everybody else. Our men ought to just have 1 woman. But that is not the reality. I'm trying to get us to deal with some reality for a change. Stop dealing with fantasy. Stop dealing with television. Stop dealing with imagination of how.
By the way, like, this kind of makes perfect evolutionary sense too. It's a battle of genes, right? Like, that's kind of what evolution is. It's a battle of genes, and genes get propagated either through just natural selection or sexual selection. Those are the 2 primary ways, genes get propagated. So if you have better physical fitness to withstand, stresses within your environment, you're going to pass on your genes more. Sexual selection also plays into it, right? So men who are more desirable to women, like dudes who are jacked, strong, good-looking, appear to have, genes that are good for, fitness, more intelligence, more wealth, they're going to be appealing to more women. And if those types of men have more romantic partners, those ideal genes that make you physically stronger, more resistant to, whatever could kill you in the wild, genes that affect intelligence and industriousness, where you can get more wealth, more resources, they're going to be passed on more if you're going to have multiple romantic partners. So, yeah. Men in general want to have multiple romantic partners. A lot of women don't really want to deal with that these days. But it is very fucking clear. Women in general are more okay with their, man dating multiple women than men are okay with their woman dating multiple men. So there is probably there's probably something to it,
How we wish things were. Let's deal with them how they are, what it is, present tense. And
But
if we
because
deal with
that's
that,
happening
then
doesn't mean I have to like that or
no,
want
that
to
means
accept
that you
that.
can live in hell. That means you can live in doubt. That means that you can always be checking on your man. That means that you can be insecure and be, tearful. And that means you can be disappointed when you find out the real truth. And you don't want to have that in your life. None of us do. But in order not to have that, then we have to deal with some reality and recognize that men are not limited in the way that women are. Men are able to love more than one woman. I'm not talking about, as I said, just a random sexual relationship of fornication and adultery and all of that. I mean that there are many black men who have children by more than one woman. What is to become of those children? They need their father.
But if you would cheat on me or walk out on me...
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We have to get into definition. Who told us that was cheating? Where did that idea come from that that's cheating? And I'm not saying that a lot of men are not just running around. I'm not talking about that. Mm-hmm. But if a woman finds out that her man has been with a woman while she's been with him for 3 or 4 or 5 years, that's a serious commitment and relationship. And if it hasn't taken any...
Well, that kind of depends. So, yeah, I mean, you can have a side chick that you just meet up for sex for like 3, 4, 5 years. It doesn't mean it's a serious relationship.
anything from me, if I'm not going short of anything, and if this is what he thinks his responsibility is, then what kind of hell are you going to go through to prevent that? Since we cannot stop him, we have not been successful. The white woman has not been successful in stopping the white man from having another woman. They call them a mistress. We pick up a lot of that terminology. But a man who has 2 women, that's not necessarily a mistress. That's just his other woman. Now we got 2 choices. We can be the woman or the other woman. We don't have but those 2. Now I know we don't like that. I don't like that. You know, but that's the reality of our life at some point. Now it's up to the man. But every man.
I don't entirely disagree with her. She said some things that, like, you know, that last thing that was kind of stupid, but I don't entirely disagree with her. Play this game, nigga. I've actually played this on stream. I'm not a huge fan of the first Ninja Gaiden on Xbox or the, you know, remaster, you know, Sigma. It was okay, especially at first, but later levels are just, like, it's janky, awkward, weird. Ninja Gaiden 2, in my opinion, was way fucking better. So, I have played this on stream before. I just don't love this game. This guy was really cool, though. He was the final boss. Thanks for the donation, Zoo.
I remember when you used to really like to eat pumpkin. Have you had any recently? I remember this on stream you had pumpkin with I think cinnamon on it was one of your cheat days. You ate a lot of fries that day too. Then you debated some dumb fuck retard.
I've never really eaten much pumpkin. The only time I've had pumpkin was when I would go down to downtown Toronto and either get Idle Vital or Vitalife Vegan, and they made pumpkin stew, and I would eat that. And a few times I made vegan pumpkin pie, I think like twice. But I've never really been that much of a pumpkin eater, and like a few times I've had some pumpkin like desserts, like a pumpkin cupcake or something. I do like pumpkin. I just haven't really eaten it much. I like pumpkin bread. Pumpkin bread is just fucking out of this world insane. People are like, I don't know why banana bread is more common than pumpkin bread. Pumpkin bread is the fucking shit. But thanks for the donation, Axel. Appreciate it. T8 matches. I can face you in T8 in about 15-20 minutes. So just ask me another 15-20 minutes and we can play some T8 matches. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots.
Okay, well, maybe react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
My god, I knew Matt Walsh was bad before, but even I did not think he was this evil.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious he's a massive dipshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let's watch your new favorite tranny. Let me see.
Who wants to know the secret for YouTube Shorts? It's one of the strangest things you'll ever see. There's a little checkbox, and that checkbox says, if you want to notify your subs of the upload. And you know what you do?
You don't.
You uncheck that box. Why would we do this, chat? Why would we uncheck the box to notify subscribers? Well, the way that the algorithm works on a lot of these platforms is if you have a bunch of subs and it sends it out to those subs and they don't interact with it, it goes, wait a minute, people aren't interacting with this. I won't waste my time with it. Many people who subscribe to you will eventually be dead accounts. They don't log in anymore, they don't look at YouTube, they may not interact with your stuff, etc. If you turn this off, it sends it only to people who aren't subscribed to you yet, which means live active users. So when you...
Yeah, I knew that. I think I've seen that exact video before.
How do you gamify stuff? I'll give you an example. You ever done homework before, right? So
I've got to take a piss really bad. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. That is better. Oh, dude.
So, like, let's say that you do homework and you do the homework and you spend 24 hours on it and you don't get any feedback and then you go turn it in. People with ADHD generally are not going to do this. If you take the same homework and you turn it into a question answer program that gives them results right after they type in their answer immediately, they're going to do it faster than pretty much anyone else. They'll be done because this one gives immediate results. Do that with every task that you have. Write down a list of, like, let's say you have 5 things to do and you put down your list of your 5 things and make the first thing on that list you finishing the list. So the moment you finish writing the list, you mark off the first thing and saying, I finished the list. Now you have 4 things to do and you already started. Things like this. Tiny stuff to trick you into going like, I made an accomplishment.
Yeah, that is good advice. That's kind of what I do. It's also it's almost the time of year for hot cocoa. Can you make some for us?
We're old enough to remember when the United States...
I'm not going to make any hot cocoa.
...lost the most powerful collider in the world, this superconducting super collider. There was money allocated. They started digging a hole, 200 miles circumference. There was some huge... And superconducting, it was going to use superconducting magnets because that was coming of age at the time. It was going to push the frontier. And you read the report and say, well, we have other priorities. Plus, this was going to be built in Texas. And if we're going to build the space station, which is based in Houston, Texas was already getting a chunk of change. You know when all this happened? Between 1989 and 1992. What else was happening over those years? Let me think. Oh my gosh. Peace broke out in Europe. No longer do we need the physicists to protect us from the evil, godless communists. That's what I think was the subtext of that story.
Yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you have any tips for loose skin? I had around 30 pound up and down weight chances due to meds and my skin is so loose that I can pull it like 3 centimeters from face to neck. What do you think about the autophagy hypothesis? Do you struggle with skin laxity?
That is highly unusual that 30-pound weight changes would cause loose skin. Highly, highly unusual. I don't know how old you are. That's more likely for somebody who's elderly. So, like, I would say at least 50 plus. Just because skin loses elasticity as you age. But usually people get problems with loose skin when they're close to around 100 pounds overweight and then they lose the weight. If you're much shorter, so like let's say around 5'5", usually people start seeing loose skin earlier, so around 60, 70 pounds, sometimes a little lower. I've seen some people where they were like 40, 50 pounds overweight. And they got loose skin, but they're usually very short. Taller people, so like 6 foot plus, usually they have to have at least 80 pounds of excess body fat for them to have issues with loose skin when they lose weight. And a lot of the times, it's not even until they're like over 100 pounds overweight where they end up having issues with loose skin. So if you're like very short and if you're like maybe female, you're 5'2", and you're older, I could see that happening, but that's pretty unusual. I don't know how tall you are or what your gender is or whatever, but you just have to stay at a stable body weight and your skin will start retracting eventually. You might never get skin that's like very tight and firm, but if you do lose weight and you're able to keep that weight off for a few years, usually your skin does tighten up on its own to a noticeable degree. Like, unless you used to be a supreme fat ass and you have, like, insane loose skin where you can, like, pull it out 2 feet in front of you. But there's not really anything you can do about that, aside from surgery. Like, your best chances are to just make sure you maintain a lower body fat, and then over time your skin will tighten up a little bit. And other than that, if you have like excessive amounts of loose skin where it's actually like a health concern, not just a cosmetic concern, surgery is really going to be the only option. I do have stretch marks, but I don't have loose skin. So, you're saying you can pull 3 centimeters from your face to your neck, like, I can pull off a little bit of skin, but it's like normal, right? So, if you're not older and shorter, you probably just have like a weird genetic thing where you're just prone to having looser skin. The only other explanation is if you have like terrible skin health, you've been eating like shit, you're constantly dehydrated, not consuming enough protein, essential fats, and like that would really be the only other explanation. Thanks for the donation though, Sokiyashi. Hope that helps. Dodo donated $2. Is there anything more cringe than these human chains at these pro-Hamas protests? They like to do human chains to prevent Jewish students from going anywhere on campus. Is there anything dumber? It's got to be one of the dumbest things, somebody can do. Putting a glass jar up your ass might be dumber, but this is probably more pathetic. If only the police could just shoot these people with 40 mic rounds, like rubber bullets, just to get them to fuck off and stop being racist. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Can you react?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
Good evening. Just wanted
This woman flat out said she wanted to exterminate the Jewish race. It was crazy.
to say thank you for coming to campus.
Dodo donated, huh? Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks, Dodo.
Tonight and presenting your point of view. It's always valuable to have two sets of views going on at the same time.
And she's wearing the Hamas, terrorist keffiyeh, so you know exactly what her beliefs are.
Very useful. My name is Jumana Imad Musa Ahmed Al-Bahri, and I'm a student here at UCSD. I was reading your literature. I found that much more interesting than the talk. And I found some interesting things about the MSA, which is an organization that's very active on campus, and it is hosting our annual Hitler Youth Week. You should come out to those events. If you could clarify the connection between the MSA and jihad terrorist networks, because last I checked, we had to do our own fundraising, and we never get help from anyone. So if you could clarify the connection between UCSD's MSA, or if you don't have such information, if you could connect other MSAs on UC's, because the connection wasn't too clear in the pamphlet. Just if you could clarify.
Okay. Will you condemn Hamas here and now?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you condemn Hamas?
Would I condemn Hamas?
As a terrorist genocidal organization?
Are you asking me to put myself on a cross?
So you won't. I actually have had this experience many times. You didn't read the pamphlet because the pamphlet is chapter and verse. The main connection is that the MSA is part of the Muslim Brotherhood network as revealed in the documents.
I don't think you understood what I meant by that. I meant if I say something, I'm sure that I will be arrested for reasons of Homeland Security. So if you could please just answer my question.
Yep, she's saying she's literally a terrorist and wants to exterminate Jews.
You condemn Hamas, Homeland Security will arrest you.
If I support Hamas, because your question forces me to condemn Hamas. If I support Hamas, I look really bad.
If you don't condemn Hamas, obviously you support it. Case closed. I have had this experience, I had this experience at UC Santa Barbara where there were 50 members of the Muslim Students Association sitting right in the rows there. And throughout my hour talk, I kept asking them, will you condemn Hezbollah? and Hamas. And none of them would. And then when the question period came, the president of the Muslim Students Association was the first person to ask questions. And I said, you know, before you start, will you condemn Hezbollah? And he said, well, that question is too complicated for a yes-no answer. So I said, okay, I'll put it to you this way. I'm a Jew. The head of Hezbollah has said that he hopes that we will gather in Israel so he doesn't have to hunt us down globally. For it or against it?
For it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, she literally flat out admitted she wanted to exterminate the entire Jewish race. It's just fucking insane. I don't know how these, like, if this were Canada, I'm pretty sure these people would actually be arrested under hate speech laws.
Please, peers, anything but Israel brain rot. Sir, my tummy is full. You've fed us enough anti-Semitism to fuel Hitler's Wehrmacht through winter, please.
New hectic protest video out, sent you the link. Alright, I'll check it out, Jack.
You always pivot back to, yeah, but the real problem...
Yeah, we're gonna watch that later. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I hope every one of these people at this campus gets shot at.
Well, specifically the Hamas supporters. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Let me see.
He told Frank to take accountability!
Wait, am I wrong?
Alright, we'll watch that later, too. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
Is different from every other screen that you have ever used. And that is because it is not actually a screen. It is a completely new kind of display architecture with these tiny projectors in the arms of the glasses that shoot light into waveguides that have nanoscale 3D structures etched into the lenses so they can diffract light and put holograms at different depths and sizes into the world in front of you. And all of that is directed by custom silicon and sensors that we designed and powered by a battery that fits in the arm of the glasses. It is an absolutely incredible amount of technology to be able to miniaturize and fit into a pair of glasses and a small puck that goes with it to help power the whole thing. All right, so how are you going to interact with the glasses? Well, there's a few ways that this is going to work. They're going to do voice and AI. They're going to do hand tracking and eye tracking, so you can select UI elements by looking at them. But there's one more way that you're going to be able to interact with them that is really pretty neat. A neural interface. See, voice is great, but the thing is sometimes you're in public and you don't want to say what you're trying to do with your computer out loud. Hand tracking is...
Yes, when you're looking at porn on your fucking Facebook glasses, you definitely want the glasses to just read your mind so that you look up fucking child porn by accident because that thought just crossed your mind. Brilliant. It's just so stupid. I don't know how they're gonna fucking deal with that because, like, imagine if you watch a video criticizing Mr. Beast and then, like, the idea of child porn just goes into your mind, right? Like, okay, this person's being accused of a pedophile and shit. And then you think, oh man, like, child porn is so terrible and crap. And then it searches child porn, and then the government finds out you've searched child porn, then you get a fucking, meeting by the FBI. This doesn't sound like a good idea.
Is neat for controlling different interfaces, but you don't want to, like, walk down the street like this, right? So I think that you need a device that allows you to just send a signal from your brain to the device. So this isn't just the first full screen, full wide field of view holographic AR glasses. This is also the first device that is powered by our wrist-based neural interface. A handful of people at this point.
Big deal. Wow, it's super sleek already. Is good. The brightness is good.
It's interesting. I'd like to try those. I don't know if that's really going to take off. The whole glasses thing hasn't really worked out so far.
I'm 27, male, 6 feet 1, and I'm currently at 68 kilograms but going regularly to the gym now. I have been vegan for 6 years now, and even before I was vegan I never really ate regularly and did skip a lot LF meals throughout the day. I indeed struggle to drink enough FO.
So that might explain your skin elasticity issues. If you haven't been getting good nutrition or hydration, that is going to reduce skin elasticity and make you more prone to lose skin if you lose weight. Thanks for the donation, though, Sokiyashi.
I don't know why that's so funny.
You see Myron get banned on Twitch?
Again! You idiots!
Seeing a Twitter post of someone saying $Meta's iPhone moment and a reply of another douche saying "Ah yes, I think $Meta could threaten $Apple. This shit makes me wanna murder these douchebags who think they are so smart."
I just don't see it taking off. The glasses thing is just too weird and annoying in my opinion. Like, maybe there's some use cases for it, but I don't see like the glasses interface really taking off. Like what does it give you the phone doesn't give you? So I don't know. Thanks for that donation though, Nora Wibb.
Jack, I'm doing it. Okay, we're going.
So a lot of boobs in these shots.
Cows enslaved in the dairy industry are raped and forcibly impregnated.
Uh-oh, when are the police gonna get here? There's a woman speaking her mind.
After a 9-month pregnancy, when she gives birth, her baby is kidnapped from her so you can steal her milk. If her baby is born male, he's bludgeoned to death or sent to a slaughterhouse just days to weeks old. These babies should be with their mothers right now drinking their milk. Every year in Australia alone, over 1 million male bobby calves are murdered in the dairy industry.
You know, if this was Canada, there'd be somebody who'd come up to you and ask you to leave. And then everyone would just mind their own business. And then maybe the police will come and then give you a trespassing notice and then you leave. And I'm sure this will end horribly.
The baby girls endure the same life of slavery, repeated rape, and forcible impregnation.
Oh, those poor cows, they're so beautiful.
And she'll be sent to a slaughterhouse just 4 to 7 years of age. If you're not vegan, you pay for rape, slavery, torture, abuse, and murder. Watch Dominion on YouTube for the truth. These babies should be with their mothers, but they're not, so you can have dairy products. Stop supporting this violence. Animals want to live. Just like us. Animals feel pain. Just like us. Their bodies. Not ours. Their lives. Not ours. Their milk. Not ours. Their bodies. Not ours. Excuse me, what did you call me?
You're dumb.
What, you're responsible for the rape of mothers?
Find out some truth, you dumb bitch.
Okay, so why are the babies separated from their mothers? Why aren't they with their mothers?
They are well and truly looked after.
Oh, okay. Okay. This guy wasn't expecting having to argue. He was just expecting that I'll just call her a dumb cunt.
Why are the babies separated from their mothers and sent to a slaughterhouse?
Because if you
sent to a slaughterhouse.
You're going.
Dairy cows are raped and forcibly impregnated. After a 9-month pregnancy, when she gives birth, her baby is kidnapped from her. If he's born male, he's bludgeoned to death or sent to a slaughterhouse just days to weeks old.
Get the camera off him. Get the fuck off!
Okay, so that is assault and battery. Again, if this was Canada, they'd be arrested.
Oi!
Let's go! Hey!
Oi! What the fuck? What the fuck? This is so wrong!
Get off. Ash, get off!
Please do
Let go of the camera.
We will comply if you do not steal our property.
Let go of the camera.
We will comply if you do not steal our
There is no legitimate reason for them to try to take the camera. That's your property, your video footage. There's no, like, security reasons for why they'd have any interest in taking the camera. It's public property. Like, it's not like this is, I don't know, the fucking White House or something, or like a CIA thing where, okay, if you take video footage, it's a national security issue. So I don't know how these people aren't fucking arrested.
Sending it to the police. Let go of the property.
Okay, that's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. So, for one thing, they were never asked to leave. In order for you to be trespassing, you need to be asked to leave. Neither of you, Tash and Jack, were ever asked to leave. Tash was just grabbed, and you were both walking away with whoever the fuck these people are. I don't even think they're security. But you were never even asked to leave, so it's technically not even trespassing. Secondly, you were minding your own business. Like they just attacked you. So I don't know how the fuck these people wouldn't be criminally charged. And again, if the police had any interest in the video footage, then they can get a subpoena to get the video footage. They're not the police. They can't take your camera. They can't give the video footage to the police. The only way they can legally get that video footage is if it's subpoenaed.
Let go yourself. Why? It's my property. I haven't done anything.
What the fuck?
What have I done? Tell me what I've done.
Bro, you know what? I'm thinking in the winter I might actually, like, try going to Australia, and that'd be sick to do some protests with you, because damn, dude, people would get their faces smashed. Like if I saw this happening to Jack, I don't care. Deport me. I don't want to be in Australia anyway.
Come on, please call the police. This is so wrong, please. They put him in a headlock. It's disgusting. It's disgusting what they're doing to him. Please.
Oh, yes. Arrest Tash for literally not doing anything illegal. And let these people assault and batter a fucking victim. Thank you, police officers. Thank you for keeping the streets safe by arresting the victims.
Please just get them off him. He didn't do anything wrong. Please. Just get them off him. Please. Please. Can you please just make sure he's okay?
Like I'm just really curious. If I go to Australia, I'd like to do exactly what Tash does, or film. I just want to see how people react to me, because, like, you two are both small. Like, no offense, but, like, you are both small. Like if I dressed up in cow paint costume, or if I was the one filming, like, I'm way taller, way bigger than these people. I don't know if they'd even have the guts to try to do this to me.
Disgusting. It's actually disgusting. It's disgusting what they just did to him.
You know better. It's not your first rodeo.
Mother dare.
Yes, you know better than to use your freedom of speech. Women aren't allowed to speak their minds in public in the state of Australia.
Dairy cows are raped and forcibly impregnated. When she gives birth, her babies are kidnapped from her. Imagine having your baby ripped away from you and your breast milk stolen. Every year in Australia, 1 million male bobby calves just days old are bludgeoned to death or they're sent to a slaughterhouse with their throats slit. This is what you support if you're not vegan. Please watch Dominion on YouTube for the truth. Stop supporting rape, slavery, torture, abuse and murder. This is what you support if you're not vegan. Animals want to live just like us. We are non-violent activists trying to stop a Holocaust.
So, like, Jack, if I'd love to talk to you right now on Discord about that, like this whole situation. Here's what I'm assuming. One, this is public property, or at least, like, it might be private property, but it's like a public area, sort of like a grocery store, where anybody can just walk in. So, you have a legal right to be there, and if it is private property, you need to be asked to leave in order to not legally be allowed to be there. So, given that they didn't ask you to leave, and that when they grabbed you and you just went with them, you were in no way breaking the law, and then they literally assaulted you, tried to steal your property, like, why are you being arrested exactly? Why are the people who assaulted you just, like being left alone? Is there... What have the police told you about this? Because this is just fucking crazy. That's just one of the most retarded things. Like, is all of Australia just retarded? Like, is it retard land?
Is height determined by genetics, or can nutrition and the amount of sleep you get play a role? Also, can HGH actually make you taller?
Height is mostly determined by genetics, so it's extremely heritable. I would say probably 90% of your height is determined by genetics. Nutrition does play a role in determining height. The two biggest nutritional factors that determine height are caloric intake and protein intake. If you have a low caloric intake and or a low protein intake, you're not going to reach your genetic potential for height. So you are going to be shorter. Human growth hormone, while you're in a growth phase, can make you grow taller, and human growth hormone is a treatment used to treat stunted growth. So I think on average, with human growth hormone treatment for people with stunted growth, it adds about 3 to 4 inches to your height. So stunted growth is determined by having height that is 2 standard deviations below the mean for height in your age group. So while you're in a growth phase, so like, early to late teens, growth hormone, especially before bed, before you sleep, will on average add about 3 to 4 inches of height that you wouldn't otherwise have without the treatment. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
With the glasses, Meta is trying to take over the enterprise market that uses VR devices for niche augmented reality use cases like architects. There's use cases in prepping surgeries, etc. The neural stuff may integrate with their programs in unique ways.
The way they're marketing it doesn't seem like they're making it for like businesses or enterprise. It seems like they're making a consumer product. And the design of the device also looks like a consumer product. I don't know if that's like the only way they figure it could be profitable, or maybe they figure that's a marketing tactic to get people interested in it or something. I just don't see too many use cases where that sort of thing is particularly useful. That kind of technology in like a motorcycle helmet might be somewhat useful because you already have like a big thing on your head with a huge screen. And if you wanted to have like navigation where you don't have to take your eyes off the road, that's a useful use case. But like, I don't know. I guess you could use it on a motorcycle, like the glasses. Just that you have to wear glasses. Like, that's the problem. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I wanna grow a big back, bro. Are rack pulls good for thickness? I know GVS and Alex Leonidas do rack pulls. And for width, what do you suggest?
I don't think rack pulls are useful, like, at all. If you want a big, thick back, bent row variations, so pendlay rows, bent rows, dumbbell rows, T-bar rows, aka landmine rows, those are all very good exercises for growing your back, particularly if you want a thick back. And vertical pulling is not quite as important, but it is still important to use vertical pulling. But thanks for the donation, retard. Just make sure you have, at least, I would say at least 2 rowing exercises and at least 1 vertical pulling exercise in your back, like when you're training your back. So those are all rowing variations that you can use, but I don't think rack pulls are really useful at all. They're just extremely fatiguing. Thanks for the donation, though, Reincarnation of Rabbit. Pickle donated $2. I don't know how Tash grew up in a shithole environment like Australia, seeing those poor cows just chilling there, not even harming fly, while silly primates exploit them, just pisses me off. Well, that's everywhere. Australians just seem to be really stupid. Bro, if you went to Australia with her, that would be amazing. I'll get my passport updated soon, and I might be able to actually travel there this winter. Thanks for the donation, Pickle.
All right. There you go, man.
Hey, dude.
That was a funny reaction video. I liked it. Yeah, man, it was pretty crazy.
So I'm just interested in the legal aspects, and I don't know the laws in Australia, but I'm assuming they're going to be fairly similar to the US and Canada. So was that a public area, or was it private property that was being used as a public area? So sort of like a parking lot at a shopping mall or something.
I think that's what it would be. So essentially, it was called the Royal Show. So it was an event within a showgrounds area. So we did have to pay to get in.
Okay.
But it was massive area outdoors.
So you
Either
were
way,
legally allowed
they
to go
obviously
there
would've
since
had
you
it.
paid for the ticket. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Like we did expect them to ask us to leave, right?
Yeah.
I don't think.
And you could see in the video
like,
footage you were leaving, but you were never explicitly
Yeah.
asked to leave. Somebody grabbed Tash, which again would be considered simple assault if they just grabbed her.
So let me tell you something. So that main security guy, the one that grabbed Tash and then put me in a headlock, he's one of our biggest online trolls.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We actually did a video on him recently because he wanted to debate us, and he keeps saying, "Yeah, let's debate." So we asked him for a debate in person, and we went, and he gave us a location, time. We went there, and he wasn't even there. And then we made a video about how he didn't show up, and he's been pretty pissed about that. So he just happened to be the security guard there. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually took the Royal Show job just so he could get us because he knew we would be there.
Maybe. But yeah, so in Canada, I know this is also the case for the US, in order for it to legally be considered trespassing, either it needs to be obvious that you're trespassing, so if there's trespassing signs all over the place saying it's private property, nobody welcome, and you go on there, you are automatically considered to be trespassing because you had prior knowledge. Or two, if it is a privately owned area that is open to the public, so say if you walk into a shopping mall, anybody can come in. Or if you go to an event where you pay for tickets, anybody can come in as long as they pay. In order for it to be considered trespassing, you have to be asked to leave. And on top of that, you have to be given reasonable time to leave. So if they tell you to leave and you don't have a teleportation device, or if you're not the Flash and can literally travel faster than the speed of light, they can't just give you 2 seconds and then, okay, now it's on like Donkey Kong and like then get you in a stranglehold. They have to give you a reasonable amount of time to leave. So if it takes like, say, a minute to walk off the premises, they have to at least give you that minute. They just grabbed Tash before even saying anything to her. Legally, to me, that would be a case for simple assault. And two, they did make at least a clear suggestion that she wasn't welcome to be there. So obviously grabbing her and then telling her, you're gone now. And then, okay, well, she wasn't resisting. She was walking with them.
Yeah.
You were filming, and there's not necessarily any reason that they would think, you're with her unless they know you two. So, they never told you to leave. And it doesn't even matter because you were walking with her anyway.
Absolutely. I was on my way out. I had no intention to stay. Tash and I both know that we don't want to be trespassing anymore, because if she trespasses now here in WA, she's at risk for going to jail. So, yeah, she obviously didn't resist. But, yeah, this guy has it in for us, and he saw me. I didn't actually know it was him until I was on the ground, and I was like, what the fuck? But, yeah, so, yeah, he obviously went for the camera. And at this point, and they already started grabbing me, and I'm just thinking, to be honest, I've had enough. I'm fucking fed up with that shit. Like, there was the one at the Butcher protest last year when they picked me up off the ground, and I was trying to be a bit more passive about it because I didn't want to get any charges on me because I know what the police are like here. But this time I was like, I even said a couple days ago, if someone tries to grab my camera, I'm going to tell them to fuck off and I'm going to get angry. And exactly that happened. And then instantly I realized, look, one part of me is like, I'm glad I reacted that way because I want to stand my ground and I wanted to make a point. But at the same time, the moment I did that, it just gave them the incentive to fucking take me down. But at the same time, it's just completely wrong because they had no reason to touch me or my camera at any point. I was just I was filming and then I was going to leave. Like if I was a journalist, for example, if I was a journalist that had come in or just some bystander that wanted to film Tash out of interest, like everybody else is filming there, they couldn't do that to them. But because they know me without actually asking, they feel they have a right to do it.
Yeah, they definitely don't have a right to steal your camera, especially considering you filming there wasn't illegal. So if you were like, say, filming children and trying to get like upskirt shots, that would probably be a legal justification to try to take your camera. You weren't doing that. You were just filming the protest or whatever, or just filming, what was going on. It's your property. You also own the intellectual property in the camera. So there's absolutely no legal right for them to try to steal your camera. They also mentioned that they're going to give the footage to the police. They don't have a legal right to do that. That's your property, your intellectual property. If there was a criminal investigation, like the only way for the police to legally get the footage would be if it's, subpoenaed in a court or if there's a warrant to get that footage. So are you pressing charges against any of them?
Yeah, so this just happened yesterday, but I think today I'm going to go in and press charges. The police actually, after all of this, did say, because when I explained to them who this guy was and what they did, because the police didn't say shit, they just assume. They said, look, yeah, maybe you should press charges, but don't do it. There's no point doing it right now because we've just moved you on, blah, blah, blah. But they, I wanted to review the footage because it's hard to recall actually what happens. But now after seeing it, especially with the 360 camera, you get every single angle in this guy. It was just, way without it, outside of his rights.
You could probably sue them civilly.
Yeah.
And certainly, I think there's no doubt that you could press criminal charges. Damages in a civil suit might be difficult to determine because, like, unless your equipment was damaged or unless you suffered great physical or mental injury or something like that, that damages are kind of hard to determine. You could argue they violated your civil rights, but that I'm pretty sure would just be a criminal thing. What was really strange to me was you were on the ground in a chokehold, and the police arrested you.
He was gonna fucking break my arm if I moved.
Yeah, like, I mean, you were on the ground. Multiple people, like, had, like, you were in a chokehold. It looked like one guy was trying to put you in a Kimura. Why the hell would the police show up on the scene and arrest you?
Just look at me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. Like, I was fucking explaining to them, I'm like, guys, I have done nothing. And then the police just ignore you, and they have the mentality, we just need to get Tash and Jack and remove them. And they wouldn't let go of Tash, despite Tash telling them, like, what they're doing to Jack right now is fucked up. They just ignore her. And you saw what that woman cop said. She was just like, what did she say? You know better by now. It's not your first rodeo. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I would talk to a civil rights lawyer because that could be an incriminating statement. Because, like, again, they are making assumptions about you and putting you, like, under arrest. And I think anybody would assume if you're being dragged out with your hands behind your back and shit, you are under arrest. And they're literally telling you, I know who you are. I know you're a troublemaker. I'm going to put you under. I don't care what's going on. I'm not going to do an investigation. I don't like you. You might want to talk to a civil rights lawyer about that, because you might have a case against the police.
Yeah, so we already have that other one to pursue that we haven't, and it's been a long time, where the first time I was arrested by that cop. You saw that footage, didn't you?
You kept asking him why am I under arrest, and he wouldn't answer.
Yeah, actually, I haven't released the CCTV footage of when the police arrive. I've got their body cam footage, which really shows how fucked up it is. So I'm going to release that soon. But that's another one where we definitely have a right to sue. If not the police, I don't know if this cop has lost his job yet. He should have. Anyway, we will try to do something with this one. We'll speak to our criminal lawyer, who does have contacts with civil lawyers. Civil shit is super expensive and time consuming, but you know, if they do think that this is a strong case, why not? But definitely got to try and push for the criminal charges. So my concern is, because it seems crazy, and I just know what the police are like. They're probably going to say something like, well, you were a accomplice, and when you resisted and yelled, get the fuck off me, they had a right to restrain you, and your camera they needed to remove because you could have used your camera as a weapon. This is the type of shit I imagine them saying.
Well, they wouldn't be able to make that argument because the only thing they said when trying to remove your camera is, we're going to give the footage to the police. They didn't mention anything. Don't beat me with camera. Don't attack me. Like, they never said anything. And it's not like you were punching them or anything either. So
no, just trying to get them off me, like, because they had no right to touch me. I mean, no one spoke to me. This guy just said, get him, because he's been waiting for this day for quite a while. And I think fundamentally I had the right to self-defense in that situation. Just because they're in a fucking high-vis shirt doesn't give them the right to fucking assault me.
I kind of want to come down to Australia and do a protest like that with you. Either doing what Tash does, where we could, like, put me in body paint and I can, like, scream and yell, or film, because I've seen you get attacked quite a few times.
Every time. Like, I probably get attacked much more than Tash.
I don't know if anybody would actually have the guts to try to take me down. I'm not so sure.
They'll probably just tase you.
Yeah, when the police show up.
Yeah. But no, I reckon you should, and I think you should be fucking there right. Oh my god, man. We've been waiting to have a bodyguard for a long time, unfortunately. Yeah, I know we could fucking hire one and stuff like that. I just don't know about that. I don't know if any security guard would want to work for Tash, but yeah, it would be fucking fantastic to have a big guy there next to Tash. A part of the protest too would be even sick. Like imagine you're just dressed up as the bull.
Yeah,
Got some
that'd be
horns
pretty
on
funny.
you. That'd be fucking hilarious, man. Just walk into McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be sick, man. You got to do it. Unfortunately, we are going into summer, so you probably don't want to leave Canada. But next year, man, if you want to come in winter, let's do it.
Well, our winter is your summer, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your winter come here for our summer would be good.
Yeah. So now would probably
yeah.
be the
Sorry.
most
Yeah,
ideal
that's now.
time because I
Yeah.
hate winter.
Of course. Yeah, man. Well, we're always happy to have you over. That would be awesome. We could even because we're in Perth on the other side of Australia, and so there's the pros and cons of protesting here in Perth. Is everything you just saw on camera. It's much less likely for that stuff to happen over east for a couple of reasons. One being that Tash is not as well known for protesting over there, and they're much more lenient, especially in like Victoria, Melbourne. I'm not too sure about Queensland. I've heard that they're a little bit redneck. But overall, the East Coast just are much more lenient with this type of stuff. Here in Perth, it is very authoritarian when it comes to police, and especially because Tash is literally like the only activist here.
Right.
And she's done it for years, so they just come down super hard on her. So yeah, so the pros of that are you get this type of footage, which is just going to perform very well on social media and get the message out further. But then the cons are all the legal consequences. So we'd have to pick where we'd want to go. It's fun here though. I mean, like I know that shit just happened yesterday, but it's kind of like when you get the footage and you get everything intact after, like that's all I was concerned about. And when everything was there, I was like, fuck yeah, that was great. But if I lost footage, I would be fucking depressed.
Yeah. I'll try to update my
it's worth it.
passport as soon as possible, and hopefully I can come down there and maybe visit you guys, for
That'd be
a
sick,
week
man.
or so.
Yeah, do it. We'd be keen for that. But yeah, pretty hectic one. Hopefully it gets some attention. It's already got media articles, even without us posting footage. Some people already sent in their phone footage, so yeah, hopefully it brings a lot more attention to the slavery.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. Yeah. That was one of the most retarded things I've ever fucking seen in my life. If that was Canada, somebody would have just told you, can you please leave? And then if you didn't leave, they just say, okay, well, we'll call the cops. And then the cops would come and then, you just be escorted off.
Yeah.
Nothing like that really ever happens in Canada. For some reason, though, I have one friend named Len. You might have actually seen some of his activism. He's done great shit. He was actually part of a really groundbreaking legal case in Canada where his job was trying to fire him because of his vegan activism. And he defended himself in court, and they actually established legal precedent for veganism to be a protected class in Canada. So it's kind of like being black or part of a religion where they can't discriminate against vegans.
Yeah, good, because that would have... we definitely need that here in Perth, because that reminds me of the restaurant that banned all vegans.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's just discriminatory.
If that happened in Canada, he'd be charged. You can't do that.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty sure that's the case in California. I remember Wayne saying something along those lines to Tash, saying that if he were to do that in California, it would be illegal to discriminate a group of people, even vegans. So, yeah, we definitely need more stuff like that because it's just getting more rampant, especially here in Western Australia. They just feel they can do whatever they want to vegans. And you've probably... And my recent fake farmer videos where I'm actually trying to expose the way people actually think towards vegans is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... They are so... They just laugh and agree when I say, "Do you want to put vegans in gas chambers?" It's like,
he literally
yes, they probably
said
don't
he
believe
supported Hitler. You literally got that admission.
Yes. These people exist here, and
They
Look,
exist everywhere.
I'm glad that we're able to expose it, but you know that's how we can create policy changes if we got it all on camera, how people are actually starting to act and believe, and yeah, like it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up, but got to do it.
Yeah. So that might be something
if you don't
fun
mind,
we can do in the future.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I was just gonna say, if you don't mind, I want to clip some of your reactions to the protest.
Oh
It's
yeah, no
pretty
problem,
funny.
dude. Yeah, anybody can use any footage that I make.
Cool, cool. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for having me on. We'll
Yeah, no problem,
we'll keep
dude.
in contact then.
All right, take care,
All
dude.
right.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
And then in terms of just terrifying violence, you have Mossad. Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen around the world. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad doesn't do that. The CIA will let an American stay in jail in Russia unlawfully and seek a diplomatic solution. We do not kill to save a citizen, but Mossad will.
That's something that I love about just Israel in general. They have such a massive amount of national pride, and they actually care about their citizens. They will do anything to protect their own citizens, which is what every country should do. You might want to tell Jack this is evidence. Also, you could totally be a bodyguard for these guys. Yeah, like the only activist that I know who's really being attacked in public is my buddy Len, and he's a small guy. I think he's like 5'6" and just slender build. And I've seen this. Anytime activists get like physically harassed in public, they're always smaller. So these people are always cowards. I don't think people would probably treat me the same way they do with Jack and Tash. I'd be surprised. And if they do, well, we'll see who puts who in a headlock. You know what I'm saying? Based, let me see.
I've quit wearing sunscreen and no longer get sunburned after cutting out all seed oils from my diet.
So the logic here is that dietary fats will go towards building your cell membrane, and that consuming certain fats will influence how fluid or rigid your cell membrane is, and therefore influence how your cells respond or accrue damage to things like UV radiation from the sun. Now, because unsaturated fat, like those found in seed oils, are less structured and will remain liquid at room temperature, these carnivores believe that consuming seed oils will alter the cell membrane of your skin cells, making them more fluid and therefore easily damaged by the sun.
And that's not what they do.
Now, I'm here to tell you that that logic is complete baloney. If it was that easy to change your skin cell membrane's composition of saturated fat to unsaturated fat so drastically, and all you
Your skin would literally fall off.
had to do was have a serving of seed oils alongside a healthy diet, and boom, your cell membrane is completely made of fluid unsaturated fat, and now you're gonna get sunburns. Well, let me tell you right now, you would be a puddle on the floor dead. Like, might I remind you that dietary saturated fat is completely unnecessary because as mammals, we synthesize our own saturated fats. Like, be so for real. Do you really think the fat we consume significantly impacts something as important as the fluidity or rigidity of our cell membrane to the point that avoiding seed oils is akin to sunscreen when concerning UV protection? How gullible can you be?
Like, by the way UV radiation even damages your cells, it has nothing to do with the composition of fat. Like, it's so stupid. So yeah, that was a base take. She's an idiot, but that was a base take.
It's 2024, people. Stop eating organic. I know, I'm sorry, I have to be the one to break it to you, but organic means absolutely nothing. According to the most recent 2024 Comprehensive Systematic Review of the Literature, the statement that organic food is safer and nutritionally superior compared to conventional food is not supported by science. In fact, due to the wide variety of foods that do exist, it's statistically impossible to come to a scientific generalized conclusion regarding the debate on whether organic or conventional foods are superior. And this is because in the same way that some organic foods have a little more heavy metals or nutritional value than their conventional counterparts, some conventional foods have a little more heavy metals or nutritional value than their organic counterparts. And whether we're talking about conventional or organic food, when I say a little, I mean so little that the heavy metals are very much under our set dietary limits, and so little that the nutritional differences are not all that clinically significant. So wake up and smell the conventional roses. Stop burning your money on foods that are $5 extra. It's not worth it.
Organic is a scam. It's just a scam to sell you the same food product, but it's way more expensive. That's all it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Got reinstated. The funniest thing happened. So the ban happens, right? Myron goes on this rant about like simps or whatever it is. I guess during it, I think Walter may have said something that he shouldn't have said, one of the words. And so they start arguing.
Jay Dyer's live for open debates. Is it on Twitter again? Because if it's on Twitter, I can't debate him. I can't change my mic settings on Twitter.
MKG, what's up?
Yeah, it's X.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah,
I just want to continue the discussion.
I don't know why he has the debates on X. Maybe he's trying to promote his Twitter and he's getting money from Twitter, but yeah, I can't debate him on X. My microphone doesn't work.
Arguing about who got them banned.
Yeah.
Simp too many times, man.
Simp?
Yeah.
Bro, what did you expect? You can't do this on Twitter. Fred told you this.
Repeal the 19.
Anyhow,
Women
listen,
can't
I am
vote.
glad
Women can't vote.
Castle Club is now the real frontier. Let's Castle Club, let's go!
Respect tonight.
Let's go! My niggas at Castle Club, let's go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fine, bro. We'll just stick to Rumble at Castle Club, that's it.
That's funny shit, though.
Told you.
Why you not laughing?
Dodo donated $2. She's come a long way. She has learned a lot. You should reach out to her for another debate on veganism. Maybe she will be open to it. Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes, the fact that you're quite literally saying that...
Can you define what a contradiction is? Because you clearly don't know what a contradiction is.
Alright, I'll just pull up the definition.
No. So can you wait? Can you stop mischaracterizing everything I'm saying? So when I say Hitler ate meat, how does that turn into, oh, Hitler's a lion?
I don't define unlawful killing by carnivorous acts by animals. I don't
That's
define
question begging.
carnivorous animals do as murder.
That is question begging. You already know my position, so that's just question begging.
I don't define what carnivorous animals do as murder.
That's great, and I do, so that's question begging. Do you understand what question begging is?
Yeah,
and then she looked it up again. You're making... Well, it depends. She had literally no philosophy knowledge whatsoever. On the ecosystem, you wouldn't necessarily be destroying an ecosystem by taking out certain carnivorous animals, like the wolves in Yellowstone would be a good example of that.
Actually, that's a really horrible example because they reintroduced wolves to Yellowstone because of the way that it was destroyed. Because of the way that.
Yeah, so you didn't read the follow-up paper, did you? The authors of the original paper retracted their original paper and said they were wrong about everything. Wolves were not impacting the environment at all. Actually, poaching was, and natural changes in climate and weather. So you didn't read the follow-up paper, did you?
You're also failing to mention.
So you didn't read the follow-up paper, did you? So you didn't know that the authors retracted their original paper, right?
What a stupid son of a bitch.
They disavowed their original paper. You didn't know that, huh?
And so you're just going.
So I'm not wrong about the wolves in Yellowstone. So you will you admit that I wasn't wrong about the wolves in Yellowstone? Like if you're gonna criticize me for wanting to make carnivorous animals extinct, what gives you the right? Yeah. Oh yeah, the fucking white knight cuck boyfriend came in for no fucking reason. It was like, you don't talk to her like that.
No, this debate is going somewhere. She's just looking stupid, and that's why you're butting in. I hate to break it to you. You're just talking over her, not letting her talk. Going, no. She said she got to talk for 20 minutes and ask me questions. She got to talk for 20 minutes, and I answered all of her questions respectfully. And now she's dodging, and not answering my questions. So she accused me of imposing my world values on the species, and she's saying that's wrong. She's imposing world values on the species, and I said it's wrong. So that's it. How she says me imposing my world values on the species, and that's okay.
You're talking about intelligence.
He's going against.
All right, then define intelligence. No. Define intelligence. Define intelligence for me, then.
So intelligence is the ability to react to stimuli. You could define
All right, and how do you react to
intelligence as that.
stimuli? How do you react to stimuli? How do you react?
Well, you can react to stimuli in a variety of ways. It doesn't require a consciousness.
Gotcha.
Would you
Okay,
say
so
your computer is conscious?
I mean, some of them are. Yeah, that's what AI
Some
is.
No, AI is not conscious. They haven't developed a conscious AI yet. Can you show me? Well, wait. This would be a massive, miraculous breakthrough.
Here, I can send
Can
them-
you show me a peer-reviewed paper proving that an AI has become conscious or sentient?
No, because the current definition of sentience in philosophy right now is based off of the human experience. If you want animals and humans to share equal rights, you also have to acknowledge that there are animals that do have subjective experiences that don't technically are defined by human consciousness and human sentience.
Right,
This
by
conversation-
run away because you know this leads to a contradiction. Just run away.
No, because you're talking
No,
about
run away
sci-fi.
because you know this leads to a contradiction. You lost the debate, so you might as well just quit now while you're ahead. So again, it's a simple question to answer. If the basis for which... Yeah, there you go. Bye-bye. I don't think she's gonna be willing to debate me again. That was pretty bad, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It's a 7-day suspension.
Yeah.
So chat, update.
It's a 7-day suspension for hateful slurs, is what it says. So
could have been anything.
Nigga, 100%. That's what it
You
was.
think so?
100% because you said. Yeah.
I don't know, man. He said, F streamers, fuck these simps. Comedians.
I guarantee you, it's.
Which final?
Because simp isn't a hateful slur. It's.
Let's find out.
I promise you, bro.
Let's find out.
I literally have. Wait, is this? This is crazy. Is it Fresh that got us banned?
Nah, bro.
I don't care what you say, I'd still dick her down in front of her cuck boyfriend.
I wouldn't bother because she grosses me out. Thanks for the donation, though, Cuck.
Don't put it on me, nigga.
We ain't putting on.
No, I would tell.
Everybody's like, nah. We don't put that Fresh.
This you. Nah, we don't put that Fresh.
Fresh W is what I'm trying to say.
Nah, nigga, I don't want. Nah, nigga, I'm good.
Do you want me to turn on YouTube?
Nah, bro. I'm telling you, it says hateful slurs. It's 100% because you said Fresh.
Nah.
That's because if it was simp, it would have been bullying.
Bro, we would have been banned regardless.
Look, bro. Look.
Even if it was for simp, either way, we would have been banned regardless.
Oh, now this nigga saying it would have been banned
Hold on.
regardless.
Did I not call the ban beforehand? Did I not say?
But nigga, you said like that's just like you on Twitch.
Bro.
You know that's an automatic L,
Bro.
Because the last time we got banned on Twitch, it was because we said 100%. That's what it was.
Hold on. We were told over 1,000. You said certain things. They can ban us regardless. So either way.
Yeah, it was for you, nigga. That's what it was.
Bruh.
Nigga, take accountability, bro. Literally, it says.
Hold on.
Yeah, we got him. Listen, bro, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just
We're
saying.
controversial.
Yeah, no, of course.
Controversial.
But hey, listen, don't be pushing the chat. Hey, man, I kept it real. I kept it non-PC. We're going all the way.
If it was bullying,
We're crashing out.
if it said bullying, I would have said, all right, it's
Crashing out.
If it was bullying, I would be like, yeah, that was me saying simp.
W. We're crashing out.
Who's taking care of your cameras? Hyenas?
Yeah,
They
they're dying back there, and you look
And I don't blame them.
And you look at Fresh, and Fresh is be like, yo, we kept it real. He's basically mocking Myron, because Myron's the one who got them banned before, so he's imitating him. And he's like, bro, you're not gonna put that shit on me. After you got us banned from the one thing that was making us the most amount of money, you're not gonna put me on this. After you did all that shit on YouTube,
And he's right.
I warned you.
And he's right.
And people laugh at Fresh, they say he's a dumb one or whatever it is, and in a lot of ways, he just really is useless, but he's not wrong about this. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. In this case, he's been telling him like, yo, why do you guys always got obsessed about talking about these Jews all the time and doing all this conspiracy stuff and bringing
Yup,
it with
he
us?
did that a couple
And Myron's
of-
like, I gotta keep it real. Gets him banned, doesn't apologize. You ask Myron to apologize, take care about it. I don't.
But people ask, Myron, do you regret getting demonetized? No, I fucking don't.
and now he's trying to put on fresh. That's crazy.
Why are you pointing
You know
at me?
how dirty.
Why are you pointing at me when you say fresh?
Put it to the person beside me. That's you.
Don't. Thank you. Shit.
Y'all both in the Caribbeans.
Go fuck yourself.
There's a guy live streaming on YouTube right now saying Israel deserved October 7th. Oh god.
Alright, I fucked up. Fucked up big time. My OBS is tripping. Here, before we do this, just do it. Just do it. I've got a lot of great things planned for us, okay? And you're gonna be so happy, alright? You're gonna be so happy that you did. Like, you really are. And, there, I posted them there.
Oh, he's a tanky.
Both
Oh,
streams,
shit.
YouTube and Twitch. So you have no fucking excuses.
Oh, boy.
Is all I'm gonna try and tell
If
you.
he agrees to debate me, this is going to be bad.
All I'm trying to say, we're at 1644 on this. Let's go back here. All right.
Argument.
Don't
I'm talking about what you
fucking
did.
disappoint
Well,
me, okay?
when people say it didn't start October the 7th.
Well, I'm not even going back to 1948. I'm talking about 20 years of Gaza under blockade.
I know.
Piers.
Yeah, but
open air prison camp, to quote David Cameron,
Fine,
that well-known pro-Palestinian.
Yes, but let's just gloss over. Yes, of course, but Hamas. Oh my God! So I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
Since 2005 have clearly run Gaza in a
I don't know if
despicable
I'm
manner.
banned from his
You wouldn't
chat.
disagree?
No.
So it's not all Israel's fault, is it?
Well, no, because you're mixing different things up. Is
No, but
Hamas...
you're always very keen to put it all on Israel.
No, because if we're talking about...
I try and be a little bit more like, hang on.
Yeah,
because
well,
hang on,
I
when
don't.
you commit
You
a
know,
terror-
again, you know, Piers, you're trying to take it so personal, man. You're trying to make this about me. You're trying to make this about Mahdi. You're trying to make it all in your feelings, bruh. But what it is international law. What it is UN resolutions. All of the top leading legal authorities dealing with international law.
Ultranalytic. Oh my God.
Every possible authority on this matter that has weighed in, every international relevant organization you can think of, whether it be human rights, whether it be humanitarian organizations, whether it be governmental, judicial, etc., have.
What is an example of a fascist?
It's Israel's fault. It's Israel's fault. These are things that we've decided upon as an entire world.
So he's appealing to
In the
popular
Nuremberg
opinion to
trials.
justify Israel being evil.
The charter of the UN. This is what we all weighed in and we've all signed on for. We've signed on to condemn supreme international crimes of aggression and to not tolerate them and to prosecute them. So
Crimes of
genocide- I know
aggression.
this
They're
may
the
sound
one.
crazy,
Israel's the one who got
genocide is
attacked.
bad.
Yeah, you both sides occupation and illegal.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You just said
I don't.
I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. And I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia, Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is the double standard on your part.
No,
I
because
try and
the
be consistent, Piers.
No,
I'm morally consistent.
No, because
I say
there- no,
Russia.
hang on,
Hold on,
no,
let me
no.
finish the sentence. Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea. And Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank,
They are
Gaza, the
complete-
Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much
Is he
longer.
not
More
just
people living under
looking
much
at his
worse
chat
conditions.
at all?
And they've killed more kids.
Right, but
Thank
there
you
is
for
no
making that point.
similarity in these two
Agreed.
situations.
Israel's is worse.
It's not.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More
Yeah,
kids
but-
have been killed in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Okay.
Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine? We can come to Ukraine.
That's
What
because
happened
they
in
have a
Ukraine
younger
is a Russian-
population, by the way.
He's totally deflecting. Just take the L, Piers. Oh my God.
invaded illegally.
We agree on Ukraine, but we don't agree on Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
There's no way he doesn't.
Complicated. It's actually way.
There's no
more
way he
simple.
doesn't see his chat.
It's way.
Does
more
this
simple.
retard like only stream
First
with
of all,
one?
It's more complicated with Russia
like one
and
monitor
Ukraine
or something.
because, like we can clearly see, Russia and Ukraine are at least two countries. One is not likened. One of those countries is not likened to an open-air concentration camp and the worst humanitarian crisis on earth, where 2.3 million people are starving under illegal blockade and siege. All right, so your goose is cooked, Piers. All right, there is no power symmetry at play between Israel and Gaza, Israel and Palestine. Okay. Thank you for the subscription. I can't see who that was. But if you are out there and you're not subscribing to this stream, what is you doing? Like, for real. What's wrong with you? Give me money right now. I will shake you down. You know, last week you said you'd have the money.
This guy's dodging.
And now it's this week.
There's no way he doesn't see the chat.
So, thank you for the subscription. Who is that, Doug? You gotta fucking do it, man. You're gonna use logic and shit. That's not playing fair.
Yeah, he has two screens.
What is going on? Why are people saying debate vegan games? What is this about?
This is fucktarded, dude.
What? Look at how aggressively horny these people are. Look how aggressive, dude, bro. Dylan, you need to get laid, my man. Go talk to girls. Okay, I don't know why you
Scared.
came here to cry and you're so emotional.
Scared.
But bro, how is it that your mom lets you stay up this late?
Yeah, so he's scared.
That's so crazy, dude. How is the food at the kids' table, Dylan? Bro, are you 15?
Notice how he's shaking? He's shaking up and down.
Years old?
He's scared.
Don't you know you have
It's a
school
nervous
tomorrow?
tick.
It's
He
late,
just started
dude. You
shaking
gotta get up
because
early.
he's been offered a debate.
Come on. Yeah, okay, buddy. You sound like you really gotta... You're crushing it. Let's be honest. You are just totally crushing it. What a horny debate, bro. In the chat. Being all aggressive.
Oh,
You're
debate,
feeling
bro.
so
Here we go.
Emotional. Wow. Thank you, Ed, for the super chat.
Wow, Grey Knight, he even ignored your super chat.
How is the food at the kids' table? Is it chicken nuggets today?
Okay. They're never serious people. They never are. Anytime they have an ability to advocate for their position, they don't do it because they don't care. They just hate Jews.
Sup y'all, been doing a weekly open live podcast for the last year, would love some more viewers, please sub by channel youtube.com, at Jeffrey Phillips. Keep up the good work, Richard.
Ugh. Well, thanks for the donation, Jeffrey. Appreciate the donation, man. Axel Bertil Dahlstrom donated $2. Michelle said there was a person named Rathbone live right now that said Israel deserved October 7th. They should debate them. People are typing in chat for him to debate me, and then he's calling them all debate bros and refusing to debate. So, thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Dodo donated $2. Ask him if he's going to vote for Jill Stein or Kamala Harris. Well, he's obviously going to vote for Jill Stein. He's retarded. That will say it all. Also, can you play a game while you debate him? It's more fun to watch. He's not going to debate me, clearly. But, maybe next debate I have, I can play some games in the background. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I hope you realize the fact Diddy is in jail means the end for Hollywood and the entire Liberal Party. Oprah has ties to Diddy, Obama has ties to Diddy. They are all pulling for Kamala. They are fucked. All of them. Keep sucking Kamala's tit juice.
I don't think Diddy being in prison has anything to do with the Democratic Party, but more importantly, this is Finn, and he can come in. Thanks for the donation, Epstein.
Yeah. Going all the way. These platforms. Rumble and Castle Club. Only. Castle Club, let's go, niggas.
That's the funniest this dude has been.
And Myron is bad.
Livid. Vexed.
Yo.
So take accountability.
But it's true though. Like it wasn't a sin.
Hey.
He's dying. Yo, he's dying.
That laugh is crazy.
Because they're like, bro, you never take accountability. You are never apologetic for all the mistakes you made, but you blame someone else for that?
If it was me, W fresh in the chat, bro. I kept it real to the very end.
No, you said that shit.
No, nigga, the chat said L fresh. I said, okay, let's go all the way.
Yeah, then he said, I was gonna say you said it because they were pissing you off.
No, I'm not pissed off.
Oh, shit.
I just want to be a part of the team.
Oh, shit.
Special team.
Oh, man. Oh, wow.
Hey, man. W fresh in the chat, man.
Let's go.
Let's go. We did it, boys. We did it. We did it. He said, Chappy, bro. We told Twitch. To your face. Let's go.
Yo, Fresh is being so passive aggressive. Fresh is being and you can already see like this partnership of theirs is not gonna last. Myron's already started a podcast with other people. You can see the way that they're talking. You can see Fresh resents him for how he got the YouTube thing demonetized and how he insists on doing all these other topics. And you can see Myron's looking at him like, bro, I carry this show. How you gonna get us banned on anything? Like you can look at this dynamic and you can tell 2 to 3 years from now, this shit not gonna last.
2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
2 to 3 years.
Oh yeah. This passive aggressiveness.
Oh, less than that.
Woo! Fuck these platforms, bro. Fuck YouTube. Fuck Facebook. Fuck Twitch. We love Rumble, though. That's all we need. Next topic. Next topic, please.
He's repeating everything.
Yeah, this is crazy.
That's funny.
He told Fred to take accountability.
Tankies want a revolution but are too busy to debate. Or too pussy to debate. Yeah, like... It's all a LARP, dude. They're clearly unwilling to, commit to a revolution. They're just armchair fucking losers who are trying to make money on Twitch, and that's it. They're not really politically interested like they say they are.
They're going.
I don't know why that's so funny. What?
Listen, I take full responsibility and accountability for being real on camera. And if you don't like it, go to SoyTube and Twitch SynthTube and stay over there. Here comes the club, we keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit.
Hey, man. W Fresh, bro. Keep it. Bro, free speech is real.
I wish I was allowed to record that moment, bro.
Yo, we'll reset in 7 days, and we won't say the word.
Yo,
How about that?
Mark, dead ass, bro.
Wait, we reset in 7 days, and we won't say that one word. But continue on the same way. Deal?
Yo, this guy is like, according to a pattern I already know, he wants to punch somebody in the face. But he wants to say it, but he's not going to do it.
You said you want to try again?
Let's try again. Listen, I didn't hold back. I was supposed to hold back.
Yo, Myron was dead ass, though. Oh, shit.
Level 10 hype train? Yo, we got hype, bro.
Only Castle Club getting this one.
Yo, this is actually good for us because we're keeping it real.
Castle Club get this, though.
Come on, bro. You're not proud of me?
You just know that these guys talk shit about each other when they're not around.
Yes.
This kind of passive aggressiveness,
100%.
you can feel it.
100%.
That's crazy.
100%. Because he just went off on this tangent and everybody was in on it. They know exactly. They've been talking about that. So it's probably since the demonetization, I don't know. I've never been demonetized, so I don't know how to say that word. But anyways, ever since they got demonetized, and he's not taking it. He's like, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. He does the way he acts. Everything is cool. I don't think the team. And
I will say, people always talk about Fresh being the stupid one, but even he could see how fucking dumb this behavior was. So you have to give him credit because, even though he's wrong on most things, and even though he is a trick, and even though he doesn't pretend like he's not, this is one thing that he's just not wrong on. That really was dumb, and it cost him millions. And even though this podcast would not exist without Myron and all the work that he's put in, you could also see that Fresh would have never made some of the mistakes that Myron made. And that's okay to acknowledge that. But they resent each other. He resents Fresh because
Dodo Donatellers, post a Discord link in title, dude. Maybe people will come join and debate. I'm not going to do that because most people joining the Discord aren't going to debate. They're just going to sit there for no reason, and when I invite them in, they just leave. So if somebody wants to debate me on Discord, just ask in chat. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
he doesn't feel like Fresh contributes enough.
Oh yeah, the guy tried to pretend to not see the chat for like 5 minutes, and then when it was impossible to do that, just tried to make up some like he just tried to brush it off in the most retarded way, like, oh, debate bros. So pathetic.
And then Fresh resents him because he thinks he makes dumb business decisions that cost him and they're both right. So it's interesting to watch from the outside. It's a little entertaining.
Yo, a team laughing at you like that, like everybody's laughing. The only person not laughing is you.
Yeah, here's another example. Here's one here.
Yo, whatever.
Only one common sense here, man. Yeah, okay.
There are Jews that are 100% part of the ruling class, 100,000%.
Yeah.
It's just I don't agree that they're the majority. I don't agree.
I have a question. Pointing out who's behind the. Here we go. Hold on. This is very important.
Shut up. He started talking, and then Myron went, "Oh, here we go." Meaning they've already discussed what they're about to discuss, and Myron's already dismissed it. Now listen.
Pointing out who's behind the scenes pulling strings. What does that do? Someone please tell me. What does that do?
I guess it just.
Other than make you a target.
No, 100%.
I get fucked up.
100%.
What does that do for the public?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people probably didn't know that just now, and now they know. What are they going to do behind the COVID? What are they going to do with it? The COVID thing. What are they going to do with it? Education is important, bro. To do what? It's like a freshman. Not gonna have this discussion with you, bro.
I'm just saying.
You're always like, bro, why are you
there's no point calling out people.
All right, we'll go back to you two.
You
then.
cannot
so
defeat.
Fresh can feel safe. Let's go. Let's just go back to you.
Hold on, Andrew. Am I correct here or no?
I'm just drinking my coffee, listening to this combo, bro.
Bro, I'm the only one common sense here, man. Yeah. Okay.
You said 3 years. I say 2 months.
No, gotta give people long on that. These things take. It's a process.
The process is already in.
Yeah, there isn't going to be Fresh and Fit anymore for a while. I think we've seen enough of that. Let's watch some absolute fucking Pierce Morganades.
You're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group.
Do you see a distinction between Hezbollah and, say, Hamas? In what sense? In what they are, what they represent, how they have acted?
I mean, they're very different groups. They operate in different places, in different contexts. I guess what they have in common is that they both came out of Israel's occupation of their lands, right? Hamas comes out of the occupation of the West.
No. So they have not. Hamas has origins in the Muslim Brotherhood. They're just a jihadist terrorist group. That's it. Has nothing to do with like Israel occupying the land. They're just an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, and they have an interest in just committing jihad and establishing like a worldwide Islamic caliphate. Same with Hezbollah. If they were only interested in, like, if either of these groups were only interested in, defending their land, please explain to me why Hezbollah was, fighting in Syria. They had no reason to be there. It's just Islamic jihad. That's what they're interested in.
West Bank and Gaza, and many people are not aware of the fact that Israel occupied Lebanon, southern Lebanon, for 18 years, from 1982 to 2000 when they withdrew.
Yeah, that's because the PLO was shooting rockets from Lebanon, stupid.
Although the Lebanese argue that there's still an occupation of a piece of Lebanese land called the Sheba Farms. So in that sense, they're similar. They're obviously different in some of their tactics. They're different religions. Well, they're different sects. I apologize, not different. They're both Muslim, but one is Shia, one is Sunni. They're both backed by Iran. Look, there's similarities, differences. I think what's really interesting this time round is we've seen for a year Israel killing thousands of civilians in Gaza and saying, well, Hamas is to blame because of human shields, because of tunnels. That argument just does not work in Lebanon. They've killed 550 people, appears on Monday. An insane amount of people in a single day, one of the highest single-day death tolls in modern warfare.
So, first of all, no, that's not a particularly high death count, especially when you consider the scale of the operation. They bombed all known locations in which Hezbollah set up, rocket batteries. So that's quite a few locations, and in a lot of circumstances, Hezbollah set up rocket batteries right next to civilian homes. So you're going to get some civilian deaths, you're going to get some militant deaths. If you're stupid enough to, stay at home when there's a Hezbollah rocket battery right next to your home, I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude.
Almost all of them civilians, according to Lebanese Health Ministry, which is not Hezbollah, by the way. They always say Hamas-controlled Health Ministry in Gaza. So I think what we've seen is so phenomenally bad on Israel's end and so little defense. October 7th was used, as you know.
So these arguments are so fucking ridiculous. What he's basically saying is, this is how terrorists should conduct warfare. They should use human shields, and that should be the deterrent for preventing any kind of defensive action or retaliatory strike. So Israel shouldn't ever conduct any operations that put civilians at risk, and this is how terrorists should operate. He's literally just saying, yeah, it's good for terrorists to use human shields. They should operate this way so that they can kill more Jews.
And I've discussed before, as the excuse for killing tens of thousands of Palestinians.
Well, I would categorise it differently. I don't think they use it as an excuse to go and kill tens of thousands of Palestinians. They responded to one of the most egregious terror attacks of modern times.
When does the response end? We're nearly a year in.
Well, that's the question. That is the question.
Well, that's when it becomes an excuse. When you carry on...
They haven't fulfilled their military objective. This is like saying the Allies should have stopped attacking Germany because, so many civilians died. I guess we'll just let Hitler live and, kill Jews and conquer more territories because, too many civilian casualties at this point. I guess we're done. Just stupid. Dodo, $22, this is the Mossad.
Minute by minute, this is the lead up to the Dubai assassination of one of the founding members of Hamas, all captured on security cameras and released by the Emirates police. 10 men and 1 woman, the alleged hit squad. Some check into the Al Bustan Rotana hotel and await their target. This is Mahmoud al-Mabhou arriving at the hotel where he would be killed just hours later. After checking in, the man Israeli security...
So, not only Fox News settled their lawsuit with paying out $787.5 million, Trump propaganda network Newsmax just settled their lawsuit with Smartmatic voting systems for spreading 2020 election lies. FAFO.
Let me take a look.
At 5, we're looking to learn the details of a settlement reached today in a defamation case between a voting machine maker and Newsmax. This afternoon, Newsmax confirmed a deal had been reached. Smartmatic accused the program hosts and guests of making false and defamatory statements in late 2020, implying that Smartmatic participated in rigging election results. Newsmax argued it was simply reporting on newsworthy allegations made by former President Donald Trump and his supporters.
Well, that was a dumb move. I don't know why these people thought they could just get away with saying stupid shit like that. I heard, I've seen a lot of lawyers and legal experts talk about, these Trump legal theories and shit. The kind of lawyers and legal experts these people have are literally insane. So... I'm sure they have, some sort of legal counsel when they run these stories. And they're all like actually insane and have been giving like terrible legal theories. Like Trump's lawyer who gave him the idea to like steal the 2020 election, like the guy's just a fucking whack job. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Sources accuse of being a key link between Iran.
It seems as though rather than actually getting any kind of real legal advice, they shop around for lawyers who will tell them, "Oh yeah, you can do that. That's a good idea." They're just so dumb.
Hezbollah and Hamas was followed by 2 alleged killers dressed in tennis gear, holding tennis rackets. The police say they were checking the number of his room. Then they booked the room directly across the corridor. Leaving the hotel for a couple of hours, al-Mabhouh was again tracked by different teams. Police believe the killers entered his room at 8 p.m, using an electronic device to gain entry. Al-Mabhouh entered his room at 8:25 p.m. His body was not discovered until the next morning. Police say he appears to have suffered electric shocks and may have been suffocated. These are the suspects, all caught on camera.
That would make the most amount of sense, since suffocating somebody to death is pretty quiet.
Sparking an international manhunt. 6 were on British passports, 3 carried Irish passports, 1 French and 1 German, say Dubai police. But Irish and British police have said the names and passport numbers of their alleged nationals are fake. The other countries are checking. At least 4 Israelis say they have the same names as the suspects. They deny any involvement and say they are shocked their names have been used. The question remains, who ordered the hit? Hamas and al-Mabhouh's family in Gaza are convinced Israel's intelligence agency Mossad is behind the assassination.
Dude, Mossad is like fucking special forces James Bond spy wizards. They're fucking amazing.
Dubai police told the family there were signs of 5 or 6 electric shocks on his legs, behind his ears, on his genitals and over his heart. Blood on a pillow also led police to believe he was suffocated.
That's funny. They probably like shocked him while he was being strangled just to like torture him more before he died.
Israeli sources say al-Mabhouh was smuggling arms to Gaza, so an arms dealer has many enemies. Dubai's police chief says whoever is responsible will be brought to justice. He says if a state starts acting like gangsters, their leaders will be treated like gangsters, and they will be brought to justice whoever and wherever they are. But even with extensive security footage and photos of 11 of the alleged hit squad, so far no one has been arrested, and their real identities may never be known.
That is absolutely fucking badass, dude.
Is it an excuse, or is it that they are wedded to the elimination of Hamas because Hamas has persistently said, we want to keep doing the same thing over and over again? And there's a correlation with Hezbollah, whose charter is very explicit. They stand for the eradication of Israel. I mean, that's what they're about. That doesn't justify...
Well, no, not just the eradication of Israel, the eradication of Jews.
By killing 500 people in a single day.
I didn't say it did, but
that's what bothers me. That's what happened this week. Hezbollah's charter is irrelevant to what we're talking about. That's not why
So is this guy going to condemn Hezbollah for firing rockets into Israel? No, of course not. He just hates Jews. This guy is just an anti-Semite Nazi.
They killed 500 people on Monday, Piers. Hezbollah's charter's been around for years.
I don't think it's irrelevant that you have a terror group on your doorstep who are wedded to your extinction. Why is that irrelevant?
I think the language you use is loaded, Piers. You say on your doorstep. Do you know they did a poll of Americans a while back who thought the Palestinians were occupying Israel? When we talk about this stuff, we make it sound like Israel is the one being occupied, besieged.
How many total Israeli deaths are attributable to Hamas? Like, it's pretty high. It's especially after October 7th. What is it? Like in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000? Because during like the second Intifada, I think something like 500 Israelis were killed in bombing attacks. There's been smaller attacks where like, 6, 7, 8 people have been killed. So like Hamas has killed damn near close to like 3,000 Israelis.
Read this article at the end. Smartmatic Voting Systems is seeking almost $500 million for Newsmax defaming them. Get fucked.
Oh, damn. So they probably got somewhere around that amount of money. 600 million. Holy shit. Dude, imagine being able to make that kind of cash just for somebody spreading lies about you. That's crazy. Get fucked, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Israel's the one that's occupying.
This was a dark day in American history. Scroll through this lunacy, you can see the fear and loathing melting Rudy's face off over time. Sidney Powell speaks like she's got a gun to her head. Dark times.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for coming. This is representative of our legal team. We're representing President Trump, and we're representing the Trump campaign.
Yeah, didn't Sidney Powell end up ratting out Trump and pleading guilty?
When I finish, Sidney Powell and then Jenna Ellis will follow me, and we will present in brief the evidence that we've collected over the.
Dude, they know they're fucked.
60 years, they've.
At least Rudy Giuliani knows he's fucked because he's a lawyer.
Cheated in just about every single election. You could say the same thing about Detroit. Each one of these cities are cities that are controlled by Democrats, which means they.
You don't need to prove damages to sue successfully for battery?
Can get away with anything they want to do.
Yeah, Jack should definitely
It
sue.
means they have a certain degree of control over, certainly control the election board completely, and they control law enforcement, and unfortunately, they have some friendly judges that will issue ridiculously irrational opinions just to come out in their favor. So let's start with the specifics. Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, the margin of victory now for Biden, which is not a victory, which renders them.
Dude, this guy's sweating buckets.
Massive influence of communist money through Venezuela, Cuba, and likely China in the interference with our elections here in the United States. The Dominion.
Yeah, you can just hear by the tone of their voice. It's like they know they're lying.
Voting systems, the Smartmatic technology software, and the software that goes in other computerized voting systems here.
In our separation of powers, then you're.
She literally didn't know what the fuck was even coming to her. She seems a lot more confident.
Does not matter. The facts matter. The truth matters.
It was hilarious seeing her break down and cry at her sentencing. People are just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard. Kid B donate tellers, who'd you say hates Trump more, Nancy Pelosi or Hillary Clinton? I would have to say Hillary because she's way more spiteful and just more of a hateful person. She's even attacked her husband's rape victims. So I would say probably Hillary Clinton hates Trump more because she's just more that type of person. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
In the West Bank, Gaza, longest military occupation in the world, going back to 1967. Israel is the country that occupied southern Lebanon. I mean, everything in the world did not begin on October the 7th. 1978, Israel.
By the way, why were they occupying those territories? It's because they were getting rockets shot at them, you idiot. What's hilarious, too, is he doesn't mention all of the terrorist plots that are being foiled due to Israel's occupation. I'm pretty sure in 2023 alone, Israel foiled 500 terror plots in the West Bank due to the occupation. So there may actually be a legitimate reason why Israel's occupying, dickhead.
Israel invades southern Lebanon. 1982, Israel invades southern Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila massacre.
Nah, haven't finished Squirrel with a gun yet.
Funny things that Newsmax is only worth about $67 million in assets and it's being labeled as a bet your company settlement. Also, I can't wait for my dad to be bitching and crying when they're gone.
I'm assuming they're, like, every news company has libel lawsuit protection. I'm assuming either their insurance isn't going to cover it because they violated terms of the agreement. So like they willingly, knowingly lied, you know, stuff like that. Or it just doesn't cover that amount of money. Like, probably doesn't. Yeah, they're gonna be gone. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
2006, Second Lebanon War, murder 100 people.
But you always make it sound like they're just doing this for the sake of it. They're not.
What are they doing it for?
Well, they've been provoked by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah didn't exist in 1978.
Okay, I'm talking about the specifics of going on now. The provocation since October the 7th. Hezbollah's first response to October the 7th was to unleash rockets on Israel on October the 8th. It is. That is what happened.
Where did they fire the first rocket?
They fired rockets on the 8th.
Where?
Well, you tell me.
No, you just said they...
The fuck does that matter? Like this guy is a lying fascist dickhead. Where they fired rockets from is irrelevant. They're the ones who fired the fucking rockets. They were the ones who initiated the conflict. Like, where they fired it from is irrelevant. They could have fired it from their mother's asshole.
They fired at Israel. Where?
Well, they fired in the direction of Israel.
Where did they hit? They fired
well,
at the Sheba Farms.
Tell me.
I do. They fired at Sheba Farms, which, as I said earlier, is an area of Syria. Well, the Lebanese claim it's Lebanon. Syria claims it's Lebanon. Israel says no, and it's occupying the Sheba Farms. They fired at Israeli military installations in the Sheba Farms. Now, have they got fired at Israel?
So they were firing at an area that Israel says is theirs.
No, Israel doesn't say that. Israel says it's Syria. Because remember, Israel is occupying Syria and the West Bank and Gaza and Lebanon would argue parts of Lebanon. This is the...
Gee, I wonder why they're occupying dipshit.
Problem, right? The core of the...
Like what's hilarious too is Hezbollah has fought in Syria to spread jihad. So why is he even mentioning this?
Problem is Israel's territorial expansion attacks.
Who's smarter, Piers Morgan, Jordan Peterson, or Joe Rogan? Piers Morgan would be the smartest. Jordan Peterson may be more delusional than Joe Rogan, but he's probably smarter. Joe Rogan is just extremely easy to manipulate and has very little critical thinking skills. Jordan Peterson, for the most part, knows exactly what he's doing, but he has like some of the most insane delusional beliefs. So, yeah, I just based on intelligence, I'd say Piers Morgan, then Jordan Peterson, then Joe Rogan.
It's not a mess. It's Israel occupying multiple Arab lands, which leads to quote-unquote resistance or quote-unquote terrorism, whichever word. I don't care what word you want to use right now, but that is the core. Right? You had John Mearsheimer on the show this week, made the same point. Deal with the occupation, then you deal with the violence. And look, has Hezbollah fired into Israel at the same time? Yes, I don't agree with that. But the reality is 82% of the exchange of fire between Lebanon and Israel since October the 7th has been done by Israel.
Okay.
82%.
But
is that not a provocation?
Let me finish my point, which is that since October the 8th, 19,000 missiles, rockets have come from Hezbollah to Israel, right?
But way more from Israel into Lebanon.
Well, 82%. Of course they've responded. What else are they supposed to do?
82%. This is not two equal sides.
So they can't.
Did you know the same guy, Mehdi Hassan, is the one who debated Richard Dawkins, and Dawkins clowned him for believing Prophet traveled on a winged horse to split the moon? Oh, okay. This makes perfect sense. So this brown-skinned lad here, he is a extremely dedicated Muslim. Most by the way, most Muslims I've met personally don't believe that, even though the Prophet Muhammad himself said that happened. Most Muslims, I would guess, in like Canada, the United States, you know, normal people countries where they don't want to exterminate entire races of people, most Muslims don't believe those hadiths. This guy is an extremely, extremely devout Muslim if he actually believes that shit. That's like a good litmus test to determine how crazy of a Muslim you are. So this makes perfect sense. This guy is like an actual jihadist, like super, super devout follower of the Quran. He actually wants to like fulfill Quranic prophecies of exterminating the world of Jews, stuff like that. So, yeah, all of his arguments are going to be framed from that perspective, like super dishonest, complete double standards. It's not okay for Israel to defend itself, but it's okay for Hezbollah to kill Jews for no fucking reason other than jihad.
Fire between Lebanon and Israel since October the 7th has been done by Israel.
Okay.
82%.
But
is that not a provocation?
Let me finish my point, which is that since October the 8th, 19,000 missiles, rockets have come from Hezbollah to to Israel, right?
But way more from Israel into Lebanon.
Well, 82%. Of course they've responded. What else are they supposed to do?
82%. This is not two equal sides.
So they can't defend themselves.
But the vast majority of attacks is on Lebanon.
Okay, but would you condemn the firing of rockets by Hezbollah or not?
Of course.
So again, this is so dishonest. He's saying majority of like rockets in terms of like total payload or like total numbers, Israel has fired more. That's irrelevant. Hezbollah is the one who fired first. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I condemn all attacks on civilian targets.
This is like saying, oh, well, Germany was the victim in World War II because if you total the amount of payload that Germany delivered to Europe versus Europe and the US delivered to Germany, Germany suffered more like bombings in terms of total payload than the rest of Europe suffered from Germany. So Germany is therefore the victims. Like, it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous standard. Vegan Spider-Man donated $2. How did Jason Blaha get to spend $20K on prostitutes if he's so broke and lives mostly off government assistance? Well, he was making, like, if we're talking, this happened years ago. So if you go back, like, you know, between 5 to 10 years, he was making okay-ish money off YouTube, where he was able to pay most of his bills with government assistance, and then everything being made on YouTube was like bonus money, so it was like shit that he could, you know, use for luxury items. Like, that's why you saw him pressing ammo and going to the shooting range all the time back then, because he could afford to do it with the YouTube money. I'm also pretty confident he took out loans. So that's how he was able to pay for flying out to visit a prostitute, and over the course of, I think, 2 or 3 years, he spent $20,000. Now he's not making nearly as much money on YouTube, and you'll also notice he moved out of his apartment or rent subsidized housing, whatever you want to call it. He's downgraded massively. He said he bought a house. He didn't buy a house. He's actually renting from an old lady, and he's renting one room. So he's renting one single room. He's probably only paying something like $300 or $400 a month. And that old lady, I think, either doesn't own a car or only has one car, and she allowed Blaha to use the garage for his weight training equipment. That's why he did the one stream where you saw him laughing and talking to people on stream, and then you hear a lady open the door and complain about the noise. And then he said, oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I got to shut the stream down now. It's because he was bothering that old lady and he was making too much noise. So he's had to downgrade his lifestyle massively. You also don't see him pressing any ammo. You don't see him owning any guns. He had to sell his guns, or most of them. And you don't see him at the shooting range or doing anything fun that he used to do because he's broke as shit, doesn't make any real money. And he had to downgrade his, his living standards massively. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Spider-Man. Oh, wait. I was the Lower East Side Village in New York City known for their property scene, and everyone was at least 8 out of 10 financially. How would someone 4 out of 10 make friends? I don't know. Make friends with poor people, I guess, if rich people don't want to be your friends. I'm sure you can make plenty of friends doing stuff that poor people do, like smoking outside on apartment building steps, maybe doing fentanyl. What else do poor people do? Maybe you can find a guy who likes stealing shopping carts and do that with them. Maybe drink beer or vodka out of a flask that's hidden with a paper bag. A lot of poor people like to do that. Maybe you can make friends that way. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Spider-Man. Bend over, donated $2. Let me see.
Do you actually believe in your Muslim faith? Do you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two? Do you believe that Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse, for example? I pay you the compliment of assuming that you don't.
No, I do. I believe in miracles.
You believe that?
Yes.
You believe that Muhammad went to heaven on a winged horse?
Yes, I believe in God. I believe in miracles. I believe in revelation. I mean, the point here is that let's assume I'm wrong.
Like, by the way, this isn't even a normal belief within Islam. You only see this type of shit with crazy terrorists. So Ali Dawa, for instance, that guy is a literal fucking terrorist. He's actually openly stated that he wants to kill apostates. If he had the power to, he would get Muslims to kill all non-believers so that he could establish a Muslim caliphate in the UK. He's actually talked about Muslim immigration into the UK as being a strategy to overthrow the UK government and create a jihadist state. Ali Dawa also believes the Prophet Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse. So the only people that you'll meet within Islam that believe this shit are like literal terrorists.
Richard, I'm wrong.
Let's
assume I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
If you actually believe Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse, that's an anti-scientific belief.
And that could be wrong. But that
well, is wrong.
But that doesn't change.
Yeah.
That doesn't change. How do you know it's wrong?
Oh, come on. You're a man of the 21st century.
No, I'm just asking. It comes back to my original question. The rational position is the agnostic. The rational position is the agnostic position.
Why up there?
The rational position. I didn't say up there. I didn't pick a place.
Okay,
you picked a place.
Why would a winged horse be the way to get to heaven if it's not up there?
I asked a question about. You asked about proof. I'm all for saying I can't prove it, but can you prove he didn't do it? I mean, this is the end-all debate.
Didn't fly to heaven on a winged horse?
I'm just asking on your criteria. I'm just asking on
No, I can't prove it, and I can't prove it wasn't a golden unicorn.
But I'm fascinated that you're rather talk about what animals the Prophet may or may not have used 1400 years ago, rather than talk about what Muslims or Islam is doing in the world today, good or bad.
Well,
that seems to be the distraction. If anyone's distracted, it seems to be you.
Well, that's your view. I'm fascinated by how somebody, a respected, sophisticated journalist in the 21st century, can believe that a prophet flew to heaven on a winged horse.
Well, that's the trick. He is not a sophisticated journalist. He's a jihadist who supports terrorism. Vegan Spider-Man donated $2. You misread what I said. 8 out of 10 facially at party. Oh, I thought you said financially. My bad. And they aren't attractive facially. I didn't see a single unattractive person there, so it makes me doubt. You said in an earlier stream it's easy for an unattractive guy to be with attractive women. So if you're better looking, you're gonna have better chances with women, obviously. Like, an attractive guy can go up to a good-looking woman and say something stupid like, "Hey, how's it going?" And like, just because he's attractive and she likes the way he looks, that's going to be filtered through a lens where, man, I want to suck this guy's cock. And it's going to come off as cute or funny, or they'll just look past it because they only care about, like, sucking some good D. If you're an unattractive guy and you come up to a girl, say something stupid, they're going to get the ick because they immediately don't find you attractive. And if you say something stupid, that's going to be a strike against you. Like, oh, this guy's ugly and he's kind of stupid. So good-looking guys have an advantage, but if you're socially adept and you're just chill, people like talking to you and being around you just because you're cool, again, it's not really going to matter. And the way women perceive attractiveness is also different than the way men perceive attractiveness. Men are much more visual. So when women see your personality, they're actually going to like have the perception of your physical appearance being more attractive. Women also find more familiar faces more attractive. So if you look like someone they know that, or you remind them of someone they know that they like, they're going to perceive you as being more attractive. And if they personally know you, and they like your personality, they're also going to visually perceive you as more attractive. So if you're going to try to date some more attractive girls, but you're not the best looking type of guy, you just have to work on your social skills and learn to be a more likable type of person. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Spider-Man. Hope that helps.
I met an Afghan Muslim trucker who criticized my tattoos, saying they were haram. He told me if I converted to Islam, I'd gain riches on earth and in heaven. Without asking my beliefs, he kept pushing for me to read the Quran. Lol.
Yeah, they do that. I probably would have asked him, you know, like, how do you follow a faith where a guy who's a pedophile, you know, made up the faith? And try to trigger the absolute fuck out of them. Like, the only way to get them to stop is to just trigger the fuck out of them, right? Because if you're being polite and friendly, and you're not asking any kind of questions that would degrade the integrity of their religion, they're gonna keep pressing you. They also use like social intimidation tactics a lot. So they'll literally go in groups of like 3 or 4, and then they'll all ask you a slightly different question all at the same time, and they'll do it in this like weird, authoritative, aggressive way to kind of make you just say, "Oh yeah, I guess I agree with that," you know. And then they'll pressure you to do the like it's like some sort of prayer that you need to say while you're joining the religion. I've seen Hamza's Den do that with some like young girls that went on their stream. So the only way around that is to say, well, I don't really support a religion that's okay with like pedophilia, you know, something like that. You do run the risk of getting like shot or stabbed because a lot of those people are violent fucking crazies. But, you know, if you want them to stop, that's one way to do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Solitaire. Hope that helps.
Okay, so we know that, we discussed. I don't come on shows to defend militant groups or foreign governments. Okay, I come on shows to say, let's end the violence. Yeah. Let's sort out what the solution is. Yeah. Let's look at the root.
Oh, let's end the violence. So when have you ever told Hezbollah to stop firing rockets, dipshit? I really wish I could go on Piers Morgan and just debate these people directly and just have Piers Morgan moderate.
The cause of the violence. It is undeniable that the root cause of the violence is Israel, Israel's occupation, the genocide in Gaza. What did the leader of Hezbollah say? So we won't fire any rockets if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the president of Iran say? We won't retaliate for what you did to Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil if you end the killing in...
So, rich of Hezbollah to say that. Like, why doesn't Israel say, oh, well, we'll end the violence in Gaza once you stop killing people in Syria? Like, it's just ridiculous.
In Gaza. What did the Houthis say? We'll stop blocking ships if you end the killing in Gaza. Where do all roads lead back to?
They're lying. They don't support Palestinians. Like again, the right response is ask this guy, okay, why don't they do anything to support Palestinians? Why don't they take in any refugees? Why don't they try to negotiate peace talks with Israel? Like, wouldn't the strategy be, look, we will like demilitarize to some extent. We'll make sure we don't attack any of your people if you agree to stop, attacking Gaza. We'll try to communicate with Hamas and try to create some sort of deal so that like none of us, attack Israel, and then like everybody gets peace. No, they immediately go to, we're going to kill innocent civilians until you stop, the war in Gaza. Again, complete double standards. Israel has to be the adult in the room. Oh, they're the ones who have to stop. But like all the retarded monkey children who are firing rockets and killing fucking people in Israel, oh, well, they're just retarded monkey children. How do you expect them to act? Israel has to be the bigger person and let the retarded monkey children kill them.
Would you believe, why would you believe any of those people?
I don't believe any of them. I'm Ronald Reagan.
You're citing them as if there's sort of gospel statements from people who have unimpeachable
I'll tell you why, if you let me finish. I'm Ronald Reagan.
A bunch of terrorists said, we won't do X, Y, Z if you do this.
I'm Ronald Reagan. I say verify. Call their bluff. If they're lying, call their bluff. Stop the Gaza fighting and then see what happens.
Yeah, but Israel has called Hamas's bluff.
When?
There was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
That's not true.
There was a ceasefire in place before October 7th, and Hamas violated it multiple times.
Well, it is true.
It's fundamentally false. They were attacking Palestinians the week before October the 7th. In September.
No, they weren't.
You can Google it on that tablet. What's your definition of a ceasefire?
Well,
Israel gets to attack people and not the other way around. Okay. In September, you just made a charge that's not true. There's a tablet there, you can Google it. Guardian headline, right there, you can go see the news.
Okay, this guy doesn't understand what a ceasefire is.
Report.
So just because Israel is doing peacekeeping operations where they're arresting terrorists, that doesn't mean it violates a ceasefire agreement.
Google during interview.
Well, afterwards, everyone can. There's a Guardian headline, September 2020.
This guy literally just doesn't understand what a ceasefire agreement is.
A month before October the 7th. The headline is Palestine.
Oh, no, sorry. He does. He's just lying. He's trying to gaslight people.
By Israel in Gaza attacked. There were airstrikes in Gaza. And by the way, Gaza is not isolated. Gaza and the West Bank under international law are one entity. There were several hundred Palestinians killed in the West Bank before October.
But my point to you, Mehdi, is
so there was no ceasefire. You just can't say it's just not true.
So listen to that. He mentions the West Bank when Israel had a ceasefire agreement with Hamas in Gaza. So, he's just lying. He is just deliberately trying to gaslight.
Say there was a ceasefire.
And it's not true.
You would say otherwise.
The facts say otherwise.
But what I've noticed with you is you always downplay anything which might be deemed by Israel to be provocation.
No.
You always.
Not at all. Did I downplay October 7th? I don't think I have on this show or anywhere else. It's a horrible crime.
But what you do, in your debating style, and it's an impressive debating style, but you always pivot back to, but the real problem is Israel. But the real problem is
Hold on.
Well, the real problem is Israel because he hates Jews and he wants to exterminate them. So he'll come up with any kind of backwards justification to put the blame on Israel, even going back to 1948 and accusing them of original sin. Well, it's ultimately Israel's fault because they exist.
We're going to talk about style, Spears. You're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group, that group. On Monday, 500... Hold on. Let me finish my point, then you come back in. 500 people were killed on Monday. 100...
Yes, because Hezbollah was firing rockets into Israel for 11 months.
Women, 50 children. I assume you condemn that and don't support the killing of civilians.
I don't condemn that. I fully support that. If Hezbollah wants to put their own civilians at risk by firing rockets into Israel, that's their prerogative, and they can fuck around and find out.
Lebanon, right? 500 people died. That's the equivalent of 30,000 Americans or 6,000 Brits in a day.
Sure.
And yet we started this interview with Hezbollah Charter. So if you're going to talk about styles, you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Okay.
I'm going to focus on 500 people dead.
Okay, let me go back to the week before, where 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists.
There's literally no point in debating these people. They're just retarded children who want to kill Jews. All you need to do is just call them out on their bullshit and then tell them to go fuck themselves. Like, all this whining and pandering and bullshitting, it's just crypto-fascism. They just want to exterminate Jews. Let them whine and cry on their own platforms, and look what it's doing, right? They're supporting violence against Israel. They keep encouraging these terrorists to attack Israel, and then their own people that they claim to care about get fucked over because of their own bullshit. So go ahead, keep claiming it's all Israel's fault. Keep claiming that every fucking attack that Hamas or Hezbollah makes is justified. Fuck around, find out. Israel's gonna fucking wipe the floor with all of you, and you can just keep crying in your fucking corner.
Terrorists were targeted specifically.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
You just said 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists.
How many was it?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Made the claim.
That is what's been reported. Do you dispute that?
Yeah, I dispute everything Israel said.
You don't know the real number.
You don't know the real number. I didn't give a number. You did.
Well, what has been the number from the other side?
I didn't give a number. You said 3,000 terrorists. I'm wondering why.
That is what's been reported.
No, it's not reported. It's what's said by Israel, or it's what's said by people speaking on behalf of Israel.
So apparently you cannot trust reports coming from a liberal democracy, but you can trust reports coming from a jihadist terrorist regime. Okay.
So was a little girl who died?
Hang on. Israel hasn't even said it did it.
They have in private. It's been reported widely. No, to the American government.
Okay, but don't say they said it publicly. They haven't.
But
obviously, I believe they did it, right? But
I believe they did it
You're
too.
saying they said it in public.
You just gave a 3,000 number, and I'm wondering. I just saw a little girl's funeral last week. Was she a Hezbollah terrorist in your view?
No.
So then why did you say 3,000 terrorists? There was a kid killed.
I was about to say that in the process.
By the way, what's ironic about this, Hezbollah's last rocket attack, I believe it killed like an 11-year-old girl. And I think it was on like a tennis court or something. Hezbollah rocket kills 11. Football. Okay, it was a football pitch. Israel hits Hezbollah target after football pitch strike kills 12 young people. And I think there was like an 11-year-old girl. Israel says it has hit Hezbollah targets in Lebanon after 12 children and young adults were killed in a rocket strike while playing football in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. The country's Air Force has blamed Iran-backed militant group for the strike. And Israel's foreign ministry released the identities of 10 children killed in Saturday's strike, saying they were aged between 10 and 16. So I think this was the girl who's like 11. She was very young. So this guy is complaining about Israel conducting one of the most targeted urban warfare operations ever made. Only, as far as we know, only 2 civilians were killed. And 2 of those being children. And then when Hezbollah kills 10 children in a rocket attack, we don't hear a peep from this guy? Oh, well, Israel deserved it, right? Like, they're occupiers. They deserve it. Children deserve to die when you're occupiers. It's ridiculous. Son Goku donated $2. When doing good mornings, the further I hinge my hips back, am I working more glutes or hamstrings? Kind of depends. Like it is a posterior chain exercise, so you're going to work your hamstrings, glutes, and your erectors. It sort of depends what the limiting factor in the movement is, though. So that's going to be different for different people. It's going to depend on your body proportions. It's going to be dependent on the strength of each of those individual muscle groups. So if you have particularly weak hamstrings, the limiting factor on that exercise may be the hamstrings. So good mornings might work your hamstrings more than your glutes or lower back. Now, if you have a weak glutes or weak lower back, then your lower back is going to be the limiting factor, and it's going to work your lower back more. Since with a good morning, the further you hinge, the more your hamstring is being stretched, you are going to end up getting more hamstring activation, but you are also going to get more activation of your glutes and erectors at the same time. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Hope that answers your question. Crypto donated $2. Is it true in general attractive women would much strongly prefer unattractive man, even of different race, who has a ripped body, socially adept, smart, educated, well-versed, compared to extremely attractive male model face who is average socially? That entirely depends on the individual person and their preferences. So I wouldn't really be able to give you a general idea. It's entirely based on an individual's preference. Thanks for the donation, though, Crypto.
Targeting very specifically in an extraordinarily whichever way.
In a terror attack.
Well, that's what I'm going to come to. So they target 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists with their pages, walkie-talkies, and so on. In the process, a small, comparative to that number, a small number of civilians get killed, which is obviously deplorable. But my point to you is, if someone's been chucking rockets over for a year at you and your people, you've had to displace 60,000 people from the north of your country because of his relentless bombardment, and you eventually respond in such a precise, targeted fashion.
Well, isn't it 90,000? I thought the figure was 90,000 that are being displaced.
Okay, right. And in the process, some civilians are killed, which is never acceptable, can never be condoned, never be supported. But if it is right, as has been widely reported by all mainstream media, that 3,000 terrorists...
People associated with Hezbollah. Not everybody in Hezbollah is a terrorist.
Okay. But, okay.
A driver, a nurse.
3,000 members of Hezbollah were targeted, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that is, some people have claimed is unlawful.
Yep.
You said it's a terror attack, you think it was illegal.
Yep.
But I would say that's not. I mean, I would say that if you look at that in totality, they are responding to rocket attacks all year, and they are being extremely precise. Unlike what they've been doing in Gaza, where I do not accept that Israel's been doing this precision targeting they keep talking about, and I've held them to account for that. I do think in this particular occasion, they were extremely precise, and it was a brilliant piece of warfare, right, if you want to call it that. Notwithstanding, I don't like any war, nor do you. But my point is, surely that is justified. I mean, in some parts of this, you have to say Israel's entitled to defend itself.
So actually, Lebanon is the one that needs to defend itself. As we say, 500 people killed on a day. Look, you are right. You have held. I've watched you.
Lebanon is the one that needs to defend themselves after they've been shooting rockets into Israel for 11 months. They're the ones that are defending themselves. By the way, this is a complete contradiction because this guy literally admitted Hezbollah was firing rockets into Israel in support of Hamas. So how is that defense, idiot? He literally flat out contradicted himself.
Israeli spokespersons, you have held them to account on their nonsense about casualty numbers. But let me just say 3 very brief things on that. Number 1, you said just a moment ago, when they eventually respond, use that phrase eventually. That's just factually inaccurate. We already discussed.
No, you talked about
82% of the attacks. Yeah. They've been bombing Lebanon for a year. Now, you can say who started it, whatever, I'm not talking about. But they've been attacking Lebanon.
But this is a significant escalation.
Yes, but 5 days after October the 7th, or 6 days after, they killed a Reuters video journalist in southern Lebanon, a man called Issam Abdullah, killed, according to Reporters Without Borders, targeted by Israel. According to the UN,
Son Goku Donate Tellers, do you think people over-exaggerate muscle loss while cutting? Some people are particularly prone to it. So no, not necessarily. And the more aggressive you diet, the more prone you're going to be. But some people are extremely prone to muscle loss while dieting. And that can be from a few factors. That can just be due to things like anabolic resistance. So they just don't respond as well to training. And they have a harder time retaining or gaining muscle. That can be due to them just being more affected by the caloric deficit, even if it's not that aggressive. So a lot of people have massive perceived reductions in energy when they're dieting, even if it's not particularly aggressive, and they're not able to train with the same training volumes they were before, which is obviously going to contribute to muscle loss. So it's not necessarily just tied to inappropriate dietary planning. Some people are just more genetically prone. Have seen very little strength muscle loss. You can do aggressive deficits at high body fat levels since you have more energy stored. So yeah, you are on average able to do more aggressive deficits without losing muscle if you have more body fat. But again, there is inter-individual differences. Even people with higher body fat levels, if they diet, they're going to lose more muscle than a normal person. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
a war crime, right? So they have been killing people in Lebanon who have nothing to do with Hezbollah for a year now. So let's not say eventually. Number 2, I would say, yes, it's an act of terror. And that's just not my view. You know Leon Panetta, former Obama Defense Secretary, former head of the CIA. When the former head of the CIA comes out and says Israel is committing an act of terror, I think we should take that seriously.
So 1, he's the former head of the CIA. 2, he's an ancient geriatric fuck. The guy can barely fucking speak. He is old as fucking dirt. I don't know why the hell you'd listen to an old geriatric fuck retard who's being retired for a century. And again, that's just an appeal to personal opinion. Who the fuck cares what the head of the CIA says? You're making a moral claim. So because some guy says, so this guy, so let's just assume we lived in an alternate world where the former head of the CIA said, oh yeah, it wasn't a war crime. You're telling me you'd agree with him? He's just an idiot.
Cat Daddy in the house. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Lick on these nuts and suck my dick. That's right, Cat Daddy has spoken. All of you in chat can bow down and eat my scrum. The chocolate star baby. Eat it, children. It is the fountain of youth.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Jay Steer donated $2 a year after my friend graduated from Ivy League school and majored in politics/economics. He makes $600K a year right out of college. On his 23rd birthday, he went to a strip club and spent $10K on 3 girls in one night. He's an attractive white man. Why? I don't care. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I can play T8 matches right now. Let's do it. Let's cap it at 3. I can do 3 matches with you right now. I need a break from this fucking Pierce Morgan retarded shit. It's so triggering listening to these people make the absolute dumbest fucking arguments imaginable. Like, that's all the fucking pro-Palestinian side is. It's just flat-out retardation. They literally have no legitimate arguments. They literally make up ahistorical bullshit. They lie about historical facts. They have complete fucking double standards. Like, regardless of what these terrorists do, they support them. Regardless of what Israel does, they condemn them. The news announced Mayor Eric Adams charges. Alright, I'll look at that later. Sometimes this game doesn't actually give me notifications for when somebody sends me an invite. Give me a second, trying to sign in on Steam. Internet acting up because of storm in Florida. Okay, I'll give you a minute. What are your thoughts on TVP? It's good. TVP is good for you. AAP, donate $2. Thoughts on Austin Dunham? I think he's kind of a insecure, immature idiot. Some of his dating advice is good, but he's very insecure and immature. Is it true it would be extremely difficult for an unattractive man who wants to be in a casual or long-term relationship with good-looking women, assuming he is ripped, wealthy, smart, educated? Stop asking me these stupid fucking questions. Who the fuck cares? Just try to date the women you want to date. I don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation, dude. It's loading up now. Alright. Criminal lawyer just made a video about Mayor Adams' charges. Can we react after match? Yeah, sure. Anyone see how they took away all the tits and ass in the Silent Hill 2 remake? I think that's overblown. Like, wasn't the game early in development and they had, like, placeholder models for some of the characters? And they actually made adjustments for them to look more like they did in the original game?
Kazuya Mishima.
I think Eric Adams like accepted money or bribes, and it's some sort of corruption thing, something along those lines.
Round one. Fight.
Ah, fuck. Oh, what the fuck? How is that kick faster than the punch? That's what I'd like to know. Aw, damn it.
Round two. Fight.
Sure. Sure. Ah, shit! Ah! Yes! Oh, fuck!
Fight.
No! Oh my god, I hate that move. Dude, that move is so cheap.
Round four. Fight.
What? Oh my god. I literally have started to actually hate Thing.
Round six. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round seven. Fight.
That move is just fucking ass, dude. What? Hulk smash? What? Oh my god. Dude, like, look at the hitbox! He elbows you on the ground? Fuck Feng. Like, some of the most bullshit hitboxes in the whole game.
Why don't you both change characters, you boring autistic fucks?
Damn it! Fuck, 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 fuck! Shit! Alright, let's do it again. I'm a Kazuya player, okay? What the fuck can I say, dude? I'll look at that donation after the matches. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Shit. Oh! No! Dude, that should have blocked the armor. Or defeated the armor attack. That was horseshit.
Round 3. Fight.
No! Ah, damn it. That was close.
Fight. Round 5. Fight.
No! Ah! Oh! Damn! Oh, that is not good. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked.
Round 7. Fight.
The fuck? Shit. Damn it. Oh, man. God, fuck, shit, damn, crap. Okay, one more match. Yeah, I know, I need to learn more cheap tricks. I gotta learn the fucking laser beam attack.
Round 1. Fight.
I'm surprised that fucking reached.
Round 2. Fight.
Shit. There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
What? Oh, I blocked that! What?
Round 4. Fight.
What? Oh yes, give him the pop-up. Oh my god, what a fucking load of horse shit.
Fight.
Fuck! Fuck, damn it. Gotta win at least one, son of a bitch. Yeah, right, okay. There we go.
Round 7. Fight.
Damn it. Yes. Could actually win this one.
Fight.
Yes! Finally won one. Alright, there we go. Good matches, dude. Ugh. Okay, 21st Savage. Let's take a look at these links. I'm pretty sure it's not safer for blacks to live in Russia. There's literally propaganda on state TV talking about how blacks are like subhuman.
React.
Let me see.
Well,
retard.
today Twitter decided.
I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
That's the high security network that connects thousands of financial institutions around the world. Here's what President Biden had to say.
Hold on. Because I know for a fact that nigga that owe me a $1,200 stimulus check ain't out here starting wars.
That was retarded.
And if you ever need help, just ring this bell. Well, adios, little Samaritan.
Russia's borders have literally been invaded. This cartoon makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. So a lot of people who make political content online who are actually out of their minds. I have noticed.
To suspend journalist Ken Klippenstein over the fact that he posted about a leaked J.D. Vance dossier. Now, we want to understand more about this, especially since this took place on a platform that Elon Musk purchased to the tune of $41 billion in order to protect free speech, to, basically ensure that what happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story never happens again. And so joining us now is the journalist in question, Ken Klippenstein. Thank you for joining us, Ken.
Hey guys, good to be back with you.
Yeah, good to have you. Let me start with the first question because I'm dying to know. What reasoning were you given for your ban on Twitter?
I got an email citing 2 tweets. One was the link to the JD Vance research dossier story that I published, and the second one was more interesting. I also just reposted a story I'd done talking about how overblown I think foreign influence operations are, not just by the press, but by the intelligence community, maybe even the culture at large. Not that they don't exist, not that they're not real, not that the government shouldn't respond to them, but to treat them like some dumb Russian memes or Iranian memes or whatever are going to decisively swing an election. There's no evidence for that. And in the story I explore that. I look at a report by the Rand Corporation, their scholarship that suggests that yes, these things happen. Yes, they have goals. But when it gets to that question of could it change, not just a senatorial election, but a presidential election, no, there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence it's happened. And so for all those reasons, I thought that this was crazy to not talk about this, largely open, containing largely open source information relevant to the American electorate in an election season that multiple news outlets knew existed, and which contains information about not just the candidate, but about what the Republican Party thinks about that candidate, and gives you insight into what the party thinks. I mean, that perception, that's what was so interesting to me, especially in an election where it's a vibes election. They're not talking about policy. I mean, look at the convention, not just Trump's, but Harris's, the Democrats as well. How much do they actually give you in terms of specifics? So little. So something like this tells you what the party thinks of Vance. It was kind of interesting because if you go through it, the things that they point out are that, Vance has a, unorthodox position on this or that is actually pretty popular with their base. And it's clear that the party isn't excited about having to litigate that in a general election. And so for that reason, I thought it was worth, for those 2 reasons, the unseriousness of foreign influence efforts and the importance of that information, I thought it was important to report. But evidently, Twitter thought that those 2 things, and I don't know what the second one is, because that was just an analysis piece about foreign influence. But it said that I, violated by posting personal information. Which again, in the second post, there was no personal information. You could say that in the first one there was, because in the dossier, it includes things like his current and past addresses. So, I disagree with that because first of all, I'm not posting the addresses to Twitter. I'm posting them to the site, which is linked to it. And in addition to that, that's all public information. I, as a reporter, can go on Nexus in 2 minutes and find out a public official's address. That's how, and these news organizations do it too. Corporations do it. All of this information is sold because it's public. There's no law barring it. And they're trying to cast that, I think, as a pretext to take down what is a story which clearly Elon Musk, someone who's donated billions of dollars to Republican causes, doesn't want.
Boundless wish it's not at the bottom of a monster-filled dungeon, or at the zenith of a treacherous mountain. It's in you. The treasure you seek breathes within your bones. It's only after you cultivate the light within that you can truly travel freely.
Yes. I suppose I'd agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Getting Oral Sex Dancing Bird. Faggot Ass Vegan Gains, $22. Is this you before every stream? No. Before you forced Jasmine to move. Oh, wait. Also, was this your usual experience before you forced Jasmine to move to Canada?
Trying to fuck. You really not gonna. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god, bro!
No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Out there. And so they have to create a pretext to say, hey, look, it's not actually, I mean, of course, they're not going to say, oh, sorry, we don't want to have, something that makes Vance look bad. They have to come up with a pretext. And that's what I think this is.
So Ken, I want to get back to you being banned in just a moment, but just a quick sidebar, because I think this is important. So you mentioned how other journalists have kind of shied away from reporting on this JD Vance dossier because they're worried about being accused of helping with foreign interference into our elections. Is there any evidence or any indication that this JD Vance dossier was leaked by a foreign government like Iran? Like, I'm hearing about that, but is there any substance to that claim?
That's a very interesting question, because if you look closely at what the intelligence community has put out, they haven't said specifically which stories were hacked. Now, I don't doubt for a second that the Iranians are hacking things and trying to hurt Trump. Trump has a very hardline policy on Iran. It makes sense that they would want to do that. And I take the intelligence community, when they make a conclusive statement like that, at its word that they're seeing something. But if you go through those statements, they say malign cyber actors are targeting the Trump campaign. Okay, all makes sense. But they don't say where and which stories. And so I wish that the media would interrogate that and press them and say, are you specifically referring to this? And the reason I want them to ask that is not because I'm trying to defend the Iranians, but because if you look back at 2016, for example, there was a hacker that went by the handle Guccifer or something like that. And he hacked into, I think it was a Democrat, I think it was the Hillary Clinton emails. And contemporaneous with that, the Russians were directing foreign influence operations targeting Hillary Clinton. And so both were true at the same time. There was both a foreign nexus to these things, and there was a private individual who they ended up concluding was just acting. It was just a hacker acting of his own accord. But when the media talked about it, they lumped it all into one basket and said, oh, this is all foreign influence. And the world isn't always that simple. So, I mean, if you were to ask me my frank opinion, because I'm not trying to dodge here, I would say, yes, I would guess that the Iranians had a role in it. But the truth is, we don't know, because nobody has pressed the intelligence community to say what specific stories or what specific hacks are you talking about. They just say hacks, and then the media runs with this.
Yeah. So I want to come back to different countries messing with our elections in a second.
All right. Fucking Piers Morgan.
But it's not just him. A group of UN special rapporteurs on human rights and extrajudicial killings put out a statement.
But many other people have said it was not an
Of course, and that's the problem with international law. People can argue it always. You know that you and I are not lawyers, but we know that lawyers
But do you
can
not think that action was justified?
No, of course not. I don't think you should booby trap devices. It's against international law to use booby traps. I think
It's not a booby trap.
I'm actually petrified, separate to the politics of the Middle East peers, I'm actually petrified at the ability of governments to use technology and surveillance to track us and now kill us. I think there's a wider discussion to be had. I think the idea that Israel keeps opening the doors to all sorts of new precedents that other governments will run with and we will regret. I think, going into the supply chain of devices, phones, beepers, whatever, pagers, I think that's very, very worrying. I also think from a practical point of view, it's not targeted. If you blow up a guy with a pager, even if you think he's a terrorist or a terrorist leader, you don't know if he's driving, he's at an intersection, he's about to crash his car into children crossing the road. We saw them going off in grocery stores. It's taken out people's eyes, fingers. No, I don't think it's targeted. I think it's barbaric. I think it's illegal. And I also think, look, I say this all the time, even if I was an Israeli, I would not support this. It doesn't make Israel safer. Do you think Israel's safer today?
Would you support then any...
They just fired a rocket at Tel Aviv.
Let me ask you, would you then, by your criteria, is there any military response that Israel can give? First to what Hamas did on October the 7th, the second to what Hezbollah has been doing ever since. Is there any military response Israel can do, which in your eyes would be justified?
Well, I don't accept the loaded question. You say response. Israel is the aggressor in all of these places. As I say, they are illegal.
He's literally making contradictory claims. He literally admitted Hezbollah's the aggressor, and then he's now going back and saying Israel's the aggressor.
Aggressor on October 7th, was it?
Well, it was actually, because it was occupying Gaza, and it was besieging Gaza for 20 years, and even in Israeli general...
sounding like you think it was justified what Hamas did.
No.
It's one or the other.
Why?
Wait,
How's it justified?
So it wasn't justified?
Of course not. I said that many times.
So was Israel not entitled to respond?
No, but I'm questioning you the word response. Response implies everything starts on October 7th.
No, I
don't accept your timeline.
I've never said that.
Well, you keep saying response.
Yeah, so Piers Morgan called him out. He's contradicting himself again. He said Israel's the aggressor on October 7th because they're the ones that were, doing the fucking 20-year occupation, which also makes no fucking sense because Israel pulled out of Gaza. And then he's justifying Hamas's attack. And then Pierce is saying, so, you're saying the Hamas attack was justified? No. So then Israel isn't the aggressor?
So that's a specific terror attack, in a way that if in England somebody suddenly launched an attack on our people and they killed 1,200 and wounded nearly 7,000, I would absolutely expect my government to respond with substantial force. Would you?
Yes, but Britain...
So you would?
Hold on. But is Britain occupying territory in that scenario? Because that's the key point here. It's Shlomo Brom...
So now he's saying the attack was justified.
It's dangerous wording.
No, it's not dangerous, because I'm
make it sound like I don't disagree with you.
I'm going to quote... Let me finish before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not.
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
Well, you're not paying attention.
They're being occupied.
They are occupied, and they're not occupied.
I think they probably are, yeah.
Not probably. The ICJ says they're occupied.
They're not occupying.
Shlomo Brom, who's one of the former top Israeli generals, one of their big strategists, said after October the 7th, what did you expect? If you keep people under military occupation,
is that what you think?
They will rise up. Of course. There's always going to be terrorism.
What do you expect?
Yeah, there's always going to be terrorism and violence as long as you oppress people.
So again, quote mining, who the fuck cares what any one random person's opinion is, doesn't justify your own opinion.
On that scale, you expected that?
No, obviously I don't expect the details, but do you expect Palestinians to fight back? Of course you do. Everyone who's sane who looks at this conflict from American presidents downwards would say the root cause of the violence has to be ending the conflict.
I agree.
So then talking about tit for tat responses
But I also think if you go back to the start in 1948, which I've had many scholars on from both sides of this, probably the most interesting piece I read about this was Jonathan Friedland of The Guardian, who's a Jewish journalist.
I like my face to be trapped between Asian boobies.
That is pretty nice. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Who concluded, you can construct, if you're reasonably fair-minded about this, you can construct a solid argument for both sides to feel aggrieved from the very start of this
No, you can't.
conflict.
Fair enough. And that's a different argument. I'm talking about what you talk about now.
When people say it didn't start to...
Well, I'm not even going back to 1948. I'm talking about 20 years of Gaza under blockade.
I know.
Open-air prison camp, to quote David Cameron, that well-known pro-Palestinian esty.
But also Hamas, in that process since 2005, have clearly run Gaza in a despicable manner.
Agreed.
You wouldn't disagree?
No.
There's all Israel's fault, is it?
Well, no, because you're mixing different things up. Is Hamas...
You're always very keen to put it all on Israel.
No, because if we're talking about...
I try and be a little bit more like, hang on, when you commit a terror attack...
Yeah, you both sides occupation and illegal...
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You said I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. And I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia and Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is a double standard on your part. I try to be consistent, Piers. I'm morally consistent. I say Russia... Hold on, let me finish the sentence.
He is not morally consistent. He has complete double standards when it comes to Hamas and Hezbollah and Israel.
Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea, and Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much longer. People living under much worse conditions. And they've killed more kids.
There is no similarity in these two situations.
Agreed. Israel's is worse.
It's not.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
So that's a very difficult question to answer because, one, the Palestinian Health Authority, which is controlled by Hamas, is clearly undercounting adult male deaths, and they're overcounting female and child deaths. So, and all the other NGOs are relying on the Palestinian Health Authority's figures, so there's no way to know how many children have actually been killed. Secondly, there is a way younger demographic in Gaza. So the mean age in Gaza is much lower than the mean age in Ukraine. And third, there's something like 36,000 total casualties in Ukraine, and Russia has deliberately targeted children. Ukraine civilian or children casualties. How many? Nearly 2,000 children in Ukraine have lost their lives amidst ongoing war. So, and it's 36,000 civilians total. The morally significant difference here is that Russia has deliberately targeted children. They bombed a children's hospital. They have been bombing parks and recreation centers where children are. They have been bombing schools, which of course where children are. And in no way are those valid military targets. Whereas in Gaza, the IDF have warned where they're going to be striking. So they've tried to evacuate things like hospitals, schools, public areas where children might be. They've told people where to go, where safe zones are. And they're trying to avoid child casualties. Like, that's the morally significant difference. So I don't know why he's bringing up, oh, more children have died in Gaza. Well, you don't know that. And secondly, there's a way lower mean age demographic.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza and Ukraine. Okay. Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine? We can come to Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine is a Russian dictator invaded illegally.
We agree on Ukraine, but we don't agree on Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
That's complicated, as my friend Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out the other way. It's just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility. It's complicated. No, it's not complicated, actually. Israel is the...
Oh, yeah, and I totally forgot. Hamas uses human shields. So Ukraine has bomb shelters. They have places where civilians can go for safety. And on top of that, they don't make military infrastructure literally in or around civilian infrastructure. In Gaza, Hamas has not built any civilian bomb shelters. Civilians have no shelter whatsoever, and they have developed military infrastructure in civilian habitation. That's another reason why you may see much higher like child deaths and civilian deaths. So what this guy is saying is just fucking stupid still.
Occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast
also a
majority
liberal
of
democracy.
civilians. Right now it's not a liberal democracy.
Which
run by neo-fascists
which
right
Russia,
now.
well, I don't disagree with you. There's some right-wing headbangers on that cabinet. I also think that Netanyahu has to go. I also think the whole of Hamas have to go, right?
Under no scenario is it liberal democracy right now. Palestinians do not have the same rights.
But let me come back to my point about Hezbollah, because that's the most current part of this crisis over there. We'll cover all this. We've got plenty of time. With Hezbollah, my point to you would simply be that if someone does what Hezbollah did on October the 8th, has carried on doing it all year, they have a charter which says they want to eradicate Israel, you have to defend yourself. So the question then becomes, what type of defense or response or reaction or revenge, whatever you want to call it, I'm not going to get caught in the semantics of a word, but what kind of thing can Israel do, given that direct threat to them, to their existence? And the same sort of ideology applies in argument to Hamas. But with Hezbollah specifically, this state within a state in Lebanon, which is far better armed, far more powerful, far more resourced,
far more popular with the people, part of the government, it's more part of Lebanese society.
And was created by 1,500 members of the Iranian Revolutionary
Supported,
Guard.
not created, but yes.
Well, they
they're also indigenous to Lebanon. They're not foreign.
So my point is, what can Israel do that would actually tick your box of being justified?
My box is a very minimum box. My box is Hippocratic. Do no harm, don't kill civilians. So
you don't respond?
No, you don't respond. This is the same argument with Gaza. You don't respond by killing 40,000 people.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do for Israel?
Target Hezbollah people.
How?
I don't know. Jonathan Conricus came on your show last week.
They couldn't have
IDF colonel. He said they're not in civilian areas, so we're able to target them. Okay, target them. Then if you want to target them, under the rules of war, you can target combatants. But hold on. You just said earlier.
No, Mehdi.
Go on. Then I'm going to finish my point.
You literally just said you can target combatants.
Yes.
But when they did that last week with the walkie-talkies and pages, you said, no, that's a terror attack. It's illegal.
Hold on.
Could there have been a more precise targeting
Hold
of
on, because
combatants?
they didn't just target combatants, as we've just discussed. B,
very
they did it in
small
civilian
numbers.
areas.
They did.
C, they did it in violation of the amended Protocol 2 of the Convention on Certain Conventional
So you would
Weapons,
never
which
think...
does allow booby traps.
So there is no...
That wasn't a booby trap. This guy doesn't even understand what a fucking booby trap is. Putting an explosive device in a piece of equipment that a militant will use is not a booby trap. A booby trap is something that is designed to lure anybody. It's like an object of interest. So if you put, say, an explosive device that is rigged to go off if somebody were to move a stuffed animal, that's what a booby trap is. Like, by the definition of booby trap this guy is talking about, like, you wouldn't be able to use landmines, which you obviously can. They're acceptable under the Geneva Convention. This guy's just a fucking moron.
Explain the booby trap.
Actually, no, that's not true. It's not true.
Okay.
Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate in the way that they...
You don't think going off in a grocery store is indiscriminate?
No, actually, I believe what I've...
You gave the British example earlier, Piers. Are you okay with someone blowing you up in Sainsbury's, right next to you, blowing you up in Sainsbury's?
I believe that what has been reported, right, widely reported, is that 3,000 terrorist militants, Hezbollah members, whatever you want to call them, were very precisely targeted.
Are you saying people
by your criteria,
did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals?
If it's legal...
Piers, did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals? No, you brought up the...
He's making this big deal that they went off in grocery stores. Show me the civilians that were injured. Like, there's literally video footage of a guy in a grocery store where there's civilians right next to him. No one else got hurt but this guy. Like, he's just lying and gaslighting.
UK earlier. We're in London right now. If I go from here to the local Sainsbury's to pick up some chocolate on the way out of the studio, and a terrorist is targeted next to me, and they're blowing up in Sainsbury's, and I lose my eyes, you're saying that's okay?
No, but if you have
Sounds
people...
like you're saying it's okay.
If those people in that grocery store are literally responsible for firing rocket after rocket at...
You're okay with them being blown up with me? I'm just collateral damage.
I actually looked at what they did, and I thought it was a very precisely targeted...
What about the 500 civilians killed on Monday, which you just don't want to talk about?
I'm going to come to that.
You keep saying that. The time's nearly up. 500 people...
So apparently this guy would rather have Israel launch like rocket attacks, just like Hezbollah, which would kill more civilians. Like again, there's nothing Israel can do that would satisfy any kind of standard he has for warfare. He just makes up arbitrary standards that Israel cannot possibly meet. Even if Israel were to have a perfectly coordinated attack where no civilians were injured and only Hezbollah fighters were targeted, he'd still find a way to complain about it because he'd say, oh, it's escalating the conflict. Israel started this. They shouldn't be allowed to do that because they're the aggressor. It doesn't matter. Like, this whole... it's all gaslighting, lying horseshit.
It's not nearly up. We'll be talking for literally 15 minutes. Stop racing the clock down.
I have another show to do, Piers.
Hang on.
500 people died on Monday.
I've come in early for you.
500
I was looking for a thank you, Piers.
Thank you, Piers. 500 people were killed on Monday. You're not talking about that.
I would say
it sounds like you're justifying that.
I am going to talk about that. First of all, before we get to that, I just want to get inside your head about what you think is legitimate, because you said a very interesting thing. One, what they did was a terror attack, even though they would say they targeted specifically combatants, and that is lawful.
That's not true, though. We know that's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's not true.
It is true. You can never,
kids, doctors, nurses.
No, you can never target combatants and not involve civilians ever.
That's funny because Israel were bragging. Well, people on behalf of Israel.
Tell me one war.
Didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh without collateral damage? Hold on, didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran without?
Tell me one war without.
I told you. You just interrupted me twice. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. There was no collateral damage. No, I don't agree with that killing, but there was no collateral damage.
But to be clear, you think that the targeting of combatants is legitimate?
This guy is literally even against killing like terrorist fucking leaders in Iran. Like again, it proves my point. He just hates Jews. He supports terrorism. He's a jihadist.
If you're in a war and they are fighting with you and they are fighters, yeah, of course it's legitimate.
But you also think that when Israel targeted combatants from Hezbollah last week,
because I don't
in a very precise way, it's terrorism.
Yeah,
How can it be both?
Hold on. Leon Panetta says it's terrorism. The former head of the CIA.
So?
Well, you act like it's some crazy extreme view. If the head of the CIA, the former head of the CIA is saying this is terrorism.
Again, this is a terrible argument. He's saying because a particular person holds a particular view, that makes the view legitimate. So if this guy were to say, no, that wasn't an act of terrorism, he'd agree? Obviously not. So again, he's just appealing to popularity.
Because it's
appealing to an authority.
Not to explain what is. So give me an example.
It's literally terror. People in Lebanon don't know what devices to use anymore.
You think killing Hezbollah don't know
what. By the way, I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war. My position is, even if it's legitimate,
you just talked about them.
No, because I'm saying even if it's legitimate, even if I accepted the 3,000 is legitimate, which I don't, I still don't think they should do it.
But you said targeting.
Can I finish the sentence?
You said targeting.
There you go. He admitted it. Even if it was a perfect attack, no civilians died, only Hezbollah members died, he still wouldn't agree with the attack. So this has nothing to do with Israel committing what he considers unethical warfare. It's that they're defending themselves at all. He's a Muslim jihadist who supports terrorism, and he wants Jews to die.
Yes, combatants is lawful and justified.
Yes, but even then I don't think you should do it.
Okay.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
I think it's an inconsistency there.
No, I'm very consistent. I'm saying even if it's legitimate, which in this case it's not legitimate, let's say I take it saying it's legitimate, you still shouldn't do it because all it leads to is escalation. I don't want escalation in the Middle East. I don't want a regional war that America dragged into. I'm saying that the way of the gun, the military solution to everything, is a failure, whether you think it's moral or immoral.
How should Israel respond?
I've told you.
That's funny coming from a Muslim jihadist. It literally says in his own fucking Quran, you must commit jihad. The prophet that he follows murdered thousands of fucking innocent people. So he's full of shit. He does not have that fucking viewpoint. And again, this guy is literally saying it was good for Hezbollah to fire rockets into Israel and kill civilians, but it was bad for Israel to kill terrorists. This guy is a fucking Jew-hating terrorist. Like, I wish Pierce would call people out for this shit.
End the occupation. You don't want to talk about the occupation, Piers. You don't want to talk about the 500 dead. I'm telling you that's the root cause. Israel wants to do everything except what?
Is Baki worth watching? Yeah, it absolutely is. Baki is not boring.
Every smart person is telling them to do, even members of their own security establishment are telling them to do. End the occupation and then see what happens.
You say
nobody's waking up in the morning saying we want to kill Israel for no reason.
You say, Mehdi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay. Israel would say all roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year.
Who cares what they say?
Yeah, do you care what Russia says?
No.
This is what I'm saying. You're inconsistent. The occupier and the invader doesn't. I don't care.
Here we go.
If you're a liberal democracy, they're not a liberal democracy. And second of all, no, they're not. They're ethnocracy. But even if they were a liberal democracy, you don't get to invade other people's land. That's not an excuse. Piers, you sound like you're justifying an illegal military.
Yeah, stupid. They invaded Lebanon because the PLO was firing rockets from Lebanon, you fucking retard.
Occupation.
No.
You just did.
And he knows this. He's just lying.
They're a liberal democracy. Sounds like you're justifying occupation.
You're extrapolating two things together. Why?
I said it's occupation. You said, but they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like a justification.
I'm just coming back to one thing because I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your test.
That's probably not much. I'm as close. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get.
I think
you only use force.
He's as close to a pacifist as you can get. This guy literally said it was the ethical thing to do for Hezbollah terrorists to launch rocket attacks into Israel and kill civilians to show solidarity with the fucking Palestinian people. Oh, I'm as much of a pacifist as you can get. Right, the guy who supports rocket attacks against innocent Israeli Jews by a fucking jihadist terrorist organization. This guy is a fucking terrorist. Why the fuck doesn't the UK deport his ass?
Not to defend yourself, everyone else to attack you and to rape and murder and pillage you, to fire rockets all year.
Who's raping?
You don't think that's what Hamas did?
I thought about Hezbollah. You're jumping around.
I'm talking about both.
You were talking about Hezbollah a moment ago.
Well, same. To me, it's the same.
But that's the problem. To you, it's the same. Everything's very simplistic.
Let me explain why. You have two.
Lebanon is way more complicated.
To me, you have two groups of terrorists funded by Iran. They both are wedded to the existential removal and disintegration of all things Israel, and they're prepared to use a lot of violence to achieve that.
But not as much violence as Israel has used to occupy their land for 50 years in the case of Gaza and the West Bank.
So your argument is what?
Again, occupying the West Bank has stopped thousands of terror attacks. It's resulted in less violence. So if you're going to criticize an occupation when the only reason the occupation is there is to prevent violence, while you claim to be a pacifist, is just the most absurd fucking statement imaginable.
Whatever Hamas has done and whatever Hezbollah does is justified.
No, the only person justifying violence here is you, Piers, not me. I'm not justifying any violence. You've justified terror.
He literally justified Hezbollah firing rockets into Israel to show solidarity with fucking Hamas.
Terrorist attacks via pages. You seem to have justified the occupation. You wouldn't even say occupation.
I do think the specific targeting of Hezbollah in the way that they did it.
Do you think it makes Israel safer?
That's a different question.
Well, that's the question that matters to me.
I think Israel
There's no point doing all this, and at the end of the day, the war continues. I want to end the conflict, Piers.
So, of course, maybe this is...
Well, then escalation's on. Israel is briefing the press, Piers.
Just saying, I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris.
No, actually, Kamala Harris is funding Israel. She supports you, so that's the problem.
Doesn't support me.
She supports your position that Israel has a right to do this stuff. It doesn't have a right to do this
stuff. I don't have a right to do all of it. I've never said
you pick and choose which bits?
Yeah.
What do you think they have a right to do?
I think that they have been disproportionate in their response
to Gaza.
Very
vague. What do you think they're allowed to do in Gaza? You made me very specific. What do you think they specifically do in Gaza?
I think in Gaza that they were... the victims on October the 7th.
You've already said that.
I know.
What should they do in Gaza?
So I think they are perfectly entitled to go after Hamas. What they're not entitled to do, in my estimation, is to level the whole of Gaza to the ground the way they've been doing. Nor can they move vast numbers of Palestinian civilians to specific areas.
Those are war crimes.
And then bomb those areas as well.
And those are war crimes,
on those
are war crimes, yes?
Probably, yeah.
And what about in Lebanon?
In Lebanon,
it's killed 500 people.
There is, to me, a big difference.
50 children.
I'm about to answer you. I think there is a big difference between what they did in the targeting of the pages and what they did with the airstrikes, which were far more indiscriminate and killed far more civilians. I mean, my question for Netanyahu, if he would dare to do an interview with me, which he now won't, but if he did, I would say, what are you trying to achieve here? Because it seems to me you're just leveling Gaza, killing tens of thousands of people in the process. You're never going to finish off Hamas completely. You're certainly not doing anything but, in my view, fueling their ideology. And you have no plan for what happens in Gaza afterwards.
Agreed.
And you have a bunch of right-wing nutjobs in your
family
who actually do speak in quite a genocidal way. All of that I agree.
They are about Lebanon too, by the way. You know that, right? They're speaking about Lebanon in a genocidal way too.
I think there are people there who just want total war with everything to do with Palestinians.
But don't you think someone like you with your huge platform should be calling that out consistently?
I do, but I also...
No, you just gave me a whole thing. Iran backs Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorism. That just sounds like an Israeli narrative.
You take one side completely.
Just like you do in Ukraine.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm consistent. I take the side of the Ukrainian people under occupation and the Palestinian people under occupation. I'm consistent.
No, you're not. They're totally different situations.
You have to say that because you're not consistent.
And you have to say what you say.
No, but I literally described it. Two people's under foreign occupation, two people's having their hospitals bombed, two people's having their kids killed, two people facing governments that say genocidal stuff. Yeah, I'm consistent.
One is a democracy and an ally of the West, and one is not.
Ally of the West. What little slip in there? What's that got to do with anything? So allies of the West get to be genocidal?
No.
Why did you say ally of the West?
I don't believe.
It means they're reputable, they're beholden to the international community. The likelihood of them acting unethically, lying, committing a genocide, far less likely than a terrorist-run nation.
Believe what they're doing in...
So if Russia was an ally of the West, they could kill people in Ukraine?
I don't believe what they're doing in Gaza is genocide. You do, I don't.
Well,
genocide is the complete...
Genocide to one side, whether we agree or not on genocide, and it is genocidal.
It's not
You just said they're your ally of the West. Why is that relevant?
I think it's important you support...
So if you're an ally of the West, you get to kill kids?
No, you get...
So why is it relevant?
You support...
You're making my point for me, bitch. I'm consistent.
By the way, this guy is a jihadist Muslim who believes everything the Prophet Muhammad says. I'd love to ask this guy if he condemned the Prophet Muhammad for ordering the execution of children. So if he's against killing children, then he ought to condemn the Prophet Muhammad for executing children. He won't do that. If you were to press him, he wouldn't do that. So he's fine with killing children if it's in the name of Islam.
I don't care whether you're an ally of the West or an enemy of the West. I care about what you do.
Yes.
And Russia and Israel both committing war crimes, both saying genocide.
Yes, but Mehdi, here's my point. You are so blindly anti-Israel that you frame everything...
I can say the same thing about Russia.
I'm very blindly against Russia.
Okay, then so again, so you're inconsistent. I'm consistent. I'm blindly anti-occupying Russia that occupies Ukraine, and I'm blindly anti-Israel that occupies Gaza. By the way, another area I'm consistent is I do think both wars need to come to an end, and they're going to come to an end through some sort of negotiation. I don't believe in prolonged conflict. I don't know. I'm not negotiating.
What's
I don't
negotiation
believe there's a military solution to either conflict.
Give me the solution.
I don't have one. Do you have a military solution? I don't think there is one.
We can't possibly give Putin what he's taking.
No, I agree.
So how do you do it?
I don't know. But I don't think the military continuing helps. I mean, how do you win militarily? I don't know how that
Would you said that in World War II?
What do you mean?
When the Nazis were trying to take over the world?
No, there was a plausible plan to win, wasn't there? When the US came in?
Just to fight them.
And there were no nuclear weapons back then, Piers, as you know.
Okay, but you think Putin would ever use them?
Do you not think he would?
No. Why would he? He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
It's not.
You're saying only Muslims want to use nuclear.
No. Wow. He's claiming it's racist to say Islamic fundamentalists are fine with committing like, you know, suicide bombing attacks. That, like, it really proves this guy is a jihadist extremist Muslim who supports acts of terrorism. He's literally defending the act of Islamic extremists blowing themselves up and saying you're racist for accusing them of that. He's actively defending jihadist terrorists.
No, I said Islamic.
Why would Putin not want to
say Muslim? I said Islamic fundamentalists.
Why is it Islamic fundamentalists?
Because Islamic fundamentalists kill themselves to get what they want.
But they haven't used nukes. The only people who've used nukes in history are the United
You're
States of
missing my
America.
point deliberately, and you're playing,
No, because
you're playing the race card stupidly.
You're playing weird asides, Piers. You're bringing in Western
I'm
allies.
asking you a question about whether I thought Russia would use nukes. No, because
the only people who would are Islamic
they do not
Western
he does not think like an Islamic fundamentalist where they will kill themselves to get their goals.
You know the United States of America used a nuclear weapon, Piers, right? They're not Islamic fundamentalists.
You're missing my point. The point is Islamic fundamentalists will kill themselves in the process of destroying others. Russia does not want to do that. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to kill himself.
Fair point.
Right? So my point about the nuclear threats, which he does all the time, is he takes what should be a deterrent. Look, we shouldn't have nuclear weapons, right? Period. But we do. Russia has 6,000.
As does Israel.
Russia has 6. I'm sure they do. And I put that question to Netanyahu, and he fudged it, but I'm sure, of course they do. Right? But the point is, I don't think that the mindset of someone like Vladimir Putin is to start a war where he gets instantly vaporized.
Yeah, apparently Muslim is a race now. It's hilarious. Apparently, if I convert to Muslim, I'm the race Muslim.
Makes no sense to me. So I think he uses it as a threat, and a lot of people in the West go like this and go, oh my God, we can't do anything. We must let him continue what he's doing because he might nuke us. And I think he's been doing this now for years, and we've got to stand up to him because he's never going to use nuclear weapons because he knows the moment he does, Russia and him are dead. And he doesn't think in the way that Al-Qaeda or ISIS or one of these groups do, where they don't mind dying in big numbers to blow things up.
It's a very fair argument. I respect that.
That's
argument.
my point.
That's a fair argument. I respect that argument. I'm saying I'm not willing to take that risk. I would like to see the Ukraine conflict come to an end.
So
in Ukraine's favour.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know.
So this guy just supports fascism in general. He's literally supporting appeasement policies with Russia.
No, I'm not pretending to know the solution.
With respect, and I do respect you, with respect, simply saying, I just want peace and harmony.
You don't have a
Everyone
solution
like
to
each
Ukraine
other.
either.
I do.
What is it?
Support them.
That's not a solution.
No, it is.
No, it is. What's the end goal?
You give them the tools that they're asking for to repel Russia long enough that Russia goes, all right, enough.
And there's nobody agrees that Russia's going to give up Crimea. No one's ever going to.
I didn't say Crimea.
That's part of Ukraine. You said don't give up any Ukrainian territory.
Crimea to me has already been sorted. I'm talking about the. Well, I don't think they can do about it. Right? But I do think that the area of the Donbass.
Yes. They've been annexed as well.
They should not be allowed to take that as well. If they do, they'll never stop.
I agree with you. I don't think they should be allowed to take it. I don't see a military solution, but I'm not a military expert. But the people I read say there's no way the Russians.
What do you think is the solution in the Middle East with Israel? I get the argument, give up occupation. Okay. Yes. On that we agree. Okay? But Israel will only do that, and this has the vast support of their people. They'll only do this if they feel that they can get security out of the situation. They'll only allow a two-state solution. I mean, do you believe in a two-state solution?
I don't believe in any solutions. I don't talk about one state, two states, three states, because all of it is nonsense. All of it is pie in the sky. None of it's happening. My position is I want equality for Palestinians and Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians living in that part of the world.
Exactly the same human rights for all.
Exactly.
On that, I agree with you.
I don't care about the structures. I don't care what the name of the place is, what the government looks like. I want equality between the river and the sea.
That is such horseshit. So first of all, both the PLO and Hezbollah have been responsible for killing Christians in Lebanon. So why would he be against Israel invading Lebanon if they were acting as essentially a peacekeeping force? Like they were only going after the fucking PLO who were shooting rockets into fucking Israel. And again, they were killing fucking Christians in Lebanon. So he's just lying. He's supporting these terrorist regimes that kill fucking non-Muslims because they're non-Muslim.
Bro Sneeko just turned Arden Ross into Socrates. What the fuck? First time I've seen Arden Ross visibly thinking.
Let me take a look.
Translated people like nodding their heads. TikTok had to ban it everywhere.
Do you guys realize that if Nazis, I know there's Nazis today, but do you guys realize if hold on, you guys realize if the Holocaust kept going on, you guys realize if like Jews were being genocided and shit, I wouldn't be here right now.
It was mostly a work camp. And it was the first time Jews had to do physical labor, and so they just complained so much and created Israel.
Okay, I need to save this clip. So I've mentioned that Sneeko's a Holocaust denier. Sneeko's being coached by Nick Fuentes to not say that publicly when he's on big platforms. He kind of slipped up here. He literally admitted that he believes the Holocaust never happened and all they were like prison camps and no Jews actually died. That's important because this fucking dipshit of TriStar Jim claimed he wouldn't be willing to debate me because I'm a hateful bigot and he doesn't want to give a platform to people like me because I'm too hateful and I just want attention and shit. But he also said he wants to collaborate with Sneeko. So why would he have a problem with me when Sneeko is a fucking devoted anti-Semite who denies the Holocaust and supports Hitler? So that's a great clip. Thanks for sending me that.
It was mostly working.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. Again, you're laughing.
We were speaking cotton. I'm still here.
Facts.
Like, what you talking about?
Because
much harder.
That's way different.
But Auschwitz, they had like pools, they had like basketball courts, they were chilling.
Who?
And then a lot of the work camps, they had pools and they had yards to go.
It's literally not
feeding
true.
them. Like if it was straight up genocide.
Why are they all skinny then?
Why would a lot of that's not true? Why would they be feeding them? Also, the gas chambers is like, bro, like
it was good.
What?
It was nitrogen.
What do you mean?
He's even denying the gas chambers. He believes the narrative that they were delousing chambers, so people would like throw their clothes or something in it to get rid of lice and shit. I think that's the theory that Nick Fuentes taught Sneeko.
It was whip it.
I'm not saying it like it didn't happen. I'm just saying, why did they have wooden doors in the gas chambers?
Wait.
What?
Why were there wooden doors in a gas chamber?
I don't know.
How do you fit 6 million people in a gas chamber?
No, they didn't all go in at once. It was shifts. Like
one at a time? Why not just shoot them like every other genocide? Like in the Bosnia genocide, for example, they just line them up and shoot.
Because you're wasting equipment, I think.
What, a bullet compared to a whole box full of gas? And you fit 6 million people over the span of 6 years?
So you think it was
okay, so how many people fit in there? Like maybe 100? How many times would you need to load that up? How much gas would it need to take? How do you get them all in there? How do the...
So Sneeko's talking about the cookie analogy. The idea is if there's only a certain amount of ovens and you can only fit a certain amount of cookies, how could like this amount of cookies come out of the oven? So what and it's being debunked. You can fit mass amounts of people in these gas chambers, kill them extremely efficiently. He learned this from Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes told him about the, cookie analogy thing where there's no way you could fit enough Jews into these gas chambers and kill enough of them to equate to, the 6 million deaths that were reported. So, yeah, Sneeko is devoted anti-Semite, and apparently TriStar Gym, which is run by a Muslim anti-Semite who's also spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Jews, is friends with Sneeko. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Guards not get gas while they're putting him in there.
He's cooking. Gas mask.
He's not cooking. I'm trying to actually understand. He
You don't even know what the fuck. Galaxy gas.
I do.
Yeah, that's.
I think I might work on that video tomorrow. I'll try to make time.
Christianity OT also commands murder of innocent children and women. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones, of every city. Fuck religion.
Are you talking about the Canaanite slaughter? You realize there's a New Testament and most Christians aren't even aware of like Old Testament, stories about like the Canaanite slaughter. This isn't something that's supported generally in Christianity, but it is supported in Islam to commit jihad and kill innocent people. Thanks for the donation, though, Brent.
To use a phrase, for everyone living in that patch of land, no one's leaving. I don't believe any of those people are going anywhere. They're all staying. They all have to live side by side as equals. I'm a Democrat, small d Democrat. I believe it should be a democracy. But fundamentally, right now, I'm only concerned about one thing: stop the killing, stop the genocide.
Do you agree that Hamas could play no part in any government going forward?
Which government?
on the Palestinian side.
Like in a final settlement?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there would ever be a final settlement government. I think I would agree to that. I agree. Yeah. So if there was a kind of one-state solution, which some people talk about, which is everyone binationally living side, but of course not. If there's two states and the Palestinians were to choose a coalition government involving Hamas, well, that's up to the Palestinians, is it not?
Let's go to something else. I think we're on agreement. The Al Jazeera raid, because you work for Al Jazeera. I thought that was disgraceful. And I think actually, when you take it in the context of what Israel's been doing and really prohibiting almost any foreign correspondence going into Gaza as well, you're seeing a genuine suppression of media and press freedom. And to actually shut down Al Jazeera studio in Ramallah, I thought was an absolutely outrageous attack on free speech. I presume you agree.
100%.
And
it's outrageous that there's no foreign journalists allowed into Gaza a year in.
Yeah.
What do they have to hide?
Well, exactly. That's my point. That is my point. I totally agree with you.
But that's why I say when you say liberal democracy, I laugh. That's not how liberal democracy behaves.
Well, no liberal democracy is perfect. We're not here. As you and I would agree about, for example.
But there's a difference between liberal democracy not meeting standards and behaving in this way, which is complete censorship. You see what's happening in Israel, where kids are being pulled out of school just for criticizing what's happening in Gaza, TED teachers, academics. It's not liberal democracy in any way. Separately, going back years, the way Israel is constructed, Palestinians do not have the same rights as Israel.
Who would be a better president for resolving what's happening in the Middle East, Trump or Harris?
That's the hardest question you asked me to, harder than anything else.
I know. So I've seen what you said about it.
I think they're both hopeless. I think John Mearsheimer made a good point about Tweedledee and Tweedledum on the Middle East.
But one of them's going to have to win.
Yeah, who do I think is less bad? They're both horrible on
That's
this
a different question.
Well, they're both horrible.
I phrased it very specifically, but you find it hard to answer.
I know, so can you say
the question, which one is more likely to be able to help resolve the Middle East crisis?
Okay, so
Trump or Harris?
Oh, Harris, simply because she's a sane, reasonable person. But I don't believe she will resolve it. I'm going to add the caveat. I'm not saying there's going to be some two-state solution in a Harris term, no. But is she more likely? If you're asking me as a betting man, I'm a Muslim, I don't bet. But is she more likely? Yeah, Harris. Obviously, she's more likely to do anything productive because he's the most unproductive, ridiculous figure to ever come near higher office in the history of America.
He's had 2 assassination attempts on his life. The second one, who obviously is still alive, he wrote a note, assuming he might get killed in the process of killing Trump, in which he basically rattled off a series of Democrat talking points. I mean, literally word for word in some cases from what Harris has said and so on. I'm not blaming Kamala Harris for what happened. He's a lunatic.
He's a lunatic. And he invited Kim Jong-un to Hawaii.
Right, and the Secret Service should have stopped him way before he ever got to where he got to.
Trump should be playing so much golf as well.
Well, actually, he plays as much golf as Obama.
The Secret Service have asked him to reduce it because it's a security
because they can't protect it, which is disgusting.
And I'm not the Secret Service.
But when you see somebody using specific talking points and you see the rhetoric being used, we've had the debate before about the left calling him Hitler and so on. But I do genuinely...
Not the left. J.D. Vance called him Hitler.
I know. I accepted that point.
Good.
But no one should. In my estimation, likening Trump to someone who killed 12 million people in World War II is ridiculous and dangerous. And in the wrong, dangerous minds, lunatic minds, this is where you end up. On both sides, Trump's rhetoric is often terrible. Let's agree with that. But as someone on the left yourself, do you not think that there has to be a dialing down of the blind hatred rhetoric about Trump?
So I'm going to say the same thing I said to you last time, which is I wish we didn't have to raise the rhetoric. I agree with you to a point that if you say certain things about certain people, of course I do. I'm on the left. I think if you dehumanize people, I'm the one who says migrant attacks because of Trump's rhetoric. So I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that rhetoric leads to things. Yes, of course it does. I'm not one of these free speech absolutes that says words have no feelings, sticks and stones. No, words lead to actions, words lead to violence, clearly. So yes, in any scenario where we can dial down any incitement of violence, completely agree. I get very uncomfortable, for example, at now at Democratic rallies, people are shouting, lock him up, which I don't agree with. Right?
Well, it's totally hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. He's on trial. If he's going to be locked up, let a court and a jury do it. I think crowd should be shouting that. It's not a helpful contribution.
Do you feel comfortable?
That makes me wince.
So he's a convicted criminal because of a one-night stand with a porn star.
That's not why.
Did you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with the trial that Alvin bragged down. I'm comfortable with the grand jury that indicted him. I'm comfortable with the jury of his peers that convicted him.
No, haven't visited Israel yet.
But
you can't be comfortable.
And I'm actually what I'm uncomfortable with is that a bunch of his own judges now are protecting him from justice elsewhere. That makes America look like a quote-unquote banana republic. You and I live in the UK. You don't get to go pick your own judge.
I actually thought the way that the
Florida thing is ridiculous.
I thought the way the Democrats weaponized the justice system to go after Trump.
I wish they had. They didn't actually. They spent years dragging their feet.
They made
it.
They made him a convicted criminal over a one-night stand.
They did not make anything.
18 years before.
Yeah, here comes the Trump supporting bullshit from peers.
Of his peers
should never have been put to a jury.
Let me answer your original question about violence, but since we sidetracked, the jury of his peers convicted him. Back to this, on the rhetoric, I wish I didn't have to compare Donald Trump to Hitler. But when he quotes the lines from Mein Kampf, as a journalist...
Come on, Matty.
As a journalist, should I not point out that?
You shouldn't compare him to Hitler because he's not Hitler.
Okay, so what should I do? So I'm a journalist. Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning our blood. I go look in history who's the only person who said that, Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Should I go, can't tell them that?
No, you can say he shouldn't use language like that.
Can I say he's quoting Adolf Hitler?
You can't say he's the new Hitler.
I haven't called him the new Hitler.
Right.
I've never called him the new Hitler.
You accept the people
but you say I'm allowed to say...
By the way, J.D. Vance's own VP called him America's Hitler.
I'm allowed to say he's quoting Hitler.
If he uses a direct sentence, which you can chart back to...
It's almost directly the same,
That's absolutely fair enough. But the idea that there is any comparison between Trump...
No, of course not. Hitler is Hitler. We know that.
Is appalling.
Hitler is Hitler.
Do you agree it's appalling?
No, but I want to qualify what you're saying.
Hitler is appalling.
What is appalling?
To compare him to Hitler.
To compare him to him in what sense, though?
They're calling him the new Hitler.
Yeah, so no, don't call him the new Hitler.
Is that appalling?
Come on, I'm not playing the silly game.
Give me a word.
I don't want you to put your words.
Give me a condemnatory word.
I think it's not accurate to say he's the new Hitler because Hitler killed 12 million people. Yeah, it's not true.
Not offensive.
But if you let me finish the sentence, I speak to a lot of fascism scholars, people like Ruth Ben-Ghiat, Jason Stanley. A lot of people say that there is an analogy between what Trump is doing in America now and what happened in places like Germany in the 20s and 30s.
No,
right there. I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion that you don't think it is.
Give me an example.
I'm not having that argument. I'm trying to make a separate point, which is if fascism...
I did not think at any point in this discussion I'd be in more agreement with Mehdi Hassan.
Scholars are saying we look at history and we make comparisons.
By the way, the only reason this guy really hates Trump is because he's supporting Israel. That's the only reason.
They are scholars of fascism, and they're saying, hey, hold on, the rhetoric is very similar. The way they're operating is very similar. That is it. That, first of all, free speech, they should be allowed to say that. You used to be the free speech champion.
I am.
And then you sit there regulating everyone's speech.
I'm not
saying it's appalling.
I'm not regulating. No, I'm asking
you literally just told me.
Call it appalling. That's not regulating what you're saying.
You're
It's asking you, can you bring it in yourself to condemn people who say he's the new Hitler?
I don't know who those people are. JD Vance called him the new Hitler, and he's his running mate. So take it up with JD Vance.
Condemn him as well.
Call him on your show.
You condemn anyone on the left who uses it too, right?
Just a reminder, Twitch recently unbanned and affiliated Sneeko. I'd bet a handful of Twitch's safety team is a bunch of tanky anti-Semites. Glorified Reddit mods that simp for Hassan.
Yeah, that would be the only reason they'd unban him. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, they have to be. That explains why Hassan hasn't gotten banned. That's insane. Thanks for the donation, retard.
What though?
Who says he's the new Hitler?
Those specific words, the new Hitler, yes.
Okay.
Is he speaking like Hitler? Yes, he is. Okay. And that should be condemned. Hold on, do you condemn him speaking like Hitler?
Yes.
Does that not outrage?
Of course.
He's like your pal. Why don't you tell him to stop it?
Of course.
Have you ever told him to stop quoting Hitler?
Yes, probably. I can't remember the last interview I did was before or after, but if I do again, I will. Yes, of course.
Good. And hosting a Holocaust dinner at Mar-a-Lago?
Yes, Nick Fuentes, absolutely.
Have you told him to stop doing that?
I said it on Twitter to him. Don't let white supremacists anywhere near you. Why are you doing that?
Nah, that's not condemnation, that's a question.
I think it's condemn it. It's disgusting.
It's appalling.
It's appalling.
Good.
No,
agreement.
You said regulate my speech.
I love when we agree.
You said Trump called for the ethnic cleansing of legal immigrants.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He said he wanted to deport illegal immigrants.
No, he didn't actually.
Yes, he did.
Piers, you're wrong.
That's what he said.
Anyone can play the tape after this interview. You're wrong. You should do better homework.
Ethnic cleansing is a forced expulsion.
I love your team.
Usually involving killing of members of a specific religious or ethnic group. Hold on. That's what ethnic cleansing
I really
is.
like your team. I deal with them a lot when I come in there. But you should talk to whoever did your research because that's wrong. You know what he said? Go watch the clip. It's on tape. He said we've got to get rid of them from Springfield.
Yeah.
Who are the people in Springfield? Haitians. They're not illegal immigrants.
So it's Springfield.
Hold on, no, don't jump around. You just got something wrong.
I'm going to mention Springfield.
You said wrong. No, you did. We can play the tape back. You said he said illegal immigrants. That's not true. He said Haitians should be. You've got to get rid of them.
You said, mate. Let me just go.
No. You said.
Hang on. Let me clarify what you said.
Clarify what
you said. His policy is calling for the ethnic.
It isn't policy. It's a phrase on Twitter. If you're going to come and police my tweets, then fine.
But you said that Trump has called for the ethnic cleansing of legal immigrants.
The violent, forcible removal of legal immigrants, I think, is a form of ethnic cleansing.
That's not his position. But his position is that there should be mass deportation of illegal.
Wrong. The clip is online. Everybody.
You're conflating different things.
No, you are because my tweet was over that clip. So anyone can go look. You guys got it wrong. I looked at a clip of him saying you've got to get rid of them in Springfield.
Different story. Different thing.
But that's what I'm tweeting about, Piers. You don't get.
But that's not what he's talking about with the mass deportation.
Yes, he is. He was talking about Springfield.
No,
he
he
said Springfield.
Did you know harps, violins, fishing lines are usually made from animal intestines and horsehair? I don't think they're made from animal intestines anymore. Horsehair, yes. Really high-end violin strings. Not the actual strings, but the thing that you rub against the strings. The high-end ones are made out of horsehair. They don't make harp and violin strings out of animal intestines. Pretty goddamn sure. Strings are made of gut or wire. Really? Catgut makers usually use sheep or goat intestines, but occasionally use the intestines of... Really? How do they not, like, rot? That is very strange. Like, I don't know if all of them are made from that. They can't be. Because there was a harp at one of my schools, and I was, like, playing with the strings. They did not look at all like animal intestines. That's very weird.
No, he talks.
Have you watched the clip?
Yes, I've watched many clips.
No, the clip that my tweet is on.
Well,
you're wrong, Piers. I get it. You can back
So you
down
think
and
he wants
say
ethnic cleansing of Haitians in
What he wants, I don't try and get inside a madman's head.
You call that ethnic cleansing?
If he tries to...
Is this book good?
Probably not. Thanks for the donation. Keep Brown out of town.
Violently remove.
He wants to kill them.
Can I finish a sentence? If he wants to violently remove legal immigrants from their homes, yeah, I think that's a form of ethnic cleansing, yes, based on their ethnicity or identity, 100%.
Do you think it's right in Springfield?
Do you think it's right to call for the deportation of legal immigrants? No, you cut me off.
It's actually, it is technically my show.
And you misrepresented my tweet, which you haven't corrected yet. My tweet was in reference to legal immigrants. You said illegal. So you should walk that back. You said it to all your viewers. That was wrong.
But you said that he effectively has a policy.
No, I said, no, Piers, don't misrepresent.
Is it a policy?
I said, in this clip, he's calling for the ethnic cleansing. It's a quote above a clip. It's a quote tweet. You should check your tweets when you put them in the document.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Ethnic
Yes, if he's calling for the deportation of legal
Most are synthetic now. Yeah, I would imagine.
immigrants based on their ethnicity, yes.
Do you think
he's called it a bloody operation? You okay with 14 million people being violently removed from their homes? 4 million American children.
Okay, let me ask you a
parents?
question.
It's outrageous.
Are you okay with the situation on the southern border with so many illegal people coming in illegally?
No, I'm not.
I'm assuming you're a legal migrant to America.
Yes, I am.
Right, so everyone's gone through the process like you.
But whether you're
Aren't they
legal or
entitled-
undocumented, you shouldn't be violently removed. And by the way, the southern border situation is a very complicated situation. It's been going on for years. Multiple presidents, multiple parties. There's no easy
You would
fix.
concede under the Democrats it's been a fiasco.
No. Why would I concede that?
Really? The numbers in the last 3.5 years?
And they were really bad under George Bush if we go back. I mean, it's a multi. To make this into a party thing is really. In fact, last time I came on your show, you tried to do a gotcha on me and said Obama was the deporter.
Yeah, it was.
So clearly Democrats aren't bad. They're on your side. They're deporters.
On that,
you can't have it both ways.
Interesting you raise the Obama thing.
You can't have it both ways, can you?
When Obama deported 3 million migrants, presumably then, was he ethnically cleansing them?
If they were undocumented, that's very different, isn't it? You're legally... Look, again, to go back to our discussion about Israel Hamas.
So is ethnic cleansing if Trump's doing
now
it?
who's cutting me off?
If,
Something can be
if
legal...
Trump's doing it, it's ethnic cleansing.
No.
If Obama's doing it, it's perfectly okay.
I'm well known for speaking a lot. I can say my own words. You don't need to put words in my mouth.
Survival of the strong, Donny Tillers. Do you feel like the fights you had in high school were racially motivated or targeted you because you're half black? What do you mean by fights? The physical fights? Definitely not. The fights that I've had with the vice principal, in all likelihood, yes, were racially motivated. What were some things that deeply affected you on your well-being and you were a victim of targeted discrimination? Nothing. Worst thing that happened to you? I was raised by my parents. Thanks for the donation, Survival of the Strong.
Jake here. There's a lot of political headlines to get to today, given that Zelensky is visiting the United States this week. But also the UN General Assembly is meeting in New York.
Retard donate $2. Read the replies. No one likes Andrew Tate anymore. Are they finally calling him a pedophile? Hey, Andrew, I just want to ask one question. You have had children with multiple women. Tristan did the same. Do you like your daughter, let's assume, to be the 10th girlfriend of a man like you? I will let my daughters do anything besides marry a dirty Indian called Jesh. Yeah. Indians don't marry prostitutes. Indian men don't have interest in your daughters. They don't have such bad taste. Lil Pal got offended. Says the one with panties. Okay, clown boy, the Matrix is attacking me. Your daughters need to fear about anything else. Indians can wait. Andrew Tate charged with rape and human trafficking. Dude, they are turning on him. You're saying you're going to pimp your daughter too? Says Top G. G stands for Gandu. Dude, he is getting absolutely fucking ratioed. Tate and his daughters. Bro, he is turned into a fucking clown. It's great to see people are finally turning on him because of the like the pedophile allegations and shit. Like it's just too strong to ignore. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Let me read for you some of these headlines. Russia can only be forced into peace. This is what Zelensky tells the United Nations. Addressing a special UN Security Council session, Zelensky joined the United States in pressuring Iran and North Korea over their military support for Russia. So that's the headline. Russia can only be forced into peace. What's the Kremlin's response? Forcing Russia into peace would be a fatal mistake, says the Kremlin. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov told reporters, such a position is a fatal mistake, a systemic mistake. For Russia to be peaceful, For 500 years, this is what the Russians have been doing, expanding in every direction, attacking their neighbors, and then stealing their land, Russifying the people, committing genocide, erasing their ethnic identities, suppressing their cultures and languages. This is the natural state of an empire. Empires continuously have to expand, otherwise they collapse. So the last 30 years since 1991, whatever the Russian Federation was, whatever it was supposed to be when it drafted a new constitution, that's not what it is today. It's an empire, and they are going to continuously be at war. They're going to be continuously attacking their neighbors and trying to steal their land, because that's what empires do. That's what the Russians have been doing for 500 years. And Putin is furious that the world community just isn't allowing it. Putin proposes broader criteria for using nuclear arms. Why isn't it working? This is what the Russians are asking themselves. We have 6,000 nuclear weapons. Shouldn't we be allowed to attack anyone we want? Shouldn't we be allowed to kill anyone we want? We have 6,000 nuclear weapons. So here's Putin saber-rattling again during one of his Security Council meetings. Let me read for you what he's saying now about his nuclear arsenal. I would especially like to draw your attention to the following. In the updated version of the document, aggression against Russia by any non-nuclear state, but with the participation or support of a nuclear state, is proposed to be considered as a joint attack on the Russian Federation. The conditions for Russia's transition to the use of nuclear weapons are also clearly fixed now. We will consider this possibility when obtaining reliable information about the massive launch of aerospace vehicle attacks and their crossing of our state border, meaning strategic or tactical aircraft, cruise missiles, drones, hypersonic missiles, and other aircraft. We reserve the right to use nuclear weapons in case of aggression against Russia and Belarus. Belarus being a member of the Union States, all these issues have been agreed upon with the Belarusian side and the president of Belarus, including if the enemy uses conventional weapons to threaten our sovereignty. In conclusion, I would like to note that all clarifications are thoroughly verified and proportionate with modern military threats and risks to the Russian Federation. Wah! Wah, wah, wah! I have nukes, why won't you let me win? We're already too deep, guys. What the Western Alliance, what NATO has done, we're already participating in this war. But Russia is the aggressor. This is not Ukraine being aggressive or hostile against Russia. Russia started this war, and Ukraine is just defending itself. Every day the Russians push, they advance, they're continuing this war. When this war will end, the second Russia just goes back to their own country and stays there. Russia has destroyed all thermal power plants, nearly all hydroelectric capacity in Ukraine ahead of this winter, according to President Zelensky. Russia is preparing to attack 3 nuclear power plants in Ukraine, Zelensky tells the United Nations. This is very important, so I'm going to share this clip from his speech to the UN.
Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and their infrastructure, aiming to disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, satellites of other countries.
Who could that other country be? It's probably not North Korea or Iran, it's probably China. But at one point, Ukraine had 5 nuclear power plants. We all know what happened to the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and the Russians did capture the Zaporizhia one. So there's only 3 remaining nuclear power plants in Ukraine, and Russia's going to do it. At some point in the next couple months, Russia is going to start bombing these nuclear power plants. Russia doesn't really care if there's some kind of meltdown and radioactive debris flies everywhere. Most of it's going to land in Belarus and Poland, and Russia doesn't care if their own people die, so they don't care if anyone in Belarus is affected. This is insane on every level that we're having this conversation, but Russia's already destroyed.
NATO should just intervene.
All the thermal power plants. They've already destroyed most of the hydroelectric power generation. And this is their strategy. Just destroy all the power plants. Plunge Ukraine and 40 million people into complete darkness. So Putin is specifically speaking to the three nuclear powers in NATO: France, the UK, and the United States. France has been pretty quiet lately. Macron had a lot more confidence earlier this year, prior to those tumultuous elections. So let's get the UK's response first. UK tells Putin, "You're a slave-owning mafia boss." If you want to hear how it's done, this is the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy, and here's what he said to the Russians' face at the UN Security Council meeting.
I also want to speak directly to the Kremlin and its representative here today. And Vladimir Putin, Russia sits on this council, but its actions tear up the UN Charter. Russia sits on this council, but over the weekend we saw it put forward amendments designed to wreck the UN's future. Russia claims to stand.
I've centered on each others. Wouldn't most people struggle to leave Islam for reasons beyond hearing Prophet Muhammad is a pedo? Doesn't that debunk everything? What's the biggest red flag in your opinion? Best arguments for claim that life is unfair, success determined by factors born. You can make your own individual choices. There are plenty of good-looking, smart people who end up just doing stupid things and get nowhere. Most people probably struggle to leave Islam because they're afraid of getting killed or ostracized by their family at the very least. That's the main reason. So most Muslim countries have a death penalty for apostasy. And there's also honor killings within Islam. So if you're in a Muslim family and you leave Islam, they're likely to kill you. Biggest red flag. Red flag for what? But thanks for the donation, Ive Center.
For the global south, but it runs roughshod over international law. Vladimir Putin, when you fire missiles into Ukraine hospitals, we know who you are. When you send mercenaries into African countries, we know who you are. When you murder opponents in European cities, we know who you are. Your invasion is in your own interests, yours alone, to expand your mafia state into a mafia empire. An empire built on corruption.
That's how you do it. So what's America's response? White House questions Zelensky's victory plan, cites lack of strategy beyond weapons requests. This week was all about Zelensky sharing a classified peace proposal to members of Congress. Donald Trump was supposed to get it, Kamala Harris and Biden, and yeah, I don't think we need to build this up, guys. I don't think there's anything too secret in this plan. It's Ukraine saying, give us more weapons, and once Russia's in a losing position, they'll actually negotiate to stop this war. So let's just do it. Biden says we cannot let up on Ukraine, support amid U.S. uncertain political future. President Biden is almost 82 years old. This was his last UN General Assembly speech. He will be leaving office in January. So over the next 3 months, there's a lot that President Biden can do to support Ukraine. And we'll start with this. White House announces $375 million in military assistance to Ukraine. This was planned. President Biden knew that Zelensky was visiting the United States this week, so he wanted to have this package ready. Inside is the usual good stuff to keep Ukraine in the fight day to day. But what wasn't planned was $7.9 billion. Biden announces continued support and a $7.9 billion security assistance package for Ukraine. People are very confused about what this money is. This $7.9 billion is not from the bill that Congress voted on back in May. Most of this money is under something called the Foreign Assistance Act. This is a pool of money that Congress gives to the president every year to rapidly respond to an emergency. In the event that Congress is not in session or Congress has to debate and vote on something, it's a pool of money that the president gets to help our allies respond quickly in the event of a crisis. Now, what President Biden wanted was to extend this authority 6 months or a year or whatever, but Congress wouldn't do it. So the only alternative was to use the rest of the money before it expired at the end of this month. You might have been hearing about this story of Ukraine aid expiring, but it's not specifically for Ukraine, but it can be used for Ukraine. And President Biden is going to sign off the remaining amounts in this pool, $5.5 billion. Another $2.4 comes under something called the U.S. AI commitment. What's going to be in this package? And the $2.4 billion is going to be munitions, air-to-ground munitions, UASs, equipment. I don't know. I don't even think the Pentagon knows. The money has been allocated, and they're going to start moving gear and equipment. Some of this 7.9 I do think will go to long-term contracts, like building a brand new Patriot system that Ukraine will get in 2 years, but we have to start that process at some point. But there will be additional billions in military aid arriving to Ukraine over this winter. This is huge news. U.S. rushes to supply Ukraine with $60 billion in aid before Biden's presidential term ends. So this is where the November election comes in. And the money that was allocated by Congress in May, Biden will have to spend all of it before Trump takes office. Biden doesn't want to do that. He would like to stretch this money out to support Ukraine for as long as possible. Congress may never vote again. But if Donald Trump wins, then all the money has to be allocated to Ukraine prior to January 20th. And if you're following the US election, it's a coin flip. Now, Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 3 million votes in 2016. He lost by 7 million votes in 2020. And I'm predicting to you that Donald Trump is going to lose by over 10 million votes this November. But that doesn't matter, because that's not how we elect presidents. We use something called the Electoral College. Each state, based on their size, gets a certain number of votes. If you win that state, you win all the votes. And at the moment, Donald Trump only needs to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. All the other swing states are great, but that's basically his path to 270, to actually getting back in the White House. And Trump is mad about a recent event from this week. Let me explain. Trump blames Biden and Zelensky for not ending Russian invasion and wasting billions. The Republican presidential nominee spoke extensively about his take on Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine for the first time in months. Okay, what set Trump off? Local media in Pennsylvania ho-hum on Zelensky ammo plant visit. If you watched my last video, I showed you pictures and a video at the end of President Zelensky visiting this General Dynamics ammunition plant in Pennsylvania. This was nice. Zelensky just wanted to go to the factory and thank these workers. But Pennsylvania is a state that Donald Trump is trying really hard to win right now. So the controversy comes from this statement that Kamala Harris made in the debate 2 weeks ago. Trump is still mad that he lost the debate, and he's still complaining about it every day. But when Kamala Harris said, "What do you think the 800,000 Polish Americans living in Pennsylvania think about your position on Russia, about you constantly bragging about your good relationship with Vladimir Putin?" This is what sets Donald Trump off, because there are Democrats at this event at the ammunition plant. This is Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey, and this is Governor Josh Shapiro. They just happen to be Democrats. This is not a campaign event. There was not a vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz banner up in this plant. The sitting governor of the state is allowed to visit an ammunition plant, and the sitting senator of the state is also allowed to visit, given that he supports Ukraine and he voted for the aid package. But Republicans are complaining, saying that this was a election interference event from President Zelensky. House Speaker calls on Zelensky.
Dude, deep fried Nutella sandwiches sound fucking insane. I might have to do that one day. That actually sounds like it would be fucking amazing. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, well, Vince is having fun. Oh, crap. Gotta watch that. Fucking egg. Can obviously make these vegan.
Hello and welcome to Sandwich Vibes. Today's video, we got a deep fried Nutella sandwich.
That looks like it would be pretty dope.
Does that sound like Zelensky to fire the ambassador to the United States? Here is the press release put out by Speaker Mike Johnson. This is highly inappropriate of him. Let me read for you what he says. After organizing a partisan campaign event in a battleground state this week, Ukrainian Ambassador Oksana Markova demonstrated she cannot be trusted to fairly and effectively serve as a diplomat in this country. President Zelensky must immediately remove her. First of all, I don't think Speaker Mike Johnson cares. This is Donald Trump speaking.
Yep.
Donald Trump told him to put out this statement demanding that Ukraine's ambassador to the United States be fired. It's even written here in the first sentence. I demand that you immediately fire Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. Speaker Mike Johnson would never use the word fire. In his tweet, he said remove, a softer word with the same meaning. To fire someone is Donald Trump's language. And where do we begin with this?
Dude, Mike Johnson is literally a bitch. He's probably told to send these, like, letters word for word. Imagine being that much of a fucking beta male.
The first thing is that Donald Trump is upset that pictures and videos were taken at this artillery factory, making Ukraine look good, and making the United States look good for supporting Ukraine. Donald Trump opposes both of these things. And as far as this being partisan, it's not Zelensky's fault. it's not the ambassador's fault that no Republicans wanted to come to this event. And if Republicans are jealous, if they think this is election interference, President Zelensky would be happy to meet with any and all of them, anywhere, anytime, battleground state or not. This man is trying to save his people from a genocide. So I was skeptical last week when Zelensky was saying he was going to meet with President Trump. I was saying to myself, there's no way Trump's going to agree to this. And sure enough, there will be no meeting between former President Trump and Zelensky. Trump is just refusing to coordinate a time and a place for Zelensky to meet him. The same is true for Speaker Mike Johnson. Speaker Mike Johnson is also refusing to meet with President Zelensky. However, if Speaker Johnson wants to talk about foreign election interference, what the heck is this? Why is Viktor Orban of Hungary allowed to go down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump during an election season? Donald Trump is a private citizen. Donald Trump is not a representative of the US government right now. It's inappropriate for foreign leaders to be meeting with presidential candidates who hold no office in government. This is election interference. Viktor Orban went to visit Trump to support him and his candidacy for president. Meanwhile, at the artillery factory, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were not there. And there's a couple foreign leaders willing to do this, willing to go to Mar-a-Lago during an election to kiss the ring and flatter Trump. Trump likes pretending he's still president. When these foreign leaders come, he puts up a flag and pretends like it's a state visit down at Mar-a-Lago. And yeah, this is foreign election interference. As an American, this is not okay, but it happens all the time with Donald Trump. So let's get to the statements he made. The country of Ukraine is absolutely obliterated. And Donald Trump speaks for himself. I'm just going to play the clip, and you be the judge if this man in any way supports Ukraine and opposes Russia.
Because Ukraine is gone. It's not Ukraine anymore. You can never replace those cities and towns, and you can never replace the dead people, so many dead people. Any deal, even the worst deal, would have been better than what we have right now. If they made a bad deal, it would have been much better. They would have given up a little bit, and everybody would be living, and every building would be built, and every tower would be aging for another 2,000 years.
Thanks for the support, Ben. Appreciate it.
And it will only get worse with these people. With Kamala she doesn't know what she's doing. More people will die. More cities will fall. The ones that fell will continue to receive more and more bombs. They'll be broken up asunder, worse than they are right now. Nothing is standing. The crops are dying.
Nothing is standing in Ukraine. The crops are dying. Everyone's dead. That is what Donald Trump is telling his tens of millions of followers.
There's really nothing for the Ukrainian people to move back to. And it didn't need to happen. Those buildings are down. Those cities are gone. They're gone.
JPO6, if you don't debate me in Discord, I'm banning you. So there's the Discord link. If you don't show up in Discord in a couple minutes, you're banned.
And we continue to give billions of dollars to a man who refuses to make a deal, Zelensky. There was no deal that he could have made that wouldn't have been better than the situation you have right now. You have a country that has been obliterated, not possible to be rebuilt. It'll take hundreds of years to rebuild it. There's
hundreds of years. Yeah.
Ukraine has been obliterated, and it's impossible to rebuild. It would take hundreds of years to rebuild Vuhledar and Bakhmut.
There's not enough money to rebuild it if the whole world got together. They're not going to be satisfied until they send American kids over to Ukraine, and that's what they're trying to do. And the moms and dads of America don't want their kids fighting Ukraine.
That's such a ridiculous statement, because when Putin finally ends up invading a NATO country, American kids are going to have to be sent to war.
Ukraine and Russia, and we're not going to have our soldiers die across the ocean. I will.
He's just fear-mongering. But he also loves to lie. Trump outburst U.S. support to Ukraine close to $300 billion, and the Europeans are all deadbeats. Trump told prospective Georgia voters the U.S. is getting taken for a ride.
Trump may be a bad guy, but he is based on the subject of Israel.
I don't even know if you can say he's based on the subject of Israel. He just likes a lot of Israelis, and he also hates brown people. So I don't know exactly what his reasoning is for supporting Israel, but I wouldn't say it's, altruistic necessarily. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But European support to Ukraine, obviously the Europeans have provided more support to Ukraine. Humanitarian, financial, and military. The United States mostly only does military because we have the largest military. It's not over $200 billion yet. It's nowhere near $300 billion. But Trump loves to lie, and he just makes stuff up. Here's the clip.
Biden and Kamala got us into this war in Ukraine, and now they can't get us out. They can't get us out. I watched him. We will. He's been saying that for 3 years. Every time Zelensky comes to the United States, he walks away with $100 billion. I think he's the greatest salesman on earth. But we're stuck in that.
That is Trump's audience booing President Zelensky. This is Donald Trump's favorite lie, that every time Zelensky visits the United States, he walks away with a check for $100 billion.
All of the Trump fans are just going to say, oh, it's hyperbole, bullshit. Congratulations, JP, you're a fucking retarded piece of shit who supports fascism in your band.
This is Russian propaganda. This is Russian disinformation. Donald Trump is conditioning his supporters to hate President Zelensky, to hate Ukraine. And he starts this clip by saying, Biden and Kamala got us into this war, as if the United States military is directly involved, as if the United States military is already losing soldiers fighting in Ukraine, when that's not happening. The United States military is providing assistance, the same way we provide military assistance to Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Israel, and dozens of other countries around the world. It doesn't make America weaker when all we do is provide military assistance to our democratic allies. But Trump's not happy with that. Trump prefers dictators. Trump wants to be on the good side of China, North Korea, and Russia. Those are his friends.
That war, unless I'm president, I'll get it done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out. Biden says, we will not leave until we win. What happens if they win?
Willing to admit that. And those are the people that Donald Trump is playing towards. This is going to lose him votes. It's going to lose him states. I hope it does. I hope Trump continues to talk about Ukraine and Russia, exposing the fascist that he is. And I know there are people still watching my videos, planning to vote for Trump in November. And you can't do it. You can't say you support Ukraine and vote for Donald Trump. Those are opposed positions. And I know there are other issues you care about more, but I'm saying directly to your face, if you're an American citizen planning to vote for Trump in November, you're helping Russia. You're killing you who will not stand up to authoritarians around the world. Let's get to the bad news for Russia. 6 months worth of ammo wiped out in a recent Ukraine strike. This was the 3 depots, 2 in the Tver region, 1 in Krasnodar. But there's more depots, guys. There's definitely a couple more depots inside of Russia that might be visited in the next week or two. I don't know exactly how Ukraine did it with these jet drone swarms, but I'm sure more are being manufactured, and we're going to see some more fireworks in the coming weeks. Russia to boost military spending to 40% of the state budgets in 2025, according to Bloomberg. The increase would represent 6.2% of Russia's projected GDP, but 40% of their total government expenditures. This was funny. At the same time, Bloomberg reported that 30% of the budget is allocated for classified or unspecified items. 40% for the military, 30%, it's a secret. We're not telling you what we're doing with this money.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not corruption.
This is bad news for Russian conscripts who were recently returned from Ukraine. Russian conscripts who were captured by Ukraine in the Kursk region and were exchanged as POWs are now being forced to sign military contracts under the threat of beatings and prosecutions because they surrendered. Because these 18, 19, 20-year-old conscripts chose to live, Russia is now punishing them by forcing them to sign contracts so they can go to the real front lines and fight and die for Russia. Russia reportedly installs Starlink on Shahed 136 drones. This is Elon Musk's Starlink being used by Russian kamikaze drones. It would be wonderful if Elon Musk said something, condemned this, said he was working on stopping this from happening, but he's not.
Well, Elon Musk's a fascist.
Because Elon Musk supports Russia and supports Donald Trump. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Ukraine and Vietnam agree to increase trade turnover in various fields. Vietnam has pledged $500,000 in humanitarian aid to Ukraine and expressed its readiness to assist in post-war reconstruction efforts. When we were drafting teams for World War III,
Good God, Russo is downright evil.
You got that right, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I didn't think that the United States would be getting communist Vietnam.
I still think it's insane that Avi is still willing to vote for Trump just because of Israel and abortions, especially abortions. Like, that is such a who fucking cares topic. I think it's dumb.
But yeah, all of China's neighbors hate China, and Vietnam views China, communist Vietnam views China as a greater threat. So they would rather be supportive and allied towards Western nations because China's just being China. Netherlands to provide $233 million to Ukraine to restore critical infrastructure. Thank you so much to the Dutch people. Norway to allocate $9.5 million for evacuation of wounded from Ukraine to Europe. Thank you so much to the people of Norway. Final clip I have for you is what this is all about. This is what motivates Ukrainians to continue the fight, to continue to fight for freedom and their sovereignty from Russia. And Donald Trump doesn't understand this. He doesn't care about this. He'll never understand this.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a pee-pee. We'll react to the Eric Adams indictment when I'm back from doing my urination. Just give me a minute. Ugh. Sometimes I sit down when I pee. When I'm in a hurry, I stand up. I just stood up. Now, didn't bother sitting.
I mean, look at all this travel. Does this look like somebody that's really worried about the sewer system in Manhattan? Or look?
He was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul.
You know, basically a mirror image of me. Say hello, Michael.
Hello, CLR fans. Thank you for the recent success, and go to clrbrewservice.com for merch.
So we are reacting today to Mayor Eric Adams getting indicted. First time, a sitting New York mayor being indicted for corruption charges. But before we get to that, you know my grandma's just wailing away in her basement, and in my basement, actually. And, you know, she's a power of attorney, eforms.com. Okay. So Mayor Eric Adams had his Gracie Mansion, which is where the mayor lives. He's not going to be the mayor for long, guys. He just isn't. He has vowed to have his lawyers take care of this problem. He's going to, while they're taking care of the problem, he's going to take care of the 8.3 million citizens of New York that he was elected to protect and defend. And so what is he looking at? They executed a search warrant on the Gracie Mansion, which is where the mayor lives. They also executed search warrants on electronic devices of his staff, and other people. So one of the things he's charged with is Adam travels to Turkey and begins accepting illegal campaign contributions and personal benefits. So in 2015, Adams travels to Turkey and establishes a corrupt relationship with Turkey. One of the things that they did is they gave him travel, stayed in nice hotels, where he got illegal money coming in from foreigners, And we also have favors for favors. So we do this for you. Okay, we want you to approve the consular for Turkey because the president of Turkey is coming. And so what does he do? He goes to a New York fire, inspector, tells him, you approve this or you're going to be fired. That is quid pro quo. That is illegal. But if that, this indictment, I'm not going to go through this whole indictment with you, but it is 59 pages. And that's just ridiculous. Michael's going to put up the video. So we're going to take a look at the press conference from the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then we'll hear what New Yorkers have to say about this.
Mayor Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations.
Now, he's innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But one of the things about payments, travel, hotel, all that stuff is documented. And you can't fight documents. And the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to have everything lined up like ducks in a row. And they win 96, 97% of their cases. Most federal lawyers that do federal practice, criminal defense, have never won a federal case. Once you get close, they usually dump it because they're there.
As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions even though he knew they were illegal. And even though he knew these contributions were attempts by a Turkish government official and Turkish businessmen to buy influence with him. We also allege that the mayor sought and accepted well over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits from some of the same.
So now, in the broad scheme of things, the dollar amount that we're talking about here is not significant for federal court. It just isn't. What is significant is the fact that we have a public official abusing the public trust.
Same foreign actors who arranged many of the illegal campaign contributions. These benefits included free international business class flights and opulent hotel rooms in foreign cities. The mayor had a duty to disclose these gifts on his annual public disclosure forms so that the public could see who was giving him what. But as we allege, year after year after year, he kept the public in the dark.
So is the crime that he accepted these gifts, or is it the crime that he didn't disclose?
He told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them. We allege that Adams accepted these benefits knowing that they were given to him because of his position. And in exchange for some of those improper benefits, he intervened in the New York City Fire Department's inspection process for a building owned and operated by the Turkish government, allowing it to open even though it had not passed the fire inspection. The corruption alleged in the indictment is, as I said, long-running. As we allege in the indictment, Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018.
And here's the thing about that, and this is where other people will come into play. He didn't just do that on his own. He instructed others to do that on his behalf.
After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen, several of whom he met in Turkey.
Wow.
Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence.
One of the things that's important if you're in office, like Mayor Adams was, is to have an advisor. Have an advisor that advises you on these campaign contributions, advises you on all the things that you're doing. Is this legal? And because guess what? Ignorance of the law is no defense.
Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money to support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop.
And why would he do that? He doesn't need to do that. You know, he was well liked. He won the primary. I mean, you would think there'd be plenty of money in the Democratic machine to make him work.
With his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support his re-election campaign. Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed.
This sounds like just greed to me, because like, there's no way this guy was ignorant that he couldn't take foreign campaign contributions. It sounds to me like he was pocketing some of this money or something. Like, that is really fucking weird, especially for a Democratic mayor who seems to be pretty smart. Like, that... This guy seems to be extremely, extremely compromised. I'm just gonna go get my really warm hoodie. All right. Oh, dude, this hoodie is so snuggly and warm. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, that's much better. This is good.
He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contribution.
So what's his defense? I don't know. Quite simply. Because, you know, when the government lays out a case like this, it's pretty ironclad. You either accepted foreign money or you didn't.
And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way by accepting the money through so-called straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources the law prohibits.
Yeah, Jasmine bought this
his
for me.
mayoral campaigns. Now, Adams also personally benefited from the illegal conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams solicited and accepted over 100.
Don't be a pussy. Vote for Donald Trump.
I think you're probably a bigger pussy if you do vote for Donald Trump, but thanks for the donation, fuck you.
$100,000 in luxury travel benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul.
You know, those are hard to turn down.
And one thing right now is that, have you seen what's been going on in New York?
What's going on?
I mean, with the migrants and everything that's going on, Roosevelt Hotel, and I mean, it's just New York is in shambles, and like everyone's pissed off.
Well, I just don't see why the mayor of New York needs to travel abroad so much. And here's the thing. When you have a public position.
Outrun the fall donatillers. What's a fun or unusual hobby you have that most people wouldn't guess? Uh, the only two that I can think of is playing with RC cars, model building, and maybe inline skating. I wouldn't call those unusual hobbies, and I mean, if you kind of know me, you sort of know that I'm a nerd. So, you'd probably know that I'd likely be into model building and inline skating, stuff like that. Trying to think of anything else that's unusual. Like, I guess archery. I did archery for a very long time. I started doing traditional archery when I was really young, like probably 8 or 9 years old. Yeah, probably when I was about 8 or 9, I was doing traditional archery. And then I did compound archery for quite a few years too. I don't know. That's probably something somebody would likely guess that I'm into, though, since I'm just into weapons in general. I also like airsoft, but that's kind of an obvious one. Can't really think of any other unusual hobbies that I have that people wouldn't guess. Like, I guess I am into sim racing, but again, I'm kind of like a gaming nerd type of dude, so that's also kind of an obvious one. Besides veganism, what's a book, movie, or piece of art that has deeply influenced your perspective on life? Probably Berserk. That doesn't really have anything to do with veganism, but probably Berserk. Berserk is a manga, for those of you who don't know. What do you think is the biggest challenge facing our generation? Housing prices? Fave work. What do you mean by favorite work? Like favorite job I've had or ideal job I'd have? Like, I'm doing exactly what I want to be doing. Like, if you were to ask me as a kid what I'd sort of want to be doing for a living, I'm kind of doing it. So, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that question, though. Thanks for the donation, though. Outrun the Fall.
You have to be beyond reproach. There are laws that govern how, where, and when you can accept donations for your campaign, about gifts that you can and cannot keep, and things that you have to disclose. And it doesn't sound like he disclosed anything.
All of that was worth more than $41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. Also in 2017, he flew to China, again, through Turkey, and accepted 2 free business class tickets for himself and a companion. Those were worth more than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary, through Turkey, and accepted free upgrades for business class seats. Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed.
And I don't necessarily know that public disclosure absolves him of any criminal liability. But if we look at this, you know, like Robert Menendez, he just was tried and convicted in the Southern District of New York for public corruption. And he accepted a Mercedes, he accepted gold bars. I mean, and it was all my wife. He tried to put it on his wife, but the jury didn't buy it. So when you look at Trump or anybody else complaining that it's the Biden administration coming down on Republicans, it looks like public corruption is on the table no matter who you are.
In 2021, Adams solicited business.
Well, that's not even true. There was a pro-Trump FBI director who froze an investigation against him. So no, actually, if there's any bias, it's for Trump rather than against Trump.
This class tickets to Istanbul, stays at luxury hotels and resorts, yacht tours, and meals.
Does that sound like, I mean, look at all this travel. Does this look like somebody that's really worried about the sewer system in Manhattan? Or look at the rat problem on the streets of New York? And I'm talking about snitches. No, I'm kidding.
One thing I was going to say is also during this time, I mean, New York City offered immigrants $53 million in prepaid credit cards. $53 million from New York City's government.
I don't want to demonize the
I'm saying the
population, but I think the bigger picture here is you've got somebody accepting these lavish gifts and really diverting his attention away from the people of New York. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
All I want to say is, if I'm a New York citizen and I'm paying taxes, I want my taxes to go to resources for other people around me and stuff I can benefit from.
As we allege, he asked to pay a nominal fee for all of this in order to disguise what we allege were in fact bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000.
What do you think is the biggest problem facing this horrible generation called the 2020s?
Just housing prices. Rent is too high and housing is too high. I would say those would be probably the two biggest things. If we're talking about immediate, significant problems affecting younger people, cost of living in general is just too high, but I would say that would have to be the biggest problem. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
$1,000. And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again, through Turkey.
One of the issues here is where is he continually flying through? Turkey. So let's hear what the average New Yorker has to say.
Well, Eric Adams has always been a person who called himself an everyman, and he frequently spoke about his faith.
I felt in a way this morning when his school chancellor finally stepped down, and all the other ones that just recently stepped down. It was a reason for that.
They gotta show me some proof. They gotta prove it.
I think he was well liked, but these charges are serious, and they will end his career. So we've got a situation where you've got a sitting mayor who's now being charged with 56-page indictment of public.
Well, TM, I'd say most mental illness is probably related to cost of living. Massive predictor for mental illness is like income, socioeconomic status, like how difficult it is to make money and, pay rent, food, bills. So if mental illness is the biggest problem facing this generation, it's most likely heavily tied to cost of living.
Corruption, accepting gifts, not reporting them, and to the tune of a little over $100,000. And then we have a situation where there's a and he's running for re-election. How do you run for re-election on this? With 4 other candidates that have come into the race, you just can't make this shit up. And
no, the link is clearly causal. So there's prospective cohort studies on this. Change in economic status is predicted with mental health, and the correlation is strong and consistent enough where it's almost certainly causal. Stress is a massive burden on the body and the mind. So if you're stressing about finances and like the kind of work you have to do and how much you have to work in order to get by, stress absolutely destroys your body and mind.
This is going to be a heck of a trial. It won't be televised because it'll be in federal court, but he'll go to court. He won't be held like Diddy. You know, this is not that kind of case. I don't think there will be a presumption that they'll try to hold him in custody. Totally different type of case. The stakes, while huge in terms of his political ramifications, practically speaking, you know, I'd have to double check to see exactly what the guidelines are that he's looking at, but I don't think he's looking at a ton of time in the broad scheme of things.
Just now released, he made a statement about this. Do you want to?
Yeah, let's put it up.
All right.
Imagine you're going to sit there and you're going to try to defend yourself. You know, we would, as a criminal defense lawyer, we would advise against giving a public statement, but they have to do it because it's their public image. You know, he's running for re-election, blah, blah, blah.
Did you hear what the guy said?
Yeah, you're anti-black.
No. That's not what he said. He said, this is not a black thing. So they have all these black congregation sitting there. He said, this is not a black thing, Eric Adams. This is a you thing, Eric Adams.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. Our children are being harassed by the police. Our streets are dirty. In other words, and meanwhile, you're in a hotel in Turkey doing God knows what. The audio is just too bad, so I'm not going to play this whole thing. But he comes out and gives a statement. He talks about basically that they're going to fight the charges, that he is going to maintain his office, he's not resigning, and his lawyers are going to take the problem while he takes care of 8.5 million people.
Yeah.
And we'll see where this goes. You know, I mean, he's entitled to the presumption of innocence. Maybe there's some of...
Dude, he is, in all likelihood, absolutely cooked.
The public. And you have to avoid even the appearance of impropriety, even if that means...
Eric Adams was never vegan. He's plant-based, quote unquote. People were claiming he was vegan. It was a story made up by his opposition so that they could make him seem like he's a hypocrite and untrustworthy. But he never said he was vegan. He said he was plant-based and supports like a vegan lifestyle. There were a bunch of stories made by right-wing opposition claiming he was vegan so that they could find like video clips of him eating fish or something and then saying, oh, so he's a lying hypocrite.
Means you go overboard. They got pictures of the hotels. You know, I mean, look at that. I love it when they do that because it just seems so charged when they do that. So he's got 5 counts. Investigation. Count 1, I believe, is conspiracy. Count 2 is wire fraud. Count 3 is solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Count 4 is solicitation of a contribution by foreign national. And count 5 is bribery. So, I mean, these are very, very serious charges. And he could be looking at some very serious prison time, federally speaking. I don't think there's any mandatory minimum that we're looking at, but his career is nearing a close. You watch. There's going to be, after this indictment dropped today, you're going to see call after call for people for him to resign. So we're going to follow this like we follow everything else. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you subscribe.
All right.
All right, pizza review time. Chicago, West Loop, corner of Washington, North Carpenter. Nancy's spot in there near the office. Haven't tried it. Totally got sidetracked.
Calm before the storm, donate to others. What scientific advancement do you think will have the most profound effect on humanity? AI, clearly. What ethical dilemma do you think is most relevant today? Well, veganism. I wouldn't really say it's a dilemma, but veganism. It's like a Holocaust that nobody is acknowledging. Everyone has a unique story. What's something about your journey that you feel people wouldn't expect about you? I like hentai. Thanks for the donation, Calm Before the Storm.
Time after time, if you can hear it playing right now, great song. And I was like, who plays it? Talking to Austin. I'm like, who sings this? I couldn't think of it. I'm like, who sings it? The lady behind the register, the girl, she's like, the Police Boys. And she said it like, Police Boys, bitch. Like, later cars, I'm like, as equally confident as she was, I was like, no chance. No chance. I don't know who the Police Boys are. I don't know if they do a new version of it. It's Cyndi Lauper, of course, but she was like, the Police Boys. No, it ain't the Police Boys. I know time after time ain't the Police Boys. Who the hell are the
That doesn't
Police
look like a deep dish.
Getting a little bit of my traditional Chicago box problems. I don't know why they can't go normal box. Let's see what we got. Again, the Chicago people, they'll be like, I say this is tavern. I don't know what they call it. I call it tavern. This tavern. If it wasn't tavern before, it's tavern now. One bite, everyone knows the rules. But this is the most traditional. I got in a fight yesterday, not a fight, out to dinner, Chicago Cut. Shout out Chicago Cut. The guy behind me, he's like, hey, deep dish is Chicago pizza. No, it's not, you tourist. He's like, I'm from here. Well, you're a tourist. This is tavern. One bite, everyone knows the rules. Undercarriage,
I'm going to guess 6.9.
Who the hell are the Police Boys? Tasty. This is like, I like the tavern style pizza. I like it crispier than this. And I go, six eight. Nancy's
It's pretty close. Soft by just 0.1. Figured.
8 review. Cyndi Lauper, time after time, absolute jams.
That was a high score for Nancy's.
I tried to be generous.
I'm more of a 6-2.
I tried to be generous.
I know you were really good.
Yeah.
I live right here.
Any other good spots around here that I haven't hit?
In your neck of the woods, you know, you like New Haven.
Yeah.
I know. I just can't find it either. I'm looking all over.
No, there isn't any in Chicago.
No, you know that.
I trust it.
That thick.
It was good. I mean, it's
You
a
gave
little.
it a good score.
Yeah,
What'd you
yeah,
give it?
6-8.
6-8. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Disappointed. Big fan, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, it's not my go-to style.
Yeah, you like the New York.
Yeah, I like it a little more well done. But yeah.
I wish I knew it was you. I would have remade it. I know you don't like that, but
Yeah.
it's a little burnt under here. I know what he likes.
I
I've
know.
watched your reviews since I was a sophomore in college.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good score, though.
It is. Yeah, I
for
like that. I
Chicago.
like that burn. Yeah, it's a different style.
You got to try the stuff.
Well, I saw that on the website.
Yeah, so Rocco, he invented Nancy. I mean, owner of Nancy's, and he invented the stuffed pizza. So it's a little bit different than he did.
What is it?
So
$3 toward Aussie trip. What would be dope is if you pretended to be some random citizen or hide while recording Tash/Jack, and when they try to fuck with them you pop up and be like, hey, DA Fuke, and record how quick they go from tough guys to bitches.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if people react the same way with me. They probably wouldn't. I doubt they would. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Appreciate it.
Oh, it's just deep dish is layered dough, ingredients, cheese, sauce, stuff very similar with layered dough, ingredients, cheese. Actually layered dough on top, so it looks more like a pie. Like a...
That sounds like not my style at all.
I know. I know what you like. I know you don't like the Chicago style, but yeah.
I mean, I don't hate it, but...
Glad you came in. I've been honestly, I tell my team, I'm like, if you see a Dave, you see a weird area code, let me know. So
it's Austin. They let it. It's his name, so he called it.
Okay.
Why are you in town?
We have an office down the road.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So just
thought maybe you saw the no-hitter last night.
No, that didn't get me.
I won't take too much of your time.
Yeah, take care.
Nice meeting you, man. Cheers, bro.
Yeah, see ya.
Okay.
Take care.
I'm ready in your ball game. I like the undercarriage. The flop shouldn't be there. You know, there's a Neapolitan place here.
Not my style. Yeah.
Flop, flop, flop.
Yeah.
You know
your stuff. Are you Chicago? Are you from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago. And, you know, Lou Malinati's, and I tell them to overdo it. And I say, overdo it.
Do they do it?
Not bad. Yeah, sometimes yes, sometimes no.
See, I don't like giving them hints because I want to be how people get it normally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know, I agree. I'm going to New Haven because of you.
Best pizza you'll have in the world.
Yeah, I know. I got to try it.
Take care. Nice meeting you.
Good to meet you.
Take it.
I'll just take a piece.
No, take the whole thing. We don't. I give it away. Take it. Thank you very much.
Do you really just give it to
Yeah, we give it away. If you
I've
find
always
some.
wondered that.
Yeah, give it away or throw it away. Thank you.
Thank you.
What up, y'all? It's your boy Kiwi Tapes back at you with another King Cobra JFS video. And today we are going to look at some of King Cobra JFS's recent culinary masterpieces. Josh has been making inedible culinary creations for years now, but it seems just recently he has ramped up on the food hacking. And we're going to cover it all right here, right now, starting with his version of pork boneless ribs, which are really just pork chops. But Cobra doesn't just stop with the food. He also likes to make himself a unique drink from time to time, so after we're done with the ribs, we're going to get into Cobra's famous curdled drink. He makes this drink that has some sort of milk, and then it mixes with the champagne. The milk in the liquor curdles up. He stirs it up with the beef jerky stick. It's some of the gnarliest stuff I've ever seen. But if you think after that we're even close to being done, you're dead wrong, fam, because we'll get into the Asian chimichanga, where Cobra puts boiled eggs and ramen noodles, as well as egg rolls onto a chimichanga. And of course, what Cobra cooking compilation would be complete without one of his famous burritos, the squid meat version. So stay tuned, guys. Please don't eat anything while you're watching this. I'm giving you a fair warning, because some of this stuff I don't even think is fit for animal consumption. It is beyond slop. And some of it we never even get to see him try. So we're going to start off with his version of pork boneless ribs, which are really just pork chops. I love this video in particular because he handles so much raw meat with his rings on, and he's trashed. Let's get into it.
We got some deep fried ribs. We got this. It's gonna be a saga YouTube of deep fried goodness. Stick around for this goodness.
Oh my God.
Gonna seem totally random.
Oh Jesus.
Excuse me. So we got the pink champagne. Got a splash of that Faygo firework. Whoop whoop. Okay, and a little bit of that. So we'll just show them off on camera and do a little bit of each one because we're fucking weird like that. Okay, look at that. 99 proof. Excuse me, blackberries. Splash of that. I've already tried Kinky Pink. A little splash of that in there. Oh, shit. And what's this? We got some Kinky Aloha. We might have to add like the creamier shoots last because that shit does curdle. Oh, shit, careful. Fuck, that was nerve-wracking. Ha, breathe. Okay. But yeah, this is a really fucking kick-ass glass, dude. And a splash of that vodka. A splash of that rum.
Dude, this would fucking melt your teeth. This guy's a horrible alcoholic.
Splash that tequila. That's good stuff right there. Why the fuck is this not in a liquor store here in Casper, Wyoming? And why the fuck is it not in a bigger bottle? YouTube, that is fucking delectable. Now, with the carbonation from the soda pop and the champagne, it's probably going to curdle with these last four, but that's what YouTube wants to see. Oh, that's so gross. Wants to see, right? Jeez. So I'll pour a splash of that in there. Oh, dude, this drink combo is looking so fucking gnarly, dude. Why? We'll add our... Okay, the Kinky Aloha is not creamy, so we can add a little bit of that right there. Okay, like what in the actual was I thinking? Like, oh yeah, hey, let's do a drink combo just completely ripping on Valentine's Day, being a silly asshole on YouTube.
That...
Should we add it to the drink combo as like a little condiment, like
what?
Bloody Marys?
Oh my god. Oh!
Right there, just below the surface.
He's not gonna drink that. What in the fuck?
He's actually drinking it. What the fuck? Oh my god. Like sweet, all the sweet, delicious...
Curdles either. That's another thing. You're not going to waste the curdles.
When watching them attack Jack, a scary realization hit me. I get it from time to time in my life. Last time it happened was at Pig Vigil. I realize I'm part of a small minority outnumbered by a world of carnists in what seems like a nightmare. You feel me?
Well, yeah, just about everybody you come across is a fucking retard, so I'm already used to that. Like, I know what humanity is. Thanks for the donation, though, less is more.
The curdles are too good to waste. That top view is...
That's horrific.
Is cheese and Doritos a must-have in every King Cobra JFS dish. Obviously, your tortilla is the only thing that make this a chimichanga in any way. There are egg rolls down there. There are 4 egg rolls as a base, so it's double egg. And then in between those egg rolls is ramen noodles. On top of that is a generous helping of hot sauce and honey barbecue sauce. It enters the oven and we never hear about it ever again. So you know that this had to taste rank. He took one bite and it went immediately in the trash. He was so confident, he popped this thing in the oven, uploaded all the videos, and then he must have tasted it and scrapped the finale because it must have been disgusting. Here it is.
So I microwaved these 2 tortilla shells for 1 minute, got them nice and pliable. Then I cooked up 1 whole pack of these egg rolls, stuck them on there with the egg roll sauce. We got some ramen noodles. My fan sent me some of these spicy ramen noodles. I microwaved up the noodles when they were barely cooked. I hit it with a little bit of the Country Crock Original. Then I finished microwaving it. And then before I did that, I took them out. I drained the pasta water. Put them back in the microwave. Hit it with some butter. And I put the seasoning packets in there. One of them's that red seasoning. Our ramen noodles are on there. That's what's up. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to add some smoked boneless herring fillets. Yeah, some canned fish. Sprinkle a little bit of the herring juice on top, just like that. My fans sent me some spicy ramen noodles to try, as well as some canned fish goods. We'll add some of this Wet Wizard Los Roast Verde hot sauce. Gob of that on there. Beautiful. Did a nice fat line of that green stuff. That didn't sound appropriate. Now cheese on sprinkle it. It's fun.
Oh my god. Yeah, that must have been
King
terrible.
Cobra JFS will show himself trying it on camera. Josh views himself as this exotic chef who is putting everyday items together in ways that we never imagined to create delicious food. And Cobra is no stranger to working with tortillas because the next one I'm going to show you is one that he actually ate. It's not an Asian chimichanga, but it is a squid meat burrito. This video right here was the inspiration behind it all. When I saw this, I knew I had to make a King Cobra JFS cooking compilation. It's very similar in construction to the Asian chimichanga, but the ingredients contained within are completely different. Buckle up, guys.
So my shell is ready to be folded into another dank King Cobra burrito. I'm hard boiling some eggs and some water. Because I want to add hard boiled eggs to this burrito with some other delicious, interesting proteins. Just eat as is. Fix it by
Oh my
putting
God.
ingredients and burritos on the consistency where it's a nice, hearty, healthy touch.
Of course, we didn't even get to see him put any in the middle because he must have had a fit so massive that he deemed it wasn't worthy to be put on YouTube. Which really sucks because I imagine that he freaked out pretty good at the fact he broke this burrito in half. You could see even more disgusting than the Asian chimichanga.
Yeah, King Cobra eats very poorly and drinks far too much. Ugh. I'm just making sure there isn't an issue with signing in if I have to do that. Okay, looks like I don't have to sign in. Good.
Father, what if a war with Odin isn't just tears to fight? What if it's ours too?
War is not the only way.
Behind you! Watch out!
The wretches keep coming from that pillar. Looks like a nest.
Looks like there's one of those things there.
Looks like we have to get this one back on the track. Wow, this thing is small. Okay, we need to go left. Wait, I meant my left. Keep going. We're so close. Just a little to the left. Yeah, that's it. Round 2. Here we go. Whenever you're ready.
Kraken hatchling gave you a stone.
Kraken. Oh, Diener. Yeah, it's covered in algae. I was thinking we could show it to Brock and Sindri when we got back. Here. Okay, so, we came here looking for Tyr because we don't trust Odin, right? If you think about it, or could... Uh-oh. On your left!
Song request, Viewting.
Thanks for the big donation, Negromancer. Appreciate it. Am I supposed to sing to this? Song request / view ting. So I'm just supposed to listen? There's no lyrics. Everyone is beautiful. Crap. Give me a second. Everything's fine. Okay, the auto-generated lyrics aren't working.
Everyone is beautiful. Everyone is gay. In the land of illusion, we paint our faces with chocolate cake, and everything's okay.
That is not a good song, and the AI generated Oh, what the hell? He missed. That's fucking retarded. He missed and he still hit me. I want some girls to debate you on Discord right now on a looks forum, but they saying no. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that.
Wow. We need to destroy the sonic piece first. Alright. We need to get a different angle on the soundstone.
What in the fuck? I dodged it! Fucking asshole. Someone said he laughs at commercial farming, and I challenged him, and he ran.
I wouldn't
Big
have to
bad
hide
meat
things
eater
if you
scared
just
of
trust me.
vegans. Yep.
How can I trust you if you lie?
That is
Actually,
typical.
That's a good point. Maybe if you listen to me, could I not say the same? Well, where do you think I learned it from? Yappa!
Ah, shit. Great. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Atreus is just kind of slightly annoying to play as. He doesn't have like the nice parries like Kratos has and shit. And he only like whacks people with his gay little bow and arrow. Oh my god.
keep going up. Wonder what Mom would do. Why don't you trust her? Why won't you tell me?
Wow, what a cheap death. Are you fucking kidding me? So you just have to know they're fucking coming. That's so stupid. Fuck you. Fucking game.
Guess I'm going the right way. Really wish I had a compass. Jump! I got this, right? Yeah, I got it. Freya shouldn't be much farther now. Just need to look out for that big door. Jump!
Permastream?
Is that you up there?
Maybe. You never know.
Hello down there.
Hey! Come to your senses yet?
Yes. I mean, I'm not changing my mind.
Ha! You do have doubts.
Like you never do? Better than having regrets.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but by all means, keep going and you might find those too.
Yep, that's the door.
Frog
Hey,
house?
Freya. What? Can't I pay
Or
no
turtle
further
house,
visit?
I mean?
Nothing wrong with
Was
that.
it frog or
right?
turtle? I can't even remember.
I mean, just because I'm
I think it was a
responsible
turtle.
for the death of your son doesn't mean... Okay, yeah. Should probably avoid mentioning that. Is that Freya? Am I wearing this around my neck? The arrow tip that killed your son? That's a great question. I'm so dead. Here goes nothing. Freya!
You should have stayed with Sindri.
Wait! Stop!
Your father. Where is he?
Not here!
He sent you?
No! He doesn't know!
You shouldn't have come.
Can you apologize for blaspheming the
makes you think I
Trinity?
won't do
No.
the same?
Also, would you join a LuxMax server and talk to these girls in voice chat? They're running.
You're better than this!
Talk to them about what exactly?
You would stake your life on it. What do you know of me?
I know you haven't killed me yet. So while you're thinking it over, why don't you let me go and I can tell you why I came?
You mean to plead for your father, save your breath. His fate is sealed.
But you know who's to blame for everything.
I cannot get to Odin. Nor do I need to. Ragnarok will take him.
Yeah? Well, what if I told you that he came to Midgard? He came to us. Offered peace if we don't move against him. Claims Ragnarok's already been averted.
He lies.
Maybe. But if you know Groa's prophecy, you know it depends on an army of giants.
The giants wait for war in Jotunheim.
No. I've been there. There is no giant army. There are no giants at all. Just me.
You.
Veganism? How do I even get in their voice chat?
My mother was the last guardian of our people in Midgard. And that's not all. The giants have prophecies about me. They know me as Loki. I think maybe I'm supposed to help stop Odin, somehow. But since all the giants are dead and you won't fight Odin, then we'd already won. Why aren't we working together? Now that you can fight again!
I am far from whole.
Okay. Okay. What we found here. Maybe if you spoke to him.
Tyr's alive?
Yeah. We broke him out of Svartalfheim.
Impossible. The 9 realms are closed to all.
No. We opened up the way. We just don't know where to go next. But if we all band together...
Enough. Enough! Leave this place. Go and do not return. Go before I change my mind. Do not expect the same mercy for your father.
I wanted to see Turtle House. God damn it. I want Turtle House.
Okay, so I'm not dead. I didn't get any answers. So this all might have just been a very big waste of time. Which I will never, ever admit to Sindri. Good thing I like climbing.
Oh, thank Amir. You're all right. How did it go? I was starting to think...
Sindri, I told you I could handle it. But I don't think she's gonna help us.
Where's your necklace?
Huh? Oh! I was thinking and I, got rid of it.
She took it, didn't she? Today was your lucky day. So, tell me, how did it feel to run on chaos?
I
just fixed that! I've still got my bag of tricks. If you need me, I'll be standing back here. Need a moment. Nightmares! I'm gonna be sick!
Oh, wow. Really? That is just fucking cheap.
Ouch! You're not bleeding heavily, are you? Nightmares! I'm gonna be sick!
God damn it. I'm not gonna bother debating some dumb bitches in a fucking looks maxing display.
I just fixed that! I've still got my bag of tricks. If you need me, I'll be standing back here. Atreus!
God damn it.
Get up, Atreus! I just fixed that! Need a moment! Nightmares! I'm gonna be sick! I'll repair it later. Let's get out of here before something else tries to kill us.
Yeah, good idea.
Hate to bring it up, but are we telling your dad about this? Since you've come clean and all.
No way. He'd kill you.
Right. Well, speaking of coming clean, I need your opinion on something. Something I've kept from my brother for a long time. I'll tell you on the way back. Come on.
Do they ever quit?
Ouch!
Give me a fucking break, dude.
Jump!
Oh my god.
Okay, back to Alphine Tower. You were saying?
Long before you were born, there was an accident at the forge. Brock died. I couldn't accept it. I went to the Lake of Souls in Alfheim to steal him back. Legions of souls tried to stop me. I can still feel them crawling all over my skin. Thing is, I could only get 3 of his 4 soul parts back.
Sindri.
Brock just thought he got knocked out. I've been lying to him ever since. It's been eating at me lately.
You have to tell him. He has a right to know.
When the time is right. As should you with your father.
That's not the same thing. Really? Now?
You think this stuff grows on trees?
Anyway, you did a good thing. You saved Brock's life. I caused trouble.
No. I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
What do you mean? A choice?
I couldn't be alone. The other dwarves, when they saw him, they shunned us. So we left. Made our own home.
Well, you can't change the past, but it doesn't have to be who you are. Let's go home before Father wakes up.
That might be the best idea you've had all night. Trey.
Trey?
It's an... Shut up. So I'm not allowed to give you a nickname?
Is that what that was?
Whatever, Loke. Nope, that was worse. Oh, and I heard it when I said it. All right. Shall we?
I hate coming home empty-handed. After Tyr was such a failure, just wanted
Now
to...
hang on, little Jotun. Tyr may not be everything you expected, but a failure? You saved him from a terrible fate. That's not nothing. And hey, maybe he'll be some help to us yet.
Maybe. But Father's not gonna go along with this forever. He's probably already got our next hiding place all picked out.
Well, let's not make it worse by getting caught. When we get there, I'll cover our tracks at the gateway and slip around back. And you just act natural, but quickly. Go, go, go.
That is not the risk that concerns me. Do we trust the path they would put us on?
I trust their wisdom, and this is the closest thing to hearing directly from them.
You are certain the Giants were not Council War?
I said that they were wise. In my experience, that goes with being peaceful.
Oh, little brother. Told you we needn't worry.
Atreus, where have you been?
Peeing?
Hope you're all hungry.
I could eat.
Is everyone as well rested as I am? Be right down.
Is this sausage?
Sure. Why not?
I remember food tasting better.
I suppose you'd like to try cooking for this lot.
I accept.
What?
Atreus, we're planning our next move.
Oh, so where are we going?
Alfheim. Home of the elves.
Alfheim? You hate Alfheim. Why would we move there?
Move there. No, we are seeking information.
The shrine of one. Your father tells me you found it there.
Groa? The Knowledge Keeper? Oh, maybe there's a secret there I can unlock.
Aye. Who better than the seer who saw everything?
I wasn't sure you, Never mind. That's great. Alfheim.
Hey, don't go forgetting this what'll get you there.
You know what? I'm gonna build a bigger table.
More for me.
Here, you're really up for coming with us?
I am. Whenever you're ready. Well, whenever your father's ready, I should say. If my counsel might help you towards the answers you seek, it's the least I can do to repay you. The light of Alfheim.
That elf life is good shit.
So, where did this plan come from?
Oh, from Amir, of course. I was merely asking him prophecy. He explained the secret prophecies inside the Yodar shrines.
Right behind you.
I'll meet you at the gateway presently, friends.
I want to see Ratatosker. I don't know if you see him now. I want Ratatosker.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Ratatosker.
Mind if I take a little peek at you? I promise I'll be brief.
There he is. Oh my god.
My goodness, what a strapping physique. Capable of an astounding variety of acts of violence, I imagine.
What is happening?
This must be the squirrel that tends the world tree.
That delectable aroma. Could it be? Pardon the intrusion. Ah, yes. Amber resin. Delightfully nutty with a hint of squidding.
No.
Not one for gastronomic exploration, I see.
Wait, if you're Ratatosker, why are you so different when we summon you for help?
It's a long story. But you are correct. I am indeed Ratatosker. The one you know as Ratatosker is merely one of my spectral aspects. And a particularly nasty one at that. I consider him so far removed from myself that he's practically a different person. Speaking of, Bitter, would you like to come out and see your friends?
Fuck off! I'm busy!
I suppose that was to be expected. Anyway, now that I've polished off all this resin for you, would you like the seed back?
It is the seed.
Indeed. A seed of Yggdrasil, to be precise. Since my dwarven tenants performed a little reconfiguration, you'll need seeds like these to open up new destinations on my tree.
Your tree, huh?
Yes, my tree. Here, let me show you. So that's why good Master Brock needed an Alfheim seed. Clearly you have important matters afoot. That seed you found unlocks Niflheim of all places, a realm as ancient as it is vaguely sticky.
Eyes of Odin. Let's just do this right now.
Perhaps as we travel, you can tell me the tale of your prior visit to the land
I'm already playing on the hardest difficulty, dude.
of the elves.
Sure, I can. Alfheim was the first time we ever realm traveled using your temple. Freya tried coming with us, but Odin cast a spell on her. She can't leave Midgard.
That's terrible.
So then we fought our way through an army of dark elves to get to the light.
You interfered in the elf war.
Not by choice. We sought to fill our Bifrost, and they attacked us.
The dark elves were covering it with their sticky hive stuff. When we freed it, light elves came back. We seemed better in Alfheim.
Did they now?
This game is nothing like Sana's Sacrifice.
Alfheim. It's been so long.
Not sure where the temple is from here, but that's where we'll find Groa's shrine.
Broken history. Aye, not exactly an easy fix for that.
I see the elves continue their war.
Yeah. So much for things being better in Alfheim. Yikes. Fimbulwinter hit Alfheim hard.
No. Storms have plagued Alfheim's deserts long before Fimbulwinter.
A living desert. Huh.
Hold on. I hear something out there. Something big. It's in pain.
What do you hear?
Feels like some kind of animal. How could anything live in a storm like that?
Plenty of caves under the desert. Not exactly a paragon of comfort, but the Dark Elves get on best they can.
Is everything okay?
Aye, old friend. Just looting on your chests. We'll be right along.
My dad likes loot.
Yay.
Very well. There. The Temple of Light.
Groa's shrine is at the top.
Wait. I was just here. But why the fuck are there two ways to go down? Yeah, I've played Jedi Survivor. It's not that great. Especially the story. The story was terrible.
Freyr
And it
never
was too
bothered
short.
returning to Alfheim, did he, Mimir?
Aye, no. I assumed the fate of his own realm took precedence.
Wait. Freya's brother?
Yes. Cut from a different cloth, that one.
There's a barricade up ahead. What are those tiny rocks?
Twilight Stone. Oh! Didn't know you could do that.
there some kind of secret up here? Like what? Why would that be there?
What became of Kvasir?
Ripped apart by his audience. Well, one member of his audience. Well, Thor.
Freya's brother. How was he involved?
Long ago, Freyr of the Vanir traveled to Alfheim, where he discovered a once beautiful land devastated by war. Using his divine powers, he set about cultivating a tenuous peace among the elves.
Did you mention how that piece fell apart as soon as he left?
I was getting to it.
You hear that?
Oh no.
That's enough, please. You don't need to do this.
We don't want to hurt you.
We do not have a choice.
Nasty hit! You all right, brother?
Jeez.
We're the ones who freed the lights. Whoa! Was that a bomb? It's down! Why are you fighting us? We helped you last time.
Atreus, focus.
I hate Alphonse.
Find you!
Most unfortunate.
They attacked us.
More will follow once we're inside. Is there truly no other way?
Not like they're giving us much of a choice.
So your father said. I'm just naive, I suppose.
No.
How long is this game? It's pretty long, especially if you do the side quest. Quite long.
Tribute to Freyr, made by the elves. He must have left it here when he raced back to Vanaheim.
What is this?
A charm to ward off nightmares. In this
Oh
case,
great,
theirs.
we need the
Well,
fucking
knowing the elves,
spear.
there are probably more tributes to find.
So tall. We came in from the top last time. Didn't realize all this was being down here.
It's an older gate, built to promote cooperation between the elves. But it looks like it's been sealed for some time. I'll go first. Atreus, let me know when I've reached halfway.
So, what's happening right now?
This seal is meant to represent the balance of the realm when Freyr was here. Light and dark, working together in harmony. How's that look, Atreus?
Good, I think. Father, now you go.
Unfortunately for Alfheim, Freyr couldn't accept his sister's decision to marry Odin. He returned to Vanaheim and left this realm to its fate.
To be fair, the Aesir did set him on fire that one time.
The door should have opened. Are you sure it's balanced?
Yeah, but the realm isn't. Not anymore. Father, try pulling it the other way. Yeah! And Tyr, you keep pushing forward.
Fine work, Atreus. Shall we?
What's a Dark Elf statue doing in the Light Temple?
That's just how they looked before the division.
The division?
Yes. The elves weren't always split between light and dark, you know. This statue depicts the elves before the war, before they discovered the power of the light. Yes. The stone briefly imparts a bit of light to your axe.
That's useful. What's that sound?
No sense in spoiling the surprise.
Oh, it's the light. Ow.
I've never seen the Lake of Souls so volatile.
Aye. Fimbulwinter, you reckon?
Of course. Making the light unstable.
So the base of this lake, that's the Lake of Souls.
Yes. After the creation of the Nine Realms, fallen souls began to gather down in those waters.
When the elves discovered its potential, they built this temple to harness that energy. A smashing success, to say the least.
Many of them became addicted to their newfound power, and thus, the Light Elves were born. Well done. Though I imagine our Light Elf friends will be less than pleased.
Speaking of Light Elves...
Let me try talking to them again. They
Best
may...
just to let these two do their thing, brother.
Whoa! Is that a bomb?
Oh, fuck. I can't even see what they're doing.
Speaking of Light Elves...
Let me try talking to them again. They
Best
may...
just to let these two do their thing, brother.
Maybe you can throw those back at them!
Watch your left!
They came across on light bridges. Now the bridges are gone.
I have an idea to get us across.
Lucky for us, swearing off violence doesn't mean we can't disfigure some architecture.
This way. The shrine awaits. Kratos, where are you going?
He's just looking around. He does this sometimes.
Ah, curious mind. Carry on.
Temple looks so different than I remember. It was all broken and covered in hive stuff last time we were here.
These elves use Alphine's light to enhance the temple. And themselves, by the look of it.
They definitely look more dangerous than last time.
Oh, those were just the foot soldiers. They'll get more dangerous the further up we go.
Great. So if these elves use the light to build doors and make themselves stronger, what do the Dark Elves want with it?
To return it back to its source. To them, the natural resources of Alfheim are sacred, none more so than the light itself.
Aye, the Light Elf success came at a terrible price. Alfheim's once lively desert withered into a storm-ridden wasteland soon after the creation of this temple.
There's more Twilight Stone up there.
You gotta be... Give me a fucking break.
Gotta be a better angle on that Twilight Stone.
Perhaps a higher vantage point is needed.
Higher. How do I get to a higher vantage point? Oh. I pick that shit up, dude?
Do you understand these poems?
Oh, there's always meaning if you look hard enough, brother. It's all in what you bring to it.
More light elves ahead. I'll handle this.
Maybe that's not a great idea.
Oh there, friends! Salutations! We mean you no harm.
Here, get back!
What's your right?
Light orb! Throw your weapon at it!
He gone.
I get it now. Why they keep fighting. The Dark Elves want the souls in the light left alone. The Light Elves want to keep using them.
That's the long and short of it, aye.
So then, which side is right?
Rarely is it so simple.
And not our place to say. This is an elven conflict.
I said as much the last time we were in Alfheim.
Right. They sure made a lot of these light doors.
Fortifications.
Aye, none too eager to let the Dark Elves run the roost again.
Excellent. Let's continue our ascent.
Give me a fucking break.
Yappa! Incoming! Above you!
Oh, jeez. Alright. It's about time for me to head to bed. Yes, I play FPS games. Alright, well, hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.